main god of Egypt. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Two Idiots Subscribe. Fang Sui's goal was to pull out the two people hiding in the dark and see who was plotting against him. Just as he was thinking secretly, he suddenly felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. This throbbing made his spiritual power fluctuate and unstable, and he almost couldn't maintain the mysterious state of harmony with the key of heaven and earth. If this happened, Fang Sui was sure that the master hidden in the dark would immediately notice his position. It turns out that one of the two people lurking in the dark is UK King. Fang Sui made this judgment because the previous fluctuations were the same as the mysterious power of the hunting mirror when it was looking for prey, locking and even affecting people's spirits. Fang Sui deduced from this that it was very likely that UK King was urging the power of the hunting mirror to find his position after losing his trace. Fang Sui judged that one of the two hidden people was UK King and did not think it was Yun Xianji, the holder of the other hunting mirror, because Yun Xianji's behavior was always very good at hiding. He should not use the hunting mirror to find Fang Sui's location as soon as he lost his trace. When Fang Sui's thoughts were flashing in his mind, he heard someone outside lowering his voice and saying, "He definitely can't run far. He must be hiding nearby. It's really hateful. We are well prepared tonight, but he ran away." Several people from the Temple of the Gods were unwilling to fail and were still tracking Fang Sui's location in the surrounding area. Another voice sounded, whispering, "Fang Sui is so strong. Although our contact with him just now was sudden, it was obviously different from what we thought beforehand. I'm afraid that, even if we find him, we can't trap him." This was one of the two people who were attacked by Fang Sui earlier and swept off the roof. The previous voice snorted coldly, "Let's go. I heard that someone is sleeping inside this house. Fang Sui will not choose a house with people if he is looking for a place to hide. Let's go check somewhere else." Fang Sui laughed in his heart. He chose this house to hide because he grasped the inertia of these people's thinking and thought that he would not stay in a house with people who knew that he would do the opposite and really avoided the pursuit of these people effortless. At this time, Fang Sui suddenly had another thought in his mind. That is, with the mysterious ability of the hunting mirror, even if he was in a mysterious state of harmony with the heaven and earth, he might have been activated by UK King to find out his hiding place. Thinking of this, Fang Sui secretly felt that it was not good. The next moment, a shocking change had already happened. The top wall of the house, where he was suddenly cracked, and gravel flew everywhere. A black shadow, like a ghost in the dark night, fell into the room along with the earth and rocks. A deliberately suppressed giggle sounded, and she said proudly, "Fang Sui, you run fast. It's hard for me to catch up with you." This voice is UK King. As Fang Sui expected, one of the two people hiding in the dark tonight is her. Suddenly, UK King's attack has been commanding and approaching. Her posture is light and agile, like a wonderful dance in the air, and she has transformed into a dazzling handprint like a thousand-handed god in the void. In the end, thousands of changes condensed into one finger, bringing up a piece of phantom, and pointed at Fang Sui through the air. This finger clearly conveys a kind of indestructible power after the prosperity has faded, and the edge is unstoppable. Moreover, as soon as this finger came out, there was a spiritual power that locked Fang Sui firmly. Forcibly avoiding it would only fall into a more unfavorable situation. As a second level master, UK King's move is indeed extraordinary. There was a hint of pride on her face. With her second level strength, she took the initiative to attack the first level Fang Sui. UK King believed that Fang Sui might not even be able to see the direction of this finger. With this finger, UK King was fully confident that she could severely injure Fang Sui and then successfully obtain Fang Sui's hunting mirror. However, the next moment, UK King was shocked to find that she was wrong. Fang Sui's eyes burst into a dark golden light, as if a scorching sun rose in his eyes, illuminating all directions. This light illuminated the darkness of the room, and also illuminated the moving trajectory of UK King's attack. Fang Sui looked solemn and punched out, miraculously blocking UK King's mysterious finger. The first collision between the two sides did not end there. At the moment when the fist and finger touched, Fang Sui's fist was filled with a black light. In the haze, it seemed that an incomplete fragment of the death curse was shot out from his fist and came into contact with UK King's fingertips. UK King also reacted quickly. When she found that her finger was successfully blocked by Fang Sui, one of her lotus feet immediately flew through the air, fluttering like a butterfly, silently attacking Fang Sui's lower abdomen. The move was insidious and vicious, and if it hit him, he would die. Bang, bang. UK King attacked both upper and lower at the same time, but unfortunately not only was the upper finger blocked by Fang Sui's fist containing a spell, but her kick was also blocked by Fang Sui's knee, which was surrounded by black light and as thick as a mountain. The armor suddenly cracked, but Fang Sui himself was unharmed. What surprised UK King was that at the moment when her fingertips touched Fang Sui, a very insidious spell containing death waves penetrated into her body along her fingertips. Although she quickly dissipated it with her powerful strength that was one level higher than Fang Sui, her body slowed down after all. Fang Sui took this opportunity and used the force of the collision to accelerate his retreat. He easily broke through one side of the building's outer wall and disappeared into the darkness outside. UK King would never give up. She smiled and said, "You didn't bring what they wanted. Where are you going to run?" While speaking, she had already dissolved the death curse that had invaded her body and then rushed out. The two of them left the house that had suffered an unexpected disaster one after another and started a new round of chase in the dark night. At this time, the owner of the house who was originally sleeping in the house was suddenly awakened from his sleep because of the loud noise of soil and rocks falling to the ground caused by UK King breaking through the roof. This shows how fast the battle between Fang Sui and the other person was. The owner looked at the big hole in the top wall, wanting to cry but unable to, and was horrified. On the other side, UK King, who was chasing Fang Sui away, could not help but feel surprised. Fang Sui, with his first level strength, was able to grasp her changes in moves and block her two attacks at the same time, which was enough to surprise her. What's more, Fang Sui was able to leave without any injury. This man is so amazing. He can avoid the heavy and take the easy way out, even though he is one level lower than me. He not only used a spell power to block my finger, but also blocked my kick below, and took the opportunity to successfully retreat. Fang Sui's calmness and ability to cope with the situation in the previous battle also made UK King feel deeply impressed. Her thoughts turned, but her movements were urgent and fast as lightning. Unfortunately, she was only one breath later than Fang Sui to catch up. Under the deep night, Fang Sui had disappeared without a trace. UK King flashed and climbed onto the tallest building nearby, looking down from a high place, searching for Fang Sui's traces. At this time, several people from the Pantheon had already left the nearby area. There was only darkness and silence around them. Suddenly, UK King saw a figure quietly flashing in the shadows under a building in the distance. She recognized it as Fang Sui at a glance, and her eyes immediately brightened. She floated down like a ghost and chased after him at a faster speed. UK King, wearing a black tights, moved gracefully, tapped the ground with her toes, and quickly closed the distance between the two sides. Suddenly, Fang Sui in front of him jumped into a building, and then there was a fierce and intensive battle collision from the back. UK King was happy in her heart. Tonight, in addition to her, there were other people who came to stop Fang Sui. She also had a vague feeling. At this time, it was obvious that another person in the dark appeared and was fighting with Fang Sui. UK King was slightly happy in her heart because this situation was undoubtedly the most advantageous for her. She could hide in the dark, watch Fang Sui and the blocker fight, and wait for an opportunity to act. After a breath of time, UK King was not far from the place where the two sides were fighting fiercely. Suddenly, she heard a deep shout from the front. Fang Sui, where are you running to? The next moment, UK King saw Fang Sui jumping out from behind the building in front of her, his piercing eyes looking at her, and a sunny smile on his angular face. Fang Sui raised his hand in front of UK King, and then threw something in his hand behind him. King saw at a glance that the thing Fang Sui threw behind him was the hunting mirror she had always dreamed of. After being thrown by Fang Sui, the mirror was flying towards a figure chasing after him. King, I threw the mirror away. You fight with Lai Yan behind me. Fang Sui's voice with a smile sounded, and after throwing the mirror, his body did not stop, slightly changed direction, and went away to one side. King's purpose of attacking Fang Sui was for the hunting mirror. The mirror thrown by Fang Sui was full of ancient meaning and strange power. She could tell at a glance that it was definitely a genuine product, not a trick played by Fang Sui. At this moment, there was no time for her to hesitate. King quickly floated up and chased after the mirror thrown by Fang Sui. The black shadow that appeared behind Fang Sui was Lai Yan, who had a narrow face and cold eyes. He did not know the specific value of the hunting realm as clearly as King, but when he saw Fang Sui throwing out the mirror, King immediately abandoned Fang Sui and chased after the mirror with all his strength. He knew it must be a treasure, so he also reached out to grab it. Lai Yan was a little closer to the mirror and got it first. He caught the mirror with a ball of illusory breath. Seeing that there was no danger, he held the mirror in his hand, but before he could put the mirror away, King came in an instant, shouted delicately, and attacked Lai Yan intensively like rain. Lai Yan and King, both of them were second level, with equal combat power, but King's attack was fierce and let go, while Lai Yan held the mirror with one hand, which was much more inconvenient. After a few moves, he was inevitably at a disadvantage and the situation was dangerous. When King attacked again, Lai Yan had no choice but to throw the mirror in his hand high up and fight with all his strength with both hands. King wanted to chase the mirror, but it was Lai Yan's turn to launch an offensive, and he attacked like a raging wave. King could only temporarily stop the idea of chasing the mirror, collect his mind, and fight with Lai Yan. For a while, the two of them were inseparable. In the dark night, only two figures could be seen rising and falling, like two streams of light and lightning, fighting and intertwining in the air, and the dense collision sound was like a group of horses trampling on the ground, continuous. Suddenly, the two of them realized that something was wrong, and they stopped and stepped back at the same time, looking up into the air, but they sensed at the same time that the mirror that Lai Yan had thrown up before had not fallen down for a long time, and there was no sound after throwing it into the air. Under the gaze of the two, they saw that the mirror flew out obliquely from the air and changed direction like a living creature with spirituality and flew to the top of a building in the distance like a bird. Then a black cat actually walked out of the mirror, holding the mirror with its head, and ran in the air like a juggler, finally landing on the shoulder of a young man on the top of the building. The black cat looked at Lai Yan and King from a distance with disdain, muttering, "Two idiots." Happy reading. Chapter 202. What is elusive? Subscribe. The black cat was undoubtedly Buster. Fang Sui had hidden it in the space inside the mirror long before throwing it out, waiting for an opportunity. At this moment, Fang Sui had achieved his predetermined goal. He not only led out two dominant opponents one after another and found out who was hiding in the dark to ambush him, but also successfully caused King and Lai Yan to fight, and he escaped calmly. Buster got the chance, so there was no need to hide anymore. He took the mirror and returned to Fang Sui, who had left earlier and was hiding on the side watching the battle. At this time, Fang Sui was standing on the top of a building far away, looking down at King and Lai Yan, who had a sullen face, and then looked up at the starry sky and sighed mockingly, "A good night, you people have ruined it." Then he said, "The so-called gentleman is open and honest, while the villain is always worried. Fang Sui is not a gentleman, but there are indeed many villains tonight." While speaking, he glanced in another direction, suddenly jumped off the building, and flew away with a long laugh. This time he really left, without stopping, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The direction he chose to leave was not the direction of returning to the rock universe, but the opposite direction, which was obviously unexpected again. The next moment, the reason why Fang Sui chose to take a detour became apparent. In the direction leading to the rock universe, in the shadow under a building, where Fang Sui had glanced before leaving, a figure dressed in white and with a cold face slowly walked out. It was Yun Xianji. It turned out that the people who blocked Fang Sui tonight, in addition to the Temple of the Gods in the light, UK King and Lai Yan in the dark, there was also Yan Xianji who was lurking like a poisonous snake. Even Fang Sui didn't realize that Yan Xianji was also spying nearby at first. It was not until the moment before leaving that he suddenly had a warning in his heart. His thoughts became clear, and he sensed the existence of Yan Xianji. Because the place where Fang Sui left was quite far away from the place where UK King and Lai Yan were fighting, and Yan Xianji was hundreds of feet away, so when he left this time, people in the light or in the dark could only watch helplessly, knowing that it would be useless to chase him. After a while, Lai Yan flashed out from where Yan Xianji was standing, with a gloomy face, showing that he was full of indignation that Fang Sui had easily escaped, even though he had personally taken action. Yan Xianji's face was normal, but he was a little surprised that Fang Sui discovered his presence at the last moment. He groaned and said, "Where's UK King?" Lai Yan said, "She sensed your presence and was afraid that we would join forces to deal with her, so she ran away like Fang Sui. Humph. If it weren't for those idiots in the Temple of the Gods who did something bad tonight and alerted Fang Sui in advance, the two of us could have taken his life." Yan Xianji said in a deep voice, "It hasn't been long since we last met, and Fang Sui has broken through to the late first level. It's okay that his cultivation progresses fast, but the key is that his combat power has increased amazingly. He can fight against you and second level figures like UK King, and he is only at a disadvantage, but there is no sign of defeat. This is already a subtle trend of fighting across levels. If we let him grow, the disaster will be great." Lai Yan also frowned, but he didn't care too much. A grim smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Fight across levels? You overestimate him. If I fight him to the death, I'm sure I can kill him." Then he changed the subject, with a malicious smile on his face, and said in a low voice, "UK King is really wonderful. Such a charming woman is rare. Her appearance is only second to Jiao, a rare woman in the world. I can see her with the art of observing women, and I can be sure that this woman is great. Do you know UK King's specific background? If you can get her, it will be a beautiful thing in the world." Yan Xianji's handsome face, a trace of sarcasm passed through imperceptibly. Lai Yan's bad reputation for lust is well known, only from the fact that when he went to the Knight's Hall to find an opportunity to cause trouble, he was accompanied by two beautiful women on both sides. It can be known that Lai Yan is a man who loves women. His most proud specialty is his ability to control women. When he first met Jiao, he wanted to get to know her eagerly, which was also due to his personality. However, Jiao had a temperament that transcended the mundane world, which firmly suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart and made him dare not move. At this time, Lai Yan returned to his old ways and fought with UK King. He actually wanted to kill her. Yan Xianji looked at Lai Yan expressionlessly and reminded him, "You'd better be quiet. I don't know UK King's background, but she is definitely not an ordinary person." Lai Yan's eyes flickered, and he pursed his lips. It seems that he didn't take Yan Xianji's words to heart. After Fang Sui left, it didn't take long for him to blend into a busy street. Then he slowed down and walked leisurely towards the direction of the Rock Universe. This is the Universal Divine City. Unlike the Purple Ring City, many major forces are intertwined here. Although UK King and Lai Yan are bold and reckless, they will never chase them to the downtown area to continue fighting. Fang Sui expected that the pursuers must have scattered by now, so he walked along the densely populated area. It didn't take long for him to return to the Rock Universe. Sure enough, the road was safe and nothing happened. Although he was resourceful and escaped all the pursuers without any damage tonight, he was not happy at all. He was always worried about Jiao, who had gone to the chaotic time and space, the contemporary ruler who challenged the power of the mothers. This matter really made people feel uneasy. Although Jiao was gone, her small building in the Rock Universe was still preserved. Fang Sui walked towards the direction of the small building without realizing it. The stars on the dome were like chess pieces, interweaving and flickering. The bright moon that had previously hidden behind the clouds reappeared its fairy face, and the moonlight was like water, reflecting the vast earth unchanged for eternity. Even in the deep night under the starlight and moonlight, people can still be seen occasionally in the rock universe. Fang Sui walked towards Yao's small building behind him, and the road gradually became deserted and quiet. He was a little bored, so he talked to Buster through telepathy. As he walked forward, he suddenly heard a low voice coming from the deep bushes on both sides of the road. Fang Sui didn't pay much attention at first, but when one of the voices came into his ears, he felt familiar with it. He couldn't help but be moved. He paid more attention, and the voice immediately became clear. Point Yi, why don't you listen to me? What you should do most is not to practice hard, but to focus on making friends. You look good, and there are many men with noble family backgrounds in this Panchi universe. The voice turned out to be that Yao Xian's Hao. When Yao Xian's Hao was taking the assessment, he sold Fang Sui's position to Bifu and others in exchange for a life scroll. This happened before Fang Sui declared war on Bifu with a whistle, so Fang Sui didn't know about it. If he knew, he would have killed Yao Xian's Hao at that time. But since he didn't know, it was over. According to Fang Sui's personality, he would not take such a person seriously. It has nothing to do with his background, but this person's character is despicable and almost twisted. It is really not worth it for people to look at him more and lower their status for nothing. Hearing Yao Xian's Hao's voice at this time, Fang Sui sneered secretly. This Yao Xian's Hao is just short of telling his sister to seduce some nobleman so that he can rise to prominence and become worth 100 times more. Well, people like him are rare. The voice of Yao Xian's Hao's sister Yao Yi was heard for the first time, and she retorted, "Don't talk about me first. Brother, you went out so late. Don't think I don't know what you are doing. Are you selling information to the people in the Temple of the Gods in exchange for energy crystals? You are trying so hard to make a living, you might as well use your mind on cultivation." Yao Xian's Hao snorted and said, "What's wrong with me selling some information to the people in the Temple of the Gods? If I don't work harder, we are from a poor family and will not be taken seriously. When will we be able to make a name for ourselves?" He added, like Fang Sui, apart from having better talent than us, what other abilities does he have? He killed Bifu and was hailed as one of the strongest first level masters in our rock universe. He was trained intensively and received much better training resources than us. I don't believe he didn't scheme for personal gain. Otherwise, how could he have achieved what he has now? If I had his qualifications, I would probably be a second level master now. After a slight pause, he said, "I won't hide it from you. I went out because the people from the Temple of the Gods paid me energy crystals to let me keep an eye on Fang Sui's whereabouts. I saw him go out from afar today, so I went to tell the people from the Temple of the Gods. Fang Sui might be dead now." Fang Sui laughed in silence. Not only did he become a negative example for Yao Xian's Hao to educate his sister, but it turned out that the sniper from the Temple of the Gods knew that he was out, and it was this guy who told them. Fang Sui had some murderous intentions at this moment. He slowly stopped and thought again. This guy sold his whereabouts to the people in the Temple of the Gods. It might be useful to keep him. After thinking about it, Fang Sui closed his eyes and walked forward again. Buster lay on his shoulder, but refused to do it. He said, "This guy's really annoying. Just let him go." Fang Sui said leisurely, "There will always be opportunities for such people in the future." Buster's cat eyes flashed, and he said coldly, "Then go back. This god cat will find him for some fun." Buster, don't eat human heads. Don't let him know it's you. I said it might be useful to keep it," Fang Sui reminded. "I won't eat this kind of human head. I don't eat all heads, okay," Buster said proudly, and his figure disappeared from Fang Sui's shoulder. Not long after, Yao Xian's Hao's terrified shouts were heard from the bushes in the distance. "What is elusive?" The screams suddenly became shrill. Fang Sui curled his lips. Buster was having a lot of fun. The next day, a strange news spread inside the rock universe. A first level cultivator named Yao Xian's Hao was attacked by an unknown alien in the middle of the night. He had a terrible experience and his face was covered with scars. He could not see his original appearance at all. The scars on his face really looked like they were scratched by some animal. The days passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, Yao had been gone for a few months. During this time, Fang Sui concentrated on practicing and put aside all distractions. His realm in the late first stage quickly stabilized, and the power in his body became increasingly powerful. Outside the southern area of the Five Directions domain, there was an endless white fog sea that seemed to fill the entire universe. In this fog sea, nothing could be seen, the spatial order was chaotic, and there were many places where death storms were scattered. Since ancient times, this place has been recognized by the Five Directions domain as one of the most dangerous and strange places in the universe. This is a chaotic and confusing time and space. At this time, at the edge of the chaotic time and space, a woman holding an ancient sword appeared. Her beautiful face showed no joy or sadness, and she walked calmly into the sea of fog. Happy reading. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Time and Space Magic Cave. Subscribe. The woman was wearing a flawless white dress, with a graceful figure and a face that could not be matched by the world. She was Jiao, who had come to the chaotic space-time. She unfolded her magical power to measure the world, and every step she took was to walk an incalculable distance in the chaotic space-time. Logically speaking, the chaotic space-time was filled with fog, and no matter how strong one's eyesight was, one could not see very far. In addition, the space was disordered and dangerous everywhere. It was indeed worthy of the name of the dangerous place in the universe. Except for the shadow creatures whose racial talents were different from those of humans, only people from the mother forces could master the laws of space here and enter and exit freely. However, all these dangers did not have any effect on Jiao. She moved forward in the chaotic space-time, guided by a spiritual power that was extremely quiet and spiritual, and consistent with the supreme power of Taoism. No matter how the space-time was reversed and confused, it could not harm her. A few days later, Jiao had entered the depths of the chaotic space-time. Suddenly, the sea of fog in front of her rolled and split, and the scene in front of Jiao changed. In the endless fog, two ancient stars like bright moons suddenly appeared, hanging there, shining brightly, rotating around a huge black hole. The black hole was immeasurable and bottomless. Faintly, in the deepest and farthest distance of the black hole, there seemed to be a majestic and vast dark star that carried the world of the heavens, spewing out the illusory and dark regular breath. On that ancient star, there were continuous buildings, palaces lined up one after another, and endless mansions. This black hole with two magic moons hanging outside and dark stars inside appeared in the depths of chaotic time and space, full of a fascinating visual impact, and the scene was weird. Between the black hole and the chaotic white fog, it was as if a huge mouth that swallowed everything had opened in the vast universe. In fact, the dark star deep in the black hole was the base camp of the shadow creatures that brought disaster to billions of lives. This black hole is called the magic hole of time and space. It is also the secret place where the core figures of each generation of the mother forces sleep and wait for their souls to awaken. At this time, Jiao stood outside the black hole, the ancient sword in his hand vibrated, and a ray of sword light emerged. Suddenly, this ray of sword light shone brightly, and it was as majestic as a clear galaxy, and like a bridge between heaven and earth, it instantly penetrated time and space, and penetrated into the depths of the black hole of time and space with the vertical and horizontal momentum, directly piercing the huge dark star inside. Jiao's eyes sparkled, and the voice in her mouth was as cold and pleasant as usual, and it was sent far into the black hole. Jiao, the immortal land, came as promised. In the chaotic time and space, there was only a raging storm of destruction and a thick fog covering the sky. There was no day or night, and no change of seasons, but the ancient source star was gradually getting colder at this time. Seeing that it was late autumn, the cold winter was not far away. An autumn rain fell, and the temperature on the ancient source star dropped suddenly. Of course, a slight change in temperature has little effect on a cultivator. Early in the morning, Fang Sui walked out of his residence. The autumn rain was still falling. The sky was a little cloudy, but there was a kind of purity that was not usually there. Fang Sui thought it would be nice to walk in the rain, and he could see the rain falling on his head and face. As he was walking, he heard footsteps coming from far behind him. It was Moro Tuo and Fenruai who caught up with him. Fang Sui glanced at him inquiringly. Fenruai, who was tall and dressed in a gorgeous robe, lowered his voice and said, "You ask me to investigate the matter of Suolish. There is news." Fang Sui then remembered that when he found that the sinister young man Suolish was always hostile to him, so he gave Fenruai and Moro Tuo the opportunity to pay attention to Suolish's background. The reason why Fenruai and Moro Tuo paid more attention was mainly because these two guys also had some power behind them, which made it very convenient to do things. In fact, most of the first level group practitioners who can enter the large scale forces such as the Zushan Civilization Hunting Alliance are people with good origins and extraordinary backgrounds. On the contrary, there are relatively few ordinary people like Fang Sui who seem to have come out of nowhere. Moro Tuo was born in the ancient Source Star. His family mainly sells various mineral resources. He has some connections with many life source stars and large and small forces, and is well informed. Fenruai is from the western region. His family once produced an extremely powerful god in ancient times. It is an ancient family of gods with a long heritage, and the power in his hands is naturally not small. It is precisely because these two guys have their own people, and it is convenient to do things. Therefore, after Fang Sui had a slight idea that day, he told them that he would have a chance to investigate Suolish's origin. At this time, when he heard Fenruai say that he had news, Fang Sui nodded and said, "Then tell me, what is special about Suolish?" Fenruai, with a shiny bald head, is actually quite handsome, full of tall and sunny masculinity. He said, "After my investigation, I didn't find anything special about Suolish. He was born in a royal family in the southern region. His father was a royal noble. His family was good, but not amazing. Suolish was the only son in the family. His uncle was the commander-in-chief of the country. There was nothing else worth noting." Moro Tuo on the side continued, "The information I found out was roughly the same. According to Suolish's origin, you should have had no chance to come into contact with him. There are only two possibilities for Suolish to be hostile to you. One is that this guy has a weird personality, so he wants to trouble you for no reason. There are such people. Another possibility is that there is a hidden secret that cannot be seen on the surface." Fenru rolled his eyes and said with a snort, "Isn't this simple? Let's find an opportunity to try Suolish." Fang Sui hummed. Soon after, the three of them entered the Dharma teaching hall where people came every day to listen to the strong impart various knowledge. The hall was as lively as usual, and many people were talking about many things that happened in various places in the Five Directions heavenly region in recent times. Recently, shadow creatures have frequently attacked the major life source stars. Some ancient dynasties in the southern region have fallen, and countless lives have been lost. The war is in full swing. I heard that most of the most outstanding masters of the young generation in the major regions have gone to the southern region to fight and to train themselves in the battle between life and death. I really wish I could grow up quickly and join the war in the southern region, or be a quiet idler and explore the secrets of the universe." The hall was mostly filled with similar news, and there was an endless stream of discussions. After a while, a strong man who was giving a dharma came in and began to explain and demonstrate the knowledge to be imparted today. After the dharma teaching was over, Fang Sui was about to return to his residence, but Moro Tuo and Fenruai caught up with him again. Fang Sui asked curiously, "Why are you chasing me? Is there something else?" Fenruai and Moro Tuo asked at the same time, "It seems that you have nothing to do all day except practicing. Aren't you bored?" Fang Sui said dumbly, "Just tell me what you want to do." Moro Tuo and Fenruai winked and said, "We are going to Yangxiao Palace tonight to have some fun. Do you want to go?" Yangxiao Palace is the most famous place in Huanai Shenzhen. It is known as the Land of Immortals. It is said that there are many kinds of fun things in it. Fang Sui has never been there and is not very interested in similar places. He casually replied, "Let's talk about it tonight." After saying that, he waved his hand and walked away in a blink of an eye. When he returned to his residence, he sat cross-legged to warm up the strength in his body for a while, and then opened his eyes. The night had already fallen hazily. Fang Sui had forgotten about going to Yangxiu Palace. After thinking about it, he was ready to go to the classics hall again. But before he could get up and go out, there was a knock on the door. It was the followers sent by Fenruai and Moro Tuo, asking Fang Sui if he had time. The two invited him to meet at Yangxiu Palace in the Universal City. According to Fang Sui's understanding, the so-called Yangxiu Palace was just an entertainment venue, but it was a fusion of the styles of thousands of races in the 5 directions. It was large in scale and full of interesting things. In fact, there were quite a few people who were spying on Fang Sui at this time. If he was considering safety, he really shouldn't go out. But Fang Sui thought he couldn't be scared to go out just because he might encounter danger, so he finally followed the follower. It was a time when the lights were just coming on in the Universal City. Thousands of lights flickered and swayed, facing the stars in the sky, magnificent and dazzling. The long street next to the Yangxiu Palace was very prosperous, paved with bluestone, filled with ancient style, and the buildings on both sides were uneven and staggered. In the night when the continuous autumn rain stopped and fell, the scene on the street reminded Fang Sui of the colorful ancient city in the Jiangnan water town washed by time. Yangxiu Palace is a huge building complex, which is subdivided into several independent halls such as Dubao, Guangxing, Dongshan, and Fudi. They operate entertainment projects for countless races in the 5 regions, and there are countless fun and novel things. Fang Sui walked into the magnificent main gate of Yangxiu Palace and saw the main hall in front of him from a distance. It was paved with glazed golden tiles, with golden light flowing, corners and eaves, and it was majestic, like the palace of the gods, magnificent and awe-inspiring. Fang Sui was amazed. This place is a leisurely place for fun, but it is such a layout that makes people a little surprised. He walked towards the main hall, which was 9 feet high and wide, and heard the graceful music in it from afar, as if it came from the fairyland, sometimes smooth and agile, sometimes gentle and low, making people forget their worries. The music master who performed in the hall had superb skills, and it was obvious that he had reached the level of perfection. When he walked to the main entrance of the main hall of Yangxiu Palace and looked inside, he was immediately surprised by what he saw. In the black hole, there was a calm and no response for a long time. Jiao was not in a hurry and stood in the sea of fog with her long skirt fluttering, waiting. After a while, there was a sudden change on the dark ancient star deep in the black hole. Suddenly, a magic fog rolled out and transformed into a dark dragon, so huge that it was difficult to see the head and tail. The black dragon rolled and forced back the sword river that Jiao had rushed out and poured into the black hole. The sword light flashed, retracted to Jiao's side, and turned into a sword light again, only 3 feet long, coiled and wandered, as strong as a dragon and as smart as a phoenix. In a moment, the magic fog black dragon in the depths of the black hole came with a fierce momentum, chased out, and forced Jiao in front of him out of thin air, with ferocious power and unparalleled magic power. A pair of huge dragon eyes, like the sun and the moon, flashed with ruthless light. At the moment, when the black dragon approached, Jiao stretched out her slender and crystal clear hand, using her finger as a sword. A wisp of chaotic energy, containing the mystery of the Great Way, was pointed at the forehead of the demon dragon. Happy reading. Chapter 204, Faint Sensation, Subscription Request. Silently, Jiao's chaotic sword finger, slow and fast, heavy and light, with an indescribable aura, touched the head of the demon dragon. After this finger, there was no sound or movement, but the majestic dark dragon could no longer take shape, and its body dissipated and turned into a thick black mist again. The next moment, the black mist gave rise to a time and space magic door, which opened, and an illusory and vague figure walked out of it. This figure was like a god or a demon. He stood there motionless, but it gave people the feeling that he was changing in 1,000 ways. For a moment, he was as majestic as a majestic peak in front of him, unattainable and overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, he made people feel that he was hazy and unreal, almost not real, and empty like a ghost. This figure kept alternating between reality and illusion, as if he was constantly explaining a mysterious aura that was far beyond the understanding of ordinary people. The demon shadow's eyes were breathing out 2 rays of magic light, and he looked at Gao intently, and he spoke in a low magic voice. Those who enter the immortal land are indeed extraordinary. I breathe in and out my breath, and I turn into a magic dragon. There are only a few people in the world who can make it collapse. The demon shadow spoke in an extremely conceited tone, and the content he revealed was even more shocking. It turned out that the shocking magic dragon was actually transformed from a wisp of air he breathed in and out. What an amazing magical power this must be. He paused for a moment and then continued. You, the immortal land, have used the power of heaven to deduce and calculate the awakening time of each generation of the rulers of the mother forces. You always take the initiative and come to challenge the strong men of the mother forces at the critical moment when they have just regained their reincarnation memories, hurting their roots and preventing them from being born, thereby maintaining the peace of all living beings and protecting them from harm. He added, it's a pity that you came to the wrong place this time. I can tell you that we started to make arrangements several generations ago, using this space-time black hole as the axis, disrupting a kind of order in the dark, which has accumulated to this generation. Even your supreme calculation method of the immortal land will make mistakes. So the timing of your coming is totally wrong. There is no strong man from the mother forces here who will go to war with you according to the ancient agreement. Only I'm waiting for you. Gao listened calmly, neither speaking nor being moved by the words of Moang. He continued, in the near future, the strong men of the mother forces will recall the memories of their past lives and truly awaken one by one. The voice of this demon shadow contained a supreme magic power. As soon as his voice came out, the surrounding time and space were shattered, and the rules of heaven and earth were reversed. This was truly a word that followed the law, and his power was shocking. This demon shadow was the king of the Shadow Clan, the Shadow Demon Commander. As soon as he finished speaking, his illusory body, which had always been hazy and blurred, suddenly became clear and solid, turning into the appearance of a middle-aged human man, wearing a black robe, standing several feet in front of Gao, looking at her with strange eyes. The middle-aged man transformed by the demon commander had a handsome and flawless appearance, black hair and white skin, full of enchanting charm. If a person with a weaker mind just looked at him, his soul might be lost, and he would become his slave. Such a strange power has reached a level far beyond the understanding of ordinary people. The demon commander suddenly had a wicked smile on his face. He stared at Gao, whose face was as clear as the sun in the sky, and made people dare not look at her face. He looked at her very carefully, and after a moment, he said, you should know that, if the strong men of the mother forces wake up one by one, and cooperate with my Shadow Clan, how many creatures in this entire universe will be enslaved and die miserably. Gao's long skirt and waterfall-like black hair danced lightly in the wind. Her face was calm, her eyes were crystal clear, and a bit of thoughtful wisdom flashed from time to time. She still didn't say anything at this moment. The demon marshal's eyes became brighter, as if a dark sun was about to come out of his eyes, and he fixed Gao with his eyes fixed. He said in a charming and pleasant voice, I can give you a chance. Do you want to seize it? Gao said indifferently, let me hear it, Demon Marshal. The demon marshal said abruptly, if you become my demon concubine and submit to me, not only can you avoid death, but I can also promise you that before the strong men of the mother's forces awaken, I will restrain my subordinates and temporarily not leave the chaotic time and space. In this way, this universe will have one last chance to breathe, and you can complete the mission entrusted by the sect, and save the billions of people in this vast universe. Gao responded easily, is the Demon King finished talking? Since you have used means to disrupt time and space, it means that I cannot challenge the ruler of the contemporary mothers this time. She let out a sigh of relief, and she didn't know what she was thinking of. She smiled faintly and said beyond the demon marshal's expectation, although it's a bit unexpected, it seems to be a good idea. In this way, we can put aside the battle between our immortal land and the mother forces, which means I have nothing to do for the time being. As for what the demon marshal said about me becoming a demon concubine and saving billions of people, Gao is just a little girl, and I can't bear such a big responsibility to save billions of people, and I don't have the heart to do it. The demon marshal can find someone else. Gao is leaving. The demon marshal's handsome and evil, cold-faced like a sculpture, for the first time flashed a trace of surprise, and then sneered. You are standing in front of the black hole of time and space, facing me, the demon marshal, with your 5th level cultivation. How can you leave? Gao said calmly. The demon marshal can try to stop Gao. As soon as the voice fell, she moved and retreated in the air. Her retreat seemed to transcend the rules. She didn't retreat at all. It was like walking on the nodes of time and space, so that her figure appeared and disappeared. Her long skirt fluttered, and every time she flashed, she was thousands of miles away, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The demon marshal laughed wildly. So you rely on your 5th order body to transcend your mind, to the point of emptiness and tranquility, which may not be achieved by 7th order cultivators, and to touch the level of rules. But how can you rely on these little tricks to escape from my demon marshal's hand? Suddenly, the demon marshal did not move, but stretched out his hand and gently lifted it, and a black gas gushed out, showing a terrifying power that enveloped thousands of miles of time and space. At this moment, the surrounding thousands of miles turned into darkness, and Gao, along with the spiritual sword light that always coiled around her, was swept into it. The Universal Divine City. Yangxiao Palace. When Fang Sui walked in, he was surprised by the layout of the main hall of Yangxiao Palace. This place is completely unlike the scene that should be in the human world. The entire main hall is like the fairy palace, where the Yaochi Peach banquet is held in the legend. The ground is filled with thin white mist, and the sky is hung with rainbow-like divine light, like a dream. The most wonderful thing is that there is a spiritual spring flowing on the ground in the palace, winding into a crystal stream. There is an ancient jade bridge on the stream, which is beautifully carved and extremely skillful, and it is a masterpiece of nature. The entire main hall of Yangxiao Palace is thousands of feet wide, and there are many tables and chairs inside, all of which are jade tables inlaid with gold, luxurious but not a bit vulgar. Everything in this hall, set off by the curling mist on the ground, is like a fairyland on earth. No wonder it is called Yangxiao Palace. It really doesn't look like a place on earth, but also like a fairyland. It is similar to the scene in the Heavenly Palace, when the Jade Emperor summoned all the immortals in ordinary people's imagination. In the center of this hall, there is a spiritual stream surrounded by a wide open space of hundreds of feet. There are beautiful women who are familiar with the skills of hundreds of ethnic groups. Under the spiritual music, played by the master of music, they dance with dance skills that are rare in the world, which is unforgettable and full of reverie. The scene in Yangxiao Palace is really amazing, and people forget everything in the world. Fang Sui walked in from outside, and saw Fan Ruai and others sitting in front of a jade table, fascinated by the performance in the center of the hall, constantly clapping and cheering. In a blink of an eye, these guys also saw Fang Sui, and immediately stood up to greet him, and welcome him over. The seats where they were sitting were quite large, with seats in front and back, and everyone was sitting around the seats scattered around. After Fang Sui came over and looked around, in addition to Fen Ruai and Moro Tuo, there were several other familiar faces, all of whom were practitioners in the same group in the rock universe. Among them, there were two women who attracted the most attention. They were the most eye-catching women in the group except Wuling. Unexpectedly, they were also having fun here with Fen Ruai and others. These two women, one was called Freya, and the other was called Wanking. Both of them were born with beautiful faces. Freya had a hot figure, a long golden and soft hair, beautiful and moving, and bright eyes. She was really a rare beauty. Wanking was born in an ancient family in the Eastern Immortal Domain. She was relatively petite, but her temperament was graceful and reserved, like a beautiful woman pulled out of a painting, which was particularly attractive. This group of men and women stayed together, and the atmosphere was warm. When they saw Fang Sui coming, they all made way for him to sit down. At this time, in the center of the hall, the beautiful women of various races who were singing and dancing in groups retreated, and the music became light and soothing. Fen Ruai leaned over and said to Fang Sui excitedly, "You don't know. The next program here is to appreciate and watch strange objects. There are strange objects from all over the vast universe. If someone can guess the origin of the strange object, it will be given to the guesser for free, but there is also a rule. That is, if you guess wrong, you have to pay a lot of money to buy the wrong thing, even if that thing is worthless. The process is very interesting. Fang Sui nodded. This is a bit of a gamble, and it is indeed novel. Moro Camel also turned around and said, "Hey, Fang Sui, those people sitting over there are from the ancient clan family, and they seem to be hostile to you." Fang Sui knew who the hostile people Moro Camel was talking about without even looking. When he came in, he glanced at the Yunxiao Palace and saw Yun Xiangxin sitting with some people in a seat in the palace, chatting and laughing happily. At this time, it was Yun Xiangxin who noticed Fang Sui coming in and looked at him from a distance. Fang Sui said, "Don't pay attention to her, let's play our own games." In fact, with his personality, he never took Yun Xiangxin seriously. A spoiled lady like Yun Xiangxin could only think of some tricks at most, and she couldn't make a big wave. She was just doing some small things. At this time, Fen Ruai stretched out his big head again and said, "We don't want to provoke them, but they may not provoke us. Look, someone is coming over from their seat." After Fen Ruai finished speaking, Fang Sui did not turn around to look. For some reason, at this moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of panic in his heart. He was secretly horrified, and with his spiritual power, he developed an indescribable retrospective feeling in the dark, and vaguely felt that the source of this palpitation came from Jiao, who was infinitely far away. She seemed to be experiencing some kind of danger. "I'm working hard, and I will try to get another chapter out for you at 2 or 3 in the morning, and add an update. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival." Chapter 205, Mengai and Inkong. Added update. Everyone has a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chaos confuses time and space. The black gas emitted by the demon marshal enveloped the world and imprisoned Jiao. In the end, this ball of black gas turned into a dark chaos egg, slowly sinking into the time and space magic hole. The middle-aged man transformed by the demon marshal stood with his hands behind his back. The magic egg I formed has an independent order inside, which can change and influence a person's character. When this chaotic magic egg matures, it will automatically split. At that time, you will no longer be Jiao in the immortal land, but my demon concubine. After the demon marshal finished speaking, he opened his mouth and swallowed, and the black gas turned into a chain of order, which wrapped and bound the dark magic egg layer by layer, dragging it into the depths of the time and space black hole. After Jiao was wrapped in it, she was lifeless, and she saw that the magic egg had fallen to the edge of the time and space magic hole. Once you really enter the time and space magic hole, everything will end, and Jiao will never be able to escape the grasp of the demon marshal. Her fate seems to have been determined. However, things in this world often change amazingly at the most critical moment. This time was no exception. When the magic egg wrapped Jiao and was about to sink into the black hole of time and space, suddenly, a beam of light rushed out of the magic egg, which was so sharp that it actually cut a crack in the magic egg from the inside out. At the same time, a gentle sound was heard. This sound was like a thought-provoking spiritual bell, ringing after endless years of silence, carrying a long ancient meaning and a murderous aura. It was the sound of this sound that made the unimaginably powerful demon marshal change his color for the first time, and said in a deep voice, "It turns out that your sword is a legendary treasure of the immortal land that no one has been able to awaken for a long time, the Mingayan sword. You actually hold the Mingayan sword, and I can't let you leave." The next moment, Jiao's voice came out from the magic egg, saying coldly, "Demon Marshal, you underestimate my immortal land too much. If I didn't have the confidence to protect myself, how could I come here, Ashley?" Following the sound, Jiao stepped out of the crack in the magic egg without any damage. The ancient sword in her hand had been truly unsheathed, no longer a ray of sword light. The sword looked ancient and ordinary, emitting a bronze light, hanging above Jiao's head. Her long skirt fluttered as she walked out of the chaotic time and space again. Just as the demon marshal once again transformed into a monstrous demonic energy and rolled towards Jiao, the sword suddenly vibrated and was held in Jiao's hand. A ray of sword light was like thunder and lightning, dazzling and brilliant, and it flashed through the approaching demonic energy. At the same time, another light sound came from the sword body. The sound was very light, but even the surrounding time and space seemed to be frozen by the sword chanting at this moment. For a moment, everything was in a state of stillness, and even time seemed to have stopped flowing for a short moment. Of course, it is impossible to tell whether time has really frozen, but including the demon marshal, it was really frozen by the sword chanting for a moment, and could not move. At this time, only Gao, who was holding the Mingayan ancient sword, moved as usual. She waved the sword in her hand lightly, as if she had broken through time and space, and completely disappeared in front of the demon marshal. The strange situation in this world that was frozen by the sword chant also returned to normal. Your fate is doomed. The woman I have chosen will eventually become my demon concubine. You will not be able to escape my pursuit. The demon marshal shouted in shock. There was an unprecedented anger in his voice, and it also contained an evil telepathic power, which ignored the distance, and caused a curse-like harm to Gao. Gao's pleasant voice came back from an unknown distance. The demon marshal's false threats are useless to me. The Spacetime Magic Cave is also called the Spacetime Magic Well. Under the current circumstances, the demon marshal must guard it, otherwise it may cause a spacetime disaster and swallow up and destroy your entire shadow clan. This means that you, the demon marshal, are currently trapped in the magic well, and it is difficult to get away. Why are you chasing Gao? What Gao said was a core secret of the Shadow Clan and the Spacetime Magic Cave. The Immortal Land also knows the secret of this level. The demon general was slightly surprised when he heard this, but he laughed immediately. In order to break the egg of darkness, you forced the sword of sound to come out of its sheath, which caused your vitality to be exhausted. Do you think I can't see it? I will activate the magic cave now, reverse the time and space, and block your way. I want to see how you can escape the pursuit of my demon generals. Gao did not respond. The huge, boundless, deep, and bottomless time and space magic cave slowly restored the eternal silence. Fang Sui tried to suppress the panic in his heart, and squinted his eyes slightly. At this time, as Fen Ruai said, the few people who walked towards this side from Yun Xiangxin's position had already arrived not far away. The leader was Yun Xiangxin's maid, and the others were also followers. These attendants were all young men and women. Although they were followers, they walked with their heads held high, and looked quite imposing. Arriving in front of the seats of Fang Sui and others, Yun Xiangxin's maid looked around with a lively look, then fixed on Fang Sui's face. Her mouth curled slightly, showing a trace of disdain, and was about to speak. Suddenly, Fang Sui did not wait for them to speak, and said to these servants first, if your master asked you to pass on a message, such as a challenge, you can go back and say that I'm not interested in accepting the challenge. If someone wants to fight, you can go back and say that I only fight with people to death, and see who still wants to fight with me. Of course, if there are people above the second level who want to fight with me, then you don't have to notify me again. I'm timid, and I admit that I can't beat the second level. Well, that's all. You can go back. Fang Sui's words were very frank, and he said them indifferently and calmly, but in addition to the frankness and calmness, there was a sense of heroism hidden, and a little bit of ferocity. After hearing this, Fen Ruai, Moro Tuo, Wan King, Freya and others around him cheered in unison. How could these servants be a match for Fang Sui? They came with a haughty attitude. Before they could even say anything, Fang Sui had already revealed the purpose of their visit. Yun Xiangxin's maid was dumbfounded for a moment, not knowing how to respond. After exchanging a glance with her other companions, her arrogance was greatly reduced. In desperation, she turned around and walked back. It was just that they came with a fierce momentum, but left with a bit of a humiliated taste. The people on Fang Sui's side laughed and talked about it. Wan King glanced at Fang Sui with her beautiful eyes, and smiled. Today I have finally seen how powerful you are, Fang Sui. Freya threw a coquettish eye at Fang Sui, and said in a sweet voice, Fang Sui, your words and reactions are really sharp. Among the crowd, only Moro Tuo looked at Fang Sui with dissatisfaction on his face, and said to Fen Ruai, I told him not to come, but you asked someone to invite him. This guy came and took away all the limelight. Who would still pay attention to us? Everyone laughed and scolded in unison. Only Fenruai looked a little solemn, leaning over to Fang Sui Zir and said, "The people over there with Yun Xiangxin are several famous masters from the East Fairy Hall and the Temple of the Gods. I'm afraid that things will not be so easy to resolve. They will not let it go." Fang Sui followed Fenruai's gaze and looked at the seat where Yun Xiangxin was. There were also many men and women in Yun Xiangxin's position, and the two young men caught Fang Sui's attention the most. One of them was bald like Fenruai, wearing a fiery red armor, sitting there like a burning flame, looking very eye-catching. The other man had a bronze complexion and a skinny body, giving people a sense of steel and iron, and a sharp aura. This man was like a sword that had been wielded out of its body, with its edge exposed. At first glance, one could tell that the skills he practiced must be related to the way of swordsmanship and killing, which made people particularly impressed after seeing him. Fenruai's voice sounded at the right time. The young man sitting there like a ball of fire is called Fenruhei. He is from the same clan as me, but we have always had a bad relationship because of the power struggle of the same clan. He is a few years older than me and has already broken into the second level. He is now a famous figure of the second level in the Temple of the Gods. He said. The other thin young man with a sharp momentum, like a sword out of its sheath, is the leader of the Eastern Immortal Temple. His name is Shabudu, and he is also a powerful figure of the second level. It is said that he has a fellow senior brother who once wanted to pursue Miss Jiao, but the result was naturally failure. You should be careful. This Shabudu may not only want to provoke you after being instigated by Yun Xiangxin, but also because you are close to Miss Jiao. Many people have some intentions to target you. Fang Sui didn't care at all. In such an occasion, it would be difficult to fight. At most, he would use some means to make the opponent suffer a loss and lose face. Fang Sui looked at Shabudu and Fenruhei from a distance. The two men were extraordinary, and they suddenly felt something, their eyes like cold lightning, looking back at him. Among them, Shabudu, who had a sharp momentum and a thin figure, had his eyes suddenly bright, and in a trance. There was an invisible sword energy, like a surging undercurrent, breaking through the air, and passing through a distance of dozens of feet. Without anyone around to feel it, it attacked Fang Sui silently. This sword energy is not a real thing, but an invisible force that breaks through the air. If Fang Sui can't bear it, he will not be injured physically, but mentally. In severe cases, he will suffer mental damage, as if a corner of his soul was cut off by this invisible sword energy. From then on, he will be in a daze all day, and his practice will gradually decline. Fang Sui didn't expect that Shabudu was so vicious. As soon as he made a move, he used such vicious means to launch an invisible attack on the spiritual level. In an instant, the divine earth in Fang Sui's body suddenly shook, and his ki was connected with the surrounding heaven and earth, entering a mysterious realm. If someone closed their eyes at this time, they would be surprised to find that Fang Sui seemed to have disappeared in their perception, and the place where he was could only make people feel a void. The invisible sword that Shabudu attacked with suddenly lost its target and disappeared without a ripple. This is not to say that Fang Sui's ability is so strong that he can disperse the attack of a second level master without the gods and ghosts noticing, but because his ki is connected to the heaven and earth, his mental power is in an invisible state of being integrated with the heaven and earth and indistinguishable from each other. Therefore, Shabudu's invisible sword energy, which is intended to hurt Fang Sui's mental power, is equivalent to hitting the empty space, and it is released out and turned around, and then he took it back. Shabudu himself, on the contrary, lost his target in the back and forth, and felt uncomfortable, because he used the wrong force. His face changed slightly, and he was a little surprised, but his eyes looked at Fang Sui more fiercely, his eyes flickered, and his face was unfriendly. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, eat more mooncakes. Chapter 206. A smile. Subscribe. Under such circumstances, it was naturally unlikely to start a war directly, but Shabudu stared at Fang Sui from a distance. His eyes were very sharp, and there was a hint of murderous intent in them. Fang Sui grinned, turned around, and without looking at him again, chatted and laughed with the people around him. He could still sense Shadwudu's gaze, staring at Fang Sui from a distance, like a cold knife, and it took a while for this feeling to disappear. At this time, Yun Xiangxin, who was sitting opposite, was giving new instructions to the maid who had just returned from Fang Sui, and was standing beside her. After that, Yun Xiangxi's maid was seen walking towards Fang Sui and others again. The atmosphere in other places in Yangxiao Palace was lively, and people of various tribes were chatting and laughing with each other, and no one noticed what happened between Fang Sui and Yun Xiangxin. After learning the lesson from the last time, the maidservant finally restrained herself. She blinked her eyes after approaching, and was no longer as arrogant as last time. She said in a delicate voice to Fang Sui, "My young lady said that most of our people are second level masters, and no one was prepared to fight to the death with a first level guy like you. What you said before was simply to inflate your status. You are shameless. We are too lazy to bother with you." Fang Sui did not look angry at all. He smiled and said, "Then go back and thank your young lady for me, and tell her that I'm very grateful for her magnanimity and for not bothering with me." Well, Yun Xiangxin asked you to come here, so of course she would not just say this. If you have anything else, just say it all. No matter how stupid the maidservant was, she knew that Fang Sui's words of thanking Yun Xiangxin were meant to be a mocking remark. However, the maidservant had come into contact with Fang Sui several times, and she did not know when she started to feel a certain degree of awe towards Fang Sui. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, she did not dare to refute him in the end. She just snorted and said, "My young lady also said that, if fighting doesn't work, there are other ways to compete. Yangxiao Palace is about to start an activity to appreciate rare treasures. We can compete to see who can show off their knowledge in their own treasures. See who can bring out a rare item that will amaze the other party. The loser must give the treasure to the other party for free. Treasure competition? This is a new thing. Fang Sui has never played it before. It must be said that Yun Xiangxin is still a little clever. Competing in the ability to appreciate rare items, or competing to see who has better treasures, that is, Morik. With Fang Sui's experience in the 5 directions domain, no matter what, he can't be a match for Yun Xiangxin, who comes from an ancient family of practitioners. Besides, Fang Sui has nothing. Even if he wants to fight, he really has nothing to show. After hearing what the maid said, Fang Sui pouted secretly and said to the maid frankly, "Go back and tell your young lady that I have nothing and no treasure to fight for." The maid pouted her lips, showing disdain, and her attitude became high again. She turned around and was about to go back, but at this time another voice suddenly interrupted and said, "Wait a minute, Fang Sui doesn't want to play with you, we will do it for him. Go back and tell your young lady, let's fight each other's knowledge of treasures." This was Fen Ruai, Moro Tuo, Wan King and others beside Fang Sui who whispered to discuss, interrupted and accepted the other party's challenge to fight treasures. In fact, although most of Yun Xiangxin's people came from a family of cultivators, the few people around Fang Sui were also rich men of extraordinary origin. Whether it was Fen Ruai, Moro Tuo, or Wang King, Freya, most of them were also from a family of cultivators, and everyone was worth a lot of money. The maid was somewhat afraid of Fang Sui, and was not polite to others. She looked coldly at Fen Ruai and others, and walked away with a look of contempt. After that, someone from Yangxiao Palace came forward to preside over the announcement, and the process of treasure appreciation, treasure gambling, treasure buying and selling officially began. This kind of new and interesting event is both entertaining and competitive, and it also integrates commercial transactions. In addition, it is held in the unique atmosphere of Yangxiao Palace. Fang Sui has never experienced it before, and he also feels novel, so he watched with great interest. Then, as expected, strange objects appeared frequently and were presented to the center of the palace for display. Some were large or small, some were strange or strange, some were ordinary or brilliant, which opened people's eyes. Many of the things that appeared on the field had extremely mysterious origins. Some came from the depths of the outer space, and some came from the deep sea of the ancient source star. For all these things, the value of most of them is difficult to estimate. They may be priceless treasures, or they may be worthless. It is this gambling nature that involves luck that makes the atmosphere on the field particularly warm. Some secret objects whose origins could not be seen would attract bids from many people as soon as they were presented, and the final transaction price was often jaw-dropping. As for the battle between Fen Ruai, Moro Tuo and others and Yun Xiangxin, Shawu and others on the opposite side, it was also interesting. In this Yunxiao Palace, gambling on treasures is a fixed project. Not only Yun Xiangxin and Fen Ruai, but also many other people participated in it, competing with each other for the quality of treasures. The battle between the two sides was very simple. Each side presented the strange objects they owned. First, they appraised the other side's objects and analyzed the origins of the objects presented by the other side. After that, the professionals of Yunxiao Palace were responsible for evaluating the objects of both sides and determining which one was more valuable and more strange. The losing side would give the treasure to the other side for free. After several rounds, both sides won and lost. It was actually quite refreshing to see the opponent lose and feel heartbroken. Time passed slowly. The battle of treasures between Fen Ruai and others, and Yun Xiangxin and his group ended in a draw. Fang Sui and his group left Yunxiao Palace. The deep dome remained unchanged, and it had been the same for thousands of years. The stars were hanging high in the sky, and the crescent moon was hanging. A narrow face that seemed stingy, but it emitted a divine light that illuminated the boundless earth and purified all living things. This is a miracle that only nature can create. In the moonlight, Fang Sui and Fen Ruai and others returned to the rock universe and separated. When Freya left, she flirted with Fang Sui. Her watery eyes were so tender that they seemed to be able to drip water. It seemed that Fang Sui only needed to hook his fingers and he would no longer be alone tonight. Unfortunately, he didn't hook his fingers. When he returned to his residence, Fang Sui began to sit cross-legged with his eyes closed, sinking his thoughts into his body. Since he was promoted to the late stage of the first stage, every time he entered into a state of tranquility, he could vaguely sense something that seemed to exist, but was not clearly described. It could be said that it was a barrier, but it was more like an untouchable door. Fang Sui knew that behind that door was a deeper world. When one day he could clearly touch the existence of that door, open it and walk in, it would be the time for another breakthrough in his life level, and it would also be the time for him to ascend to the second stage. The night was getting darker, and the watery moonlight shone in, forming strands of bright light in the room. Fang Sui sat cross-legged and did not move, his body suspended in the air, as if there was an invisible force between heaven and earth, holding him up. The scene was wonderful. The main purpose of his practice this time was not to nourish the power in his body, but to sink his consciousness into his body and concentrate on studying the spells on the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead was summoned by Fang Sui and appeared. It had been opened since it was born in the dark moon. The spells on the book were changing indefinitely, and they appeared and circulated in the book one by one. Several hours later, when it was daybreak, Fang Sui opened his eyes with a thoughtful look on his face and whispered, "The essence of the art of curse power is based on a mysterious power similar to telepathy, combined with various mysterious means, or hand seals, or sounds, to mobilize an inexplicable mysterious power between heaven and earth, thereby issuing a variety of curses. The art of curse is one of the oldest inheritances in ancient Egypt. It is described in great detail in the Book of the Dead. When the power of the curse grows to a certain level, it can even mobilize the power of rules too, so incredible attack damage on the opponent's mind and even body, ignoring distance, which is difficult to defend against." He added, "The book says that, if one can reach the mythical realm of the god of curse, one can even curse the rise and fall of a universe. What an amazing level of power." While Fang Sui was thinking, the armor of the underworld appeared outside his body. Fang Sui stared at the golden thread that existed at the chest position and turned into a sun disk. Since it appeared, it has always been mysterious. His eyes gradually brightened, and he said to himself, "Among the ancient Egyptian gods described in the Book of the Dead, there is a cursed god who is evil and sacred at the same time. His name is Elias. He was the guardian snake in ancient Egyptian legends, and one of the most famous gods and demons. His appearance as a golden snake. Is the golden thread in front of me related to Elias?" Fang Sui glanced at Buster on his shoulder and asked, "Hey, Buster, does this golden thread have anything to do with Elias?" Buster rolled his eyes. Guess. Days passed, and when the snow fell and spring returned, the gentle breeze began to be mixed with wisps of vitality. All things on the earth are full of spring, and the snow on the ground is gradually melting. In a blink of an eye, GAO has been gone for more than a few months. The time for the annual assessment death game jointly organized by the Rock Universe and other major forces is getting closer and closer. On this day, the first rain after the beginning of spring fell on Guan Star. Fang Sui came to GAO's small building again at night. The building was peaceful and comfortable. The beautiful woman had not returned, but the building did not seem cold and lonely because there had been no owner for half a year. With the operation of the dust-proof array pattern, it was clean and fresh. Because Fang Sui often came here, the small building was not lacking in popularity and was filled with a warm atmosphere. Fang Sui entered the building, moved a chair, sat at the door, and watched the rain outside leisurely. The misty raindrops cleverly connected the sky and the earth, and everything was therefore hazy and illusory, making it difficult for people to distinguish the boundary between fantasy and reality. In the misty rain, outside the small building, a figure in a long skirt appeared, walking from afar, with an elegant demeanor and a beautiful face. The figure saw Fang Sui sitting quietly in front of the small building from a distance and smiled lightly. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival everyone. Chapter 207. First battle with shadow creatures, seeking recommendations this week. In the night with light rain, Fang Sui looked at the figure like a goose without blinking. Punchy the figure saw Fang Sui staring at her in a daze, pursed her lips and smiled softly, looking very charming. She walked through the rain, wearing a spotless white dress, elegant like a fairy. It was GAO who had been gone for nearly half a year. She appeared in front of Fang Sui so naturally and abruptly. The rain was still falling, and Fang Sui took a while to react, and he let out a sigh of relief, with a hint of joy in his eyes. The two of them did not have the courtesy of meeting again after separation, but were not in a hurry to talk. After looking at each other, Fang Sui stood up and gave his chair to GAO and went back to the small building, moved out another chair, and the two sat side by side, watching the night rain outside the building together. The patter of rain fell on the ground and hit the branches of the trees, making loud or small, heavy or dull sounds, playing a wonderful music of heaven and earth. The quiet atmosphere was flowing. GAO turned her head and looked at him with a smile. Has he come to the small building often in the past few months? Before Fang Sui could respond, Bast rushed to speak on his shoulder. Miss GAO guessed wrong this time. He doesn't come here often, but he is here almost every day. He said again, well, in the words of the Lord himself, this is called seeing things reminds you of people. GAO didn't have any strange color when she heard it, but the smile in her eyes seemed to be a little thicker. Fang Sui was a little embarrassed and shouted, "Shut up. When did I say that seeing things reminds you of people?" Bast said indignantly, "Isn't what this cat god said wrong? Then you said you have your own residence and don't go back. Why do you come to the small building in your old age? You didn't say that seeing things reminds you of people, but you think so. This is obviously a matter of making things worse." Fang Sui simply skipped this topic and ignored Bast. After thinking about it, he couldn't help laughing. At this time, Fang Sui turned his head and looked at GAO carefully. Her face seemed to be a little pale. Fang Sui asked, "Are you injured?" GAO nodded, "Yes. A little. It's okay. I'll be fine after some rest." Fang Sui, "Is it very hard?" He was referring to the experience of the past 6 months in the chaotic time and space after GAO left. GAO's bright eyes moved, and she shook her head slightly. "It's not that hard, but there were some problems." Suddenly she looked at Fang Sui and said with a smile, "Someone wants to snatch me to be the demon concubine." Fang Sui was stunned for a moment, and also smiled. "Is there anyone so bold?" GAO nodded vigorously, agreed in a crisp voice, and told her experiences in detail over the past few months. At the beginning, she activated the Mingayan sword, broke the demon egg that bound her, and left. The demon commander immediately activated the time and space magic cave, reversing the chaotic time and space. In the chaotic space-time, a space maze was formed, making every step Gao took thrilling. If she was not careful, she might fall into a space trap. At the same time, she had to face the pursuit of the 9 demon generals under the demon commander. After a series of killings and entanglements for several months, Gao was able to successfully break through the space maze. After killing 2 demon generals, walk out of the chaotic space-time, and rush all the way down, to return to Guo and start a night. Gao said this lightly, and glossed over the thrilling part, but Fang Sui could easily imagine how dangerous she had been in these months. Fang Sui asked again, "How is the injury?" Buster's cold and dark cat's eyes emitted a strange light. Looking at Gao, he said quickly, "There are many parts of Miss Gao's body that are shrouded in a breath of death, and there is also a vicious curse that is invading her mind and consciousness. It is very serious." Gao said, "It's not too serious, it just takes some time to recover. And this time the recovery may have some promoting effect on my practice. From this point of view, it is not a bad thing. Next time?" Fang Sui still asked in an inquiring tone. Gao's eyes were full of smiles, and she pursed her lips and said, "I'm not going anywhere for a short time. I'll stay here to heal my wounds for a while." Fang Sui hummed and said happily, "Okay. Let's switch during this time. You can practice in the practice room connected to the Earth Spirit Eye. The vitality there is clear and dense, and it's always good to have a little more help. I'll come outside." Gao agreed, stood up and stretched. Her posture was extremely seductive, and her perfect and undulating figure like the spiritual rain in the empty mountains was perfectly presented to Fang Sui. She said lazily, "I got injured and felt very sleepy." Then she stood up and walked to the practice room behind the main hall, saying, "Well, Fang Sui, I'd better not do anything during this period, otherwise my injury will get worse, so you have to protect me during this period." Fang Sui was shocked. "No way, let me protect you? Shouldn't you protect me?" He paused and said, "Even if you are injured now and can't do anything, you let me, a 1st level, protect a 5th level like you? This is not right." Gao stopped and looked back. Seeing Fang Sui's shocked look, she couldn't help laughing and said, "Really, how can you be so timid? It's not up to you whether you want to protect me or not. Anyway, you should be more careful during this period." As soon as she finished speaking, she had already left the small hall. Fang Sui muttered, "What do you mean by not up to me?" Gao's words seemed to be meaningful. In any case, Gao's return always made Fang Sui very happy. After she entered the practice room, he also found a place and began to cultivate the power in his body. The night gradually deepened. The bright moon had already passed the zenith. The spring breeze outside was blowing the willows. The night rain was not stopping. All things between heaven and earth, under the nourishment of the drizzle, were blooming with vigor. The small building was quiet and silent. A man and a woman were practicing. After several months of hard practice, Fang Sui occasionally sensed the door that connected to the deeper level between heaven and earth, that is, the door of the 2nd order barrier shackles, which had become increasingly clear and gradually became touchable. So Fang Sui practiced more diligently, striving to make the dream breakthrough earlier. Falling into the deepest and quietest level of the mind, Fang Sui, who seemed to be reflecting the energy of the world with his mind, was suddenly awakened by a warning sign in his mind. He suddenly opened his eyes. The small hole where he was hiding was silent and there was nothing unusual. Only Buster, like him, sensed the approach of some kind of danger and showed a vigilant look. Even its usually smooth black hair had some signs of standing up. In normal times, Fang Sui might have made a few jokes. This was a real cat with fur standing up. But at this moment, both the man and the cat had sharp lights in their eyes, as if swords were cutting through the void, scanning inch by inch, searching for places where danger might be hidden. Fang Sui said nothing. His eyes were as bright as magic lamps, and he saw through the space in the small hall in the dark, not letting go of any suspicious places. Unfortunately, Fang Sui and Buster did not find the source of the danger. However, the warning signs in their hearts were increasing step by step, becoming clearer and clearer. It was obvious that some kind of danger was constantly approaching them, and it was definitely not an illusion. Fang Sui quietly changed from a cross-legged posture to standing up, like a cheetah, entering the state, before pouncing on its prey. The next moment, the change finally happened. In the void less than 10 feet in front of Fang Sui, it seemed as if a strange dark eye was slowly opening. Something was opening the barrier of normal space from the reverse space, and was about to appear. Fang Sui was secretly horrified. You must know that the 5-direction domain is known as one of the oldest superstar domains in the universe, and the space barrier is stable and solid. Generally speaking, in other places in the universe, some 4th and 5th level strongmen can break through the space barrier and enter the reverse void, but in the 5-direction domain, few 7th level strongmen can tear the void barrier, which shows how solid the space barrier of the 5-direction domain is. Therefore, at this time, Fang Sui saw that the space barrier in front of him was opened, and his heart was really shocked. Before he finished thinking, a black shadow had already emerged from the time and space gap in front of him, illusory, like a hazy fog. Fang Sui's reaction ability has always been beyond ordinary people. At this time, he did not hesitate and acted decisively. With a piercing sound, a golden thunderbolt, carrying the power of the sacred sunfire, flashed and struck the shadow at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the entire room suddenly became bright. It was not without reason that Fang Sui chose the sacred sun thunderbolt to fight the enemy. He had reacted in a short time that the thing that came through space must be the famous shadow creature of the 5 directions domain. Only the shadow creatures with the racial skill of traveling through space could suddenly appear in front of him in the unpredictable situation. Fang Sui chose to use the sacred sun thunderbolt at the first time, because all dark and gloomy things are naturally afraid of light and fire. In other words, Fang Sui's sacred sun thunderbolt of fire is likely to have a restraining effect on shadow creatures. With a click, the thunder flashed and struck the shadow creature with an unavoidable force. The shadow creature immediately showed signs of being burned, and wisps of smoke rose up and spread in the room, as if it was about to be burned and dissipated by the supreme firepower of the sun thunderbolt. Fang Sui's expression did not relax at all, and his eyes were like a hawk staring at the shadow creature that was gradually becoming illusory. However, a shocking scene followed. The shadow creature suddenly changed its body between illusion and reality, appearing and disappearing, illusory and uncertain. Every time it changed, the damage caused by Fang Sui's sun thunderbolt to it was reduced by 1 point. After several changes, this shadow creature exuding evil and ghostly aura successfully used the changes between illusion and reality to completely eliminate the lethality of the sun thunderbolt. This scene was really amazing. It was the first time in Fang Sui's life that an opponent could dissolve the sun thunderbolt in such a weird way. The whole process was like the shadow creature, between the changes between illusion and reality, opened a crack in the space and exiled the power of the sun thunderbolt to the anti-space. The shadow creature finally turned from virtual to real and turned into a pale thin young man, naked, standing in front of Fang Sui. The next moment, a silent lightning fast life and death battle broke out in this room. The first thing that sounded was a low and violent lion roar, and Baster turned into steam in an instant. At the same moment, the shadow creature flashed like a ghost and came in front of Fang Sui with a strange expression on his face that seemed to be smiling but not smiling, and it was extremely eerie. Fang Sui stood still like a deep mountain, but his eyes were flashing with a bright light like a brilliant star. His forehead was also glowing, and a round of sun shadow shone brightly, and the light suddenly became stronger, showing the majestic power of the sun shining on the clear sky. Happy reading. Chapter 208, The Dark Mountain Purgatory, seeking recommendation this week. The shadow creature's attack has arrived. The shadow of the sun on Fang Sui's forehead shone brighter, but no attack was launched. Instead, in his hand, a dark spear appeared in an instant. A ray of dark edge flashed by, and the spear tip contained the changes of the Deo mechanism, and pierced the shadow creature. Swish! The void seemed to be pierced by this spear. However, the body of the shadow creature changed between reality and illusion, avoiding the heavy, and attacking the light. Fang Sui's spear, which seemed to be able to split the sky, although successfully pierced into the body of the shadow creature, was actually just a visual illusion. What was pierced was the afterimage left after the shadow creature turned into nothingness in an instant. The next moment, the shadow creature turned back into its real body and continued to kill Fang Sui. It was so unpredictable that it could still switch freely between the tangible and the intangible in the battle, which was indeed beyond Fang Sui's expectation. Fortunately, although he was always brave, he was also cautious. He did not use all his strength in the previous spear, and he still had some strength left, so he immediately pulled back. Even so, he still sensed an evil cold force, which invaded his body with the attack of the shadow creature, after it turned back into a physical body. Fang Sui took a deep breath, and the divine soil in his body vibrated continuously, and then the cold force was dissolved. This first collision ended with Fang Sui being slightly passive. It can be seen how extraordinary the shadow creature with a great reputation is. It put the powerful Fang Sui at a disadvantage. It turned out to be a human elite who could block my attack. A cold divine thought wave turned into a voice. The tone of the shadow creature was very conceited, implying contempt for humans. There was also a ruthless coldness in the wave, like a foreign object that was so calm that it had no emotional ups and downs. In a short time, the shadow creature floated towards Fang Sui like a puff of spiritual smoke, pressing step by step. Bang bang bang. The two sides collided several times in a very short period of time. Fang Sui's expression was solemn, and his magical powers changed. Every move was almost completely different from the previous one. He fought the shadow creature with different means, trying to find the most effective way to attack the opponent. However, after several collisions between the enemy and us, Fang Sui found that no matter what means of attack, the shadow creature could use the method of virtual and real transformation to banish the lethal force of Fang Sui's attack into the void and firmly stand in an invincible position. This made Fang Sui frown. The two of them fought for several more moves, and it was a difficult situation to determine the winner. Suddenly, Fang Sui pulled back, and at the same time, a lion's roar sounded in his heart, and Semua's big claws swung out from the void, blocking the shadow creature that wanted to chase Fang Sui. It was Semua's turn to fight with the shadow creature. Their fighting style was particularly strange. Semui also had the ability to disappear out of thin air, and so did the shadow creature. The abilities of the two were somewhat similar, but not exactly the same. Semua's disappearance was not entering the anti-space. It was a natural ability to hide. It did not go to the anti-space after disappearing, but it was still moving in the normal space, but no one could see it, which was like being invisible. The shadow creature's change of reality and illusion was to shuttle directly between the positive and negative space. In contrast, the shadow creature's shuttle was more thorough, and its defensive ability to dissolve the attack force was also better than Semui's, but it was not as flexible as Semua's use of the positive space. In the case of the same level, it was difficult to tell which was better. The two were equally good at appearing and disappearing. They were fighting together at this time, but they saw two shadows constantly disappearing and reappearing in a small area. The fighting method was really strange, appearing and disappearing suddenly, like two ghosts fighting. What race are you? You are similar to my Dark Saints. You can also use the power of space at the first level. The shadow creature asked with some surprise when the fierce battle was in full swing. After Bast transformed into Seam, his personality was completely different. He was brutal and murderous. He didn't have the interest of arguing with others like Bast. He kept silent and took the opportunity when his opponent was talking to suddenly spit out a curse breath containing the fluctuations of disaster. The shadow creature was startled and dared not to talk distractedly anymore and turned to fight with all his strength. The fight between the two was difficult to determine the winner for a while. Fang Sui did not step forward to fight the shadow creature with Seam, but narrowed his eyes and stared at the shadow creature in the battle, as if analyzing the movement pattern and strengths and weaknesses of the shadow creature. Fang Sui's mind was racing, summarizing, and analyzing the information he had observed. The movement of shadow creatures has no rules at all. When they disappear and reappear, there is no pause or sign to identify. It is extremely smooth, which is completely a natural ability, and there are almost no weaknesses. Shadow creatures can effectively defend against physical attacks and magic attacks. Using this natural ability to appear and disappear, group attacks are not of much use to them. There are such naturally powerful species in the world. Well, If you want to deal with shadow creatures, you must limit their virtual and real changes and mobility. Fang Sui's mind was full of thoughts, and a bright light gradually flashed in his eyes. The sun shadow on his forehead reached its peak at this moment. In an instant, Fang Sui shouted lightly and raised one hand. The dark mountain located on the land of the divine land in his body suddenly rose from the ground and disappeared from the sea of Ki. The next moment, the dark mountain appeared in Fang Sui's hand, and the sun image on his forehead that illuminated the world finally moved. A golden sun rolled out from Fang Sui's forehead and rose into the sky. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, golden lightning coiled around the newborn sun, stretching out waves of destruction. A wonderful scene then appeared. The dark mountain, which Fang Sui held lightly in his palm, suddenly rose into the air and crashed into the sun in the air. In the end, these two strange objects, which were manifested based on Fang Sui's magic power, were actually fused together. The top of the dark mountain opened and closed, and actually swallowed the entire golden sun into the mountain. At this moment, everything changed. After the dark mountain swallowed the golden sun, it burst into golden light, and the whole body was flowing with fire, like magma. The base of the mountain was still black, with a dense breath of the earth, but the upper part turned into gold, and the fire was rolling. A golden flaming mountain sat out of thin air. It condenses the majestic and heavy power of the earth and mountains, and also possesses the power of boundless flames, emitting a brilliant light like the scorching sun. As soon as the mountain was formed, it pressed down on the shadow creature in mid-air. A surging and heavy force permeated the void, and within 100 feet around, the pressure was like a mountain. In a blink of an eye, the scorching sun volcano pressed above the gloomy young man transformed by the shadow creature. He tried to move to avoid the suppression of the mountain, but immediately found that the surrounding void seemed to be imprisoned by the mighty power emitted by the mountain, and his movement was greatly restricted and very slow. His body began to become empty, and he wanted to disappear and dissipate the pressure of the mountain. However, his emptying process was also restricted by the pressure of the flame mountain, and it also became slow. With a loud bang, the golden scorching sun flame mountain suddenly fell, and the mountain opened and closed again, this time directly taking the shadow creature into it, and keeping it inside the mountain. At this moment, the inside of the mountain showed a breathtaking scene. It seemed as if a flaming purgatory had appeared inside the mountain, and a shadow creature was trapped inside it, enduring the burning of boundless fire. He struggled in the magma, rushing left and right, constantly trying to vanish, but the mountain seemed to have its own independent spatial rules. Whenever the shadow creature wanted to vanish, a flame spell would interweave into a net, blocking his ability to escape into the void. Soon, the shadow creature imprisoned in the belly of the flaming mountain seemed to lose its vitality and become weak, and finally manifested a cloud of misty black gas, which was wrapped in layers of flames and melted. The next moment, all the strange phenomena in this small hole disappeared, and the Jiaoyangan mountain was taken back by Fang Sui. On the divine land in his body, the mountain reappeared and sat firmly. Fang Sui turned his head and saw that Jiao had walked out of the practice room at some point and stood quietly at the entrance of the small hall. Fang Sui looked at Jiao and said with a smile, "What are you doing here? Want to protect me?" Jiao said unhappily, "I told you to protect me, so of course I have to see what the bodyguard is capable of. If he is really bad, I will have to consider changing people." Fang Sui said, "Oh, then what was the result?" Jiao thought about it seriously and said, "You just got through it." He explained, "The shadow creatures appeared because after I left the chaotic time and space, the strong men of the shadow clan sent out the shadow floaters to track my whereabouts. I'm afraid there will be many such low-level shadow creatures in the future, so I asked you to be careful before." Fang Sui frowned and said, "Is a shadow floater the same kind of shadow creature as before?" Jiao nodded and said, "The shadow wanderers are the lowest level and most numerous component of the shadow creature clan. They specifically wander in the void like spies. Once the shadow wanderers appear, it won't be long before a shadow demon general level warrior will use the shadow wanderers to locate them and travel through space. So once the shadow wanderers appear, they must be killed as soon as possible. Otherwise there will be powerful opponents following closely, which will be very troublesome." Fang Sui pondered for a moment, then said, "Why didn't the strong men of the Shadow Clan chase you directly?" Jiao stretched out her hand to gather her long hair that was scattered on her shoulders, showing a little girl's tenderness, and said softly, "I returned to the place headed by us humans and other races. If the Shadow Demon generals chased me directly, it would not be as convenient as the low-level shadow creatures like the Shadow Wanderers, which would arouse the vigilance of the strong men of various races. Therefore, the Shadow Wanderers were sent to track down my location. Only after determining my location would the strong men of the Shadow Clan come." He looked at Fang Sui and said, "What magical power did you use before? The power is somewhat unexpected. You know, the shadow creatures are known as one of the strongest races at the same level." Fang Sui shrugged and said, "In the classics of my practice, this magical power is called the Nether Mountain Flame Purgatory. It was my promotion to the late first level. It was a magical power that was revealed in the 2 practice codes. It is not complete, and only a part of the beginning is revealed. It is my most powerful ability at present. What do you think, Jiao?" Jiao said happily, "Well, unexpectedly powerful. If I had known that you could defeat the shadow creatures independently, I would not have come out." Fang Sui laughed when he heard it and said, "Then you go back quickly. You don't have to come out next time. I can still deal with the shadows of the same level as me." After Jiao left, Fang Sui also found a place to sit cross-legged again and put his spiritual thoughts into his body. The shadow creature imprisoned in the purgatory of the Flame Mountain had been refined at this time, but it did not disappear. Instead, some strange changes occurred. The lioness Sehemui also disappeared out of thin air and unexpectedly entered Fang Sui's body and appeared on the land of the gods. Happy reading. Chapter 209, Origin Fragments After Death. Fang Sui's thoughts were also focused on the divine land in his body. But after Sehemui appeared on the divine land, he raised his fat and strong claws and walked towards the Dark Mountain. After several disillusionments, Sehemui came to the bottom of the Dark Mountain. Looking at the divine land in Fang Sui's body, the Dark Mountain was extremely tall, as if it was a real divine peak that reached the sky. It was so tall that the top was invisible. The whole body was steaming with thick black air. There were black clouds and a kind of dark lightning circling on the top of the mountain, and the breath was terrifying. Sehemui stood at the foot of the mountain and suddenly roared to the sky. The sound was like thunder, and the lion head looked around, sweeping the divine land in all directions with a violent power. The next moment, Sehemui disappeared on the divine land. When it appeared again, it went directly into the interior of the Dark Mountain, which was still a purgatory of fire. The boiling golden red magma meandered into a river on the ground inside the mountain, rushing and flowing, and the fire was gushing like a spring. A golden sun hung high in the sky, and the light was extremely blazing. That shadow creature, right under the golden sun, had been refined into a dark source of energy. Strangely, in the center of this source of energy, there was actually a broken rune fragment undulating. Fang Sui observed this scene with his divine sense and thought to himself, "This is strange. There are creatures that turn into fragments of the source of power after death. The existence of this shadow creature is really strange." At this time, Sehemui turned into a girl's wisdom body and reached out to grab the fragments left after the shadow creature was refined. When the fragments were in hand, Baston Semui's common girl wisdom body took a step forward and disappeared into the Flame Mountain. She appeared again, but had already walked out of Fang Sui's body and returned to his eyes. The Book of Summoning, which was differentiated from the Book of the Dead, was held in her hands. At this moment, Bast's wisdom body was like a priest of a god, with a solemn cat head, unfathomable eyes, and a cold and dark flashing. She made a low chanting sound and began to recite a mysterious prayer scripture. The Book of Summoning in her hand slowly opened, and the altar of the dead slowly flew out and floated in the air. At this time, Buster threw the rune fragments left after the shadow creatures were refined in his other hand into the altar. But after the fragments entered the altar, they flashed and disappeared, as if they were collected by some secret power in the altar and transmitted to other time and space at an infinite distance. The whole altar burst out with strong death fluctuations, and there were sounds of gods and demons, like a huge bell, as if they were chanting the sacrificial scriptures with Buster. Slowly, From the center of the altar, in the bowl-shaped concave pool of underworld energy, a drop of ink-colored thick liquid gradually emerged, which looked like a drop of blood containing magic power. This drop of blood flowed out from the center of the altar and finally came to the surface of the golden coffin of the mummy placed on the altar. It began to penetrate into the coffin, as if it was absorbed by the coffin and slowly disappeared. This change was a bit weird and the atmosphere was intimidating, but it did not last long. The wise girl quickly put away the altar and the book of summons, transformed into a black cat again, and jumped onto Fang Sui's shoulder. Buster, what were you doing just now? After the Lord refined the shadow creature with the flame purgatory mountain, a part of the inherited memory about the shadow creature was awakened in my soul. It showed that, if the origin fragments of the shadow creature after death can be absorbed or sacrificed to the altar of the dead, power far beyond that of ordinary sacrifices can be obtained. I chose to sacrifice the origin fragments of the shadow creature in exchange for the blood of evil power, to baptize the evolving mummy, to help it increase its strength. He added, after the baptism of the blood of evil power, the mummy will complete its evolution in a few days and be reborn. Fang Sui said with bright eyes, your awakened inherited memory shows that absorbing the origin fragments left behind by the shadow creature after its death will be beneficial. Yes. The origin fragments of the shadow creature contain an unknown mysterious power attribute, which is of great help to us species in the underworld. The next time I hunt shadow creatures, this cat god will taste what I have absorbed. Buster licked the cat's mouth with a greedy look. At this time, the sky was already dawning, a ray of morning light was born, the long night passed, and it rained all night, but it stopped in time. As the sun rose, there were wisps of milky white mist on the ground, steaming and spreading, covering the universal city, and it looked like a fairy tale city in the haze. For many days after that, Fang Sui did not go out, but stayed in the small building, reading various ancient books in his spare time, and being a bodyguard was loyal to his duties. Jiao was recuperating from her injuries in the practice room, and there was no movement. Until another morning a few days later, she finally walked out of the practice room. Her complexion seemed to be better, and it was no longer possible to see that she was injured. Today she was wearing a long white dress with a few lavender flowers, paired with small thin leather boots of the same color. She was elegant and agile, with a rare playfulness. She walked to Fang Sui, her deep and clear eyes flickered, and said, let's go. Fang Sui was surprised and said, where to? Jiao glanced at him and said, seeing that you have done a good job as a bodyguard these days, I decided to go out with you today. You can't always heal your wounds, it's so boring. Fang Sui said, then let's go out for a walk, but where should we go? Jiao mentioned several places, but Fang Sui just shook his head and found all kinds of reasons to say no. Jiao looked at him, thought for a while, and then said, you are afraid that we will leave the rock universe and lack care. If we encounter trouble or shadow creatures attack, you can't take good care of me, and I will be in danger, right? So we can't go anywhere. I'm not made of clay, it's okay. Seeing Fang Sui smiled and shook his head, he still didn't say anything. Jiao finally agreed to his suggestion and said, well, let's move around in the rock universe. Well, how about I accompany you to the Dharma Hall? You haven't been there for some time. The two walked out of the small building and talked along the way. Fang Sui asked her how her injury was recovering. Jiao said that her injury had improved slightly, but it would take some time to recover completely. Her method of cultivation was to follow the nature of heaven and earth and to be in harmony with her heart. She was the most casual, so she was not very anxious about her own injury. She talked about it lightly, as if she was talking about someone else's injury. When they arrived outside the Dharma Hall, they heard a chaotic voice inside, and in this bright morning, it was as noisy as usual. The annual assessment of the death game is about to begin. Has anyone heard any relevant news? I heard a piece of news that we will be transported to a Death Star called Dahuang for assessment. The whole process is very dangerous and involves life and death. This is the voice of Moro Camel. The chaotic voices in the hall kept ringing. Most of them were discussing the assessment process that was about to begin. When Fang Sui walked in, Moro Tuo, Fenruai, and even Freya and Wanking, who had become familiar with each other after playing together in Yunxio Palace a few months ago, noticed him and greeted him at the same time. Moro Tuo and Fang Sui were familiar with each other, so they spoke without any strangeness. He said bluntly, "Hey, Fang Sui, we haven't seen you for a few days. We went to your residence to look for you, but there was no one. Did you go to Fairy G's small building and miss Fairy G?" Just hearing this sentence, Fang Sui frowned slightly. Seeing things reminds me of someone. Did this guy discuss this with Buster in advance or something? The words are exactly the same. Then Fenruai continued, "Young Master Fang has finally shown up. Moro Tuo, you really shouldn't ask this question. You don't need to think about it to know that our young Master Fang has never had any hobbies. Apart from practicing, he can only be found in two places. One is the Classics Hall, and the other is Fairy G's small building. Haha. He hasn't been seen for a few days, and you don't need to ask where he went." Fenruai kept talking, mixed with envy, jealousy, and hatred, and all kinds of emotions intertwined as he said, "It's strange to say, how could a person like Fairy G deal with a heartless and boring person like young Master Fang?" Fang Sui sighed in his heart. When these two guys said this, he made himself look like a wretched man who had a crush on Gao and had been plotting something bad in the small building these days. The key is that Gao is right behind him. Now that this title is confirmed, how can he survive in the future? Fenruai was shouting loudly and suddenly stopped talking. His eyes were full of astonishment, but he was extremely surprised to see Gao follow Fang Sui into the hall. At this moment, the whole hall was quiet, and everyone had different expressions. Wuling, who was sitting in the front row, had a slightly changed complexion, and a flash of strange color flashed across her face. Fenruai and Moro Tuo thought of what they had said before, and their faces turned slightly red. Most of the others were shocked by Gao's appearance, and some of them were surprised and amazed. Gao herself was calm. When she was alone with Fang Sui, she was quite relaxed, and occasionally she could be seen smiling seductively. Now that she was outside, she returned to her usual cold and indifferent state. She walked into the hall with lotus steps, and her deep eyes swept everyone. Then she followed Fang Sui calmly, and walked in front of Fenruai and Moro Tuo. Fenruai said with a chuckle, "I was just talking nonsense just now. It was mainly because I was used to quarreling with Fang Sui. I really didn't know that Miss Gao was here. Don't take it seriously." "Yeah." Gao responded lightly. Fenruai saw Fang Sui sitting down beside him, and immediately stood up and said, "Miss Gao, please sit here." Gao's eyes turned slightly, nodded gently to Fenruai, and then sat down quietly beside Fang Sui. Fenruai was quite flattered. He wanted to sit next to Gao, but then he felt it was wrong, so he sat down one seat away. He looked at Fang Sui across Gao, and his heart was like a cat scratching. He really wanted to ask Fang Sui what his relationship with Gao was now. Unfortunately, Gao was here, and he never found a suitable opportunity. After Gao came, the atmosphere in the hall became quite quiet. Only Gao herself was unaware of it. She took out an ancient book like a magic trick, read it silently, and occasionally talked to Fang Sui. If Fenruai and Moro Tuo around her had the courage to ask her something, she would answer them as usual. After staying for a while, Fang Sui glanced at the hall and saw that everyone had gone from being noisy before to being so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. He shook his head in silence, stood up and said, "Let's go." Gao agreed without asking the reason, and stood up and walked out with Fang Sui. As soon as the two of them went out, they heard a buzz behind them. What is the relationship between Fang Sui and Fairy G now? How can they be so close? Going in and out together. Moro Tuo, Fenruai, you should get closer to Fang Sui and go and ask around. Miss G is not going either. Various voices rushed into his ears one after another. After arriving at the Dharma Hall this time, Gao and Fang Sui had a tacit understanding and never came together again. In the following days, Gao was still concentrating on recuperating from his injuries, while Fang Sui worked hard to practice without a slack, reading various ancient books in his spare time. to increase his own accumulation. The days passed like this, and the time for the big test of the death game was getting closer and closer. Thank you all for your support. Happy reading. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Cultivation System. Some other things happened in the past few days. After Gao and Fang Sui went to the Dharma Hall and showed up in public, Gallo came to visit the next day. He seemed a little surprised to see Fang Sui and Gao together twice, but he didn't see any other strange colors. Then the three of them gathered in the small hall to talk and laugh. Gallo asked about Gao's whereabouts in the past few months. Gao just said it, and didn't say that she went to the chaotic time and space, nor did she mention that she was injured. Fang Sui thought about it, and felt that Gallo was much stronger than he was now. Since he was here, even if the shadow creature came, Gao would not be in danger. So he thought of taking the opportunity to go to the Classics Hall to find some books. So he got up and left, but left Buster in the small building. Fang Sui went out for about an hour and went to the Classics Hall to get a few ancient books. When he came back, Gallo had left, and Gao went back to the practice room to continue recuperating from his injuries. In the small hall, only Buster was there. He looked a little strange. He was holding a cup of green grass fragrance with his cat's paws and putting it into his mouth. He seemed to be enjoying the drink. Seeing Fang Sui coming back, Buster jumped onto Fang Sui's shoulder and said excitedly, "Do you want to know what Gao said to Gallo during the time you were away?" "No." Fang Sui replied calmly. "I'll tell you." Don't you want to?" That magic cat guessed wrong. "I thought you kept me here just to monitor their conversation." Buster was ready to say it, but Fang Sui didn't expect him to say no, and he choked back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Fang Sui smiled bitterly and said, "Do I look so wretched that I should keep you here to eavesdrop on people's conversation?" "Yeah, you look a little wretched," Buster replied bluntly, retaliating for what he wanted to say, but Fang Sui didn't want to hear, which dampened his enthusiasm. After saying this, he felt something was wrong and changed his words. "Actually, you don't look wretched." Fang Sui smiled and said, "I think so too." Before he finished speaking, Buster continued, "But you always do wretched things, such as leaving me here to eavesdrop when you left by yourself before." Fang Sui said angrily, "I left you here to prevent Gallo from leaving before I came back. If there are shadow creatures appearing during this period, you can be of some use." Buster blinked and said, "Really? So that's the case? This is not credible." The voice echoed in the small building. Fang Sui no longer paid attention to Buster and soon began to practice the routine evening class. The Immortal Land, where Gao was born, is obviously a very influential cultivation sect. Therefore, now that Gao is walking in the world on behalf of the Immortal Land, there are indeed many people who want to get to know her. There have been quite a few people visiting the small building in the past few days, and there is a trend of continuous flow. Later, Gao came forward to greet the Deputy Hall Master of Zhongzheng, and the small building was able to return to peace. Seeing that the annual training test of the death game was about to begin, Fang Sui still did not see any changes. He practiced step by step. The night fell deep, the breeze was gentle, and the stars in the sky blinked in the vibrant spring night. Except for the grass and trees outside the building being blown by the breeze, making rustling sounds, only a few strange insects would occasionally sound. The buildings in the second half of the rock universe seemed comfortable and peaceful. In the small building, Fang Sui suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like lightning, and the light was cold. At the same moment, in the darkness several feet in front of him, a shadow like a black mist appeared silently in the void, and the shadow creature reappeared. Fang Sui had already made a move in an instant. He had the experience of dealing with the shadow creature last time, so he was more calm when fighting again this time. First, Bass transformed into Seam and started a battle with the shadow creature. After a little buffer time, Fang Sui sneered and made a move. In this small hall, golden light and black air intertwined, and the dark mountain and the scorching sun appeared at the same time. The next moment, the dark mountain swallowed up the scorching sun. The belly of the mountain turned into a flaming purgatory, and the scene of imprisoning the shadow creatures was repeated. After the pressure spread throughout the void, the movement speed of the shadow creatures was greatly affected, and they were finally imprisoned in the dark mountain purgatory by Fang Sui again. The process of this battle seemed to be much easier than the last time. However, just as the battle ended, and Fang Sui was about to take back the dark mountain, his face suddenly changed. A shocking change suddenly occurred. In the void not far behind Fang Sui, a black shadow appeared again silently, attacking from behind with the unprepared mystery and speed of a ghost. Puff. This happened suddenly, and it happened right after Fang Sui had just suppressed a shadow creature. He was a little relaxed, so he was a little slow to dodge, and was hit on the back by a wisp of black air released by the shadow creature. He immediately felt a surge of dark power invading his body, and his whole body was instantly cold, as if the vitality coefficient in his body was frozen by this strange power. At this moment, Buster had already dodged and started fighting with the shadow creature that appeared. After a while, Fang Sui activated the holy fire of the sun in his body to cleanse his body, temporarily suppressing the injuries in his body, and then activated the purgatory of the underworld mountain, and worked together with Buster to successfully suppress the second shadow creature that appeared. But Fang Sui's own injuries were not light. The Shadow Clan was able to cause chaos in the 5 directions. The racial talent was strong, and the attack power was even more sinister and strange. The sneak attack on Fang Sui would cause great trouble. He activated the Dark Mountain Purgatory Divine Power twice in one night, and his internal strength was greatly consumed. At this time, he could not suppress the injuries in his body. Even when he breathed, he could not help but exhale a faint black gas through his mouth and nose, which was very creepy. Fortunately, the night was calm, and no third shadow creature appeared. Fang Sui used his internal strength all night to try to heal his injuries. However, a dark breath that invaded his body was as thin as a gossamer, but it had vitality and wandered between various acupoints. It was very difficult to refine. Fang Sui first circulated the dark energy like the Yangtze River in his body, and then cleansed his body with the fire of the Supreme Sun. When the night faded and the morning light rose, he only curbed the injuries in his body. There was no sign of injury on the outside, but the injuries in his body were still very serious. It would take a long time to fully recover. Fang Sui frowned. This was a bit troublesome. Not only did he and Jiao both become injured, but more importantly, the annual practice test of the death game was imminent. One day, Jiao walked out of the practice room and took a short rest after healing. Fang Sui asked, "The annual practice test is for all the practitioners in the rock universe. If I go?" Jiao sat down beside him and smiled. "You can go with peace of mind. Deputy Hall Master Zhang Zheng has told me to stay in the Liangshan Tower for a while. There I can better feel the energy of heaven and earth, and there are Deputy Hall Master Zhang Zheng and others to guard me personally, which is always better than a little bodyguard like you." Liangshan Tower is the giant tower where Fang Sui stayed for a short time when he first came to the rock universe and was led by Zyaremo to teleport to the outer sky of the ancient source star. It is a mythical building based on the ground but connected to the outer sky. Liangshan Tower is one of the most important places in the entire rock universe. It is heavily guarded. Jiao is safe to enter it. Fang Sui put aside his worries and started chatting and laughing with Jiao. When night fell, Jiao returned to the practice room, and Fang Sui took out an ancient book called God and Demon Practice System borrowed from the Classics Hall and read it carefully. After reading it, he whispered, "The professions of practitioners in the 5 regions can be roughly divided into 2 major systems, the East and the West. The West is based on the mythological system, such as the gods, priests, magicians, and even alchemists, spellcasters, warriors or black wizards, etc. And there are air professions such as the cosmic herders, that I have never heard of. I wonder what they are like." He continued, "Under each major profession, there are more specific professional classifications. For example, under the Black Wizard, there are poison spellcasters and blood wizards, and under the Wizard, there are wizards of various systems." He looked at the ancient book again with great interest and whispered as the content of the book read, "The Eastern professional system is mostly based on the Taoist concept of the unity of man and nature. It is divided into sword cultivators, ancient formation masters, totem priests and other professional cultivation professions, all of which pursue the goal of becoming an immortal. Well, there is also a cultivation system called witch, which is actually secretly related to the myths circulated in ancient China. There are ancient witch tribes such as Jiuli, Bifeng, and Shenhuang, each of which has become a force in its own right. It turns out that these circulating myths are real places in the Five Directions domain, the hometown of the gods. There are hundreds of schools of thought in this universe, and the path of cultivation is like 1,000 boats competing in the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. If you can increase the speed of cultivation, it would be better to go out and get in touch with these wonderful things earlier. The next morning, Fang Sui quietly left the small building. When he walked out of the small building, he suddenly heard Jiao's soft voice from the practice room, saying to him, "You go to participate in the practice test, be careful." Fang Sui waved his hand gently, and his figure gradually went away without looking back, but his voice came back freely, "Don't worry, I'm afraid of death. If you really encounter a danger that you can't resist, just admit defeat directly. I won't be stubborn." Jiao in the practice room flashed a smile on her face, and then the deputy hall master Zhang Zheng came to take her to the Liangshan Tower in person to continue to treat her injuries. Half an hour later, Fang Sui and other first level and second level cultivators of the rock universe gathered and began to enter the remote transmission array one by one, rushing to the venue of the death game jointly held by major forces this year. Fang Sui, Moro Tuo, Fen Ruai and others stood together, discussing the relevant news of this assessment. Standing next to the three of them was Wang King, who said, "I heard that our assessment this time will be very terrifying. Although it is also a death game assessment, it is somewhat different from the usual death games held every year. It is said that the difficulty of the assessment is far greater than in the past. It is called a terrifying assessment that occurs once every 10 years, and the mortality rate is very high." Fen Ruai and Moro Tuo also expressed their opinions, having heard similar news. Fang Sui was quite leisurely and said lightly, "Don't guess blindly, it's about to begin." After being teleported, the results will naturally be clear. As they spoke, it was their turn to walk into the teleportation array that was over 100 feet wide, in a circular shape, and flashing with light. As the light shone, everyone was teleported and disappeared at the same time. Happy reading. Chapter 211 Death Game. When the slight dizziness disappeared, Fang Sui and others had teleported away from the Rock Universe Palace and the ancient Origin Star, and appeared on a new starland. The people who walked out of the ancient teleportation array couldn't wait to look around. The scene here is a bit strange and weird. Has anyone noticed that the breath here is not suitable for long-term survival? It is slightly toxic. Inhaling it into the body makes people very uncomfortable and weakens vitality. While looking at the surrounding scene, there were waves of discussions from the crowd. Fang Sui, like everyone else, was looking at the scene near and far. What he saw was indeed a bit surprising. First of all, the teleportation array that everyone walked out of was set up on the top of a huge mountain. The upper half of the mountain was flattened by supreme magic power, and the teleportation array was set up on the top of the remaining half of the mountain. The surrounding area was unusually flat. After walking out of the teleportation array, there was a platform open space. At this time, Fang Sui and others were standing on the open space on the top of the mountain platform, looking around. The mountain peak is not too high from the ground. You can see that the land below the mountain is empty, and it is a plain. The sight can extend to a very far direction. Within the visible range, it is barren everywhere. The void is filled with grey-green fog, and the sight is not good. If Fang Sui and others were not practicing, it would be difficult to see the scene in the distance. The land is lifeless, with few vegetation, and the few trees are also grey. The trees have obviously been lush, and although they have withered and fallen branches and leaves, there are still trunks hundreds of feet high, which are already rugged and cracked, full of a sense of oldness and decay. Looking at other places, vaguely, in the far distance, there are ancient mountains with teleportation array patterns engraved on the top of the mountain where Fang Sui and others are standing at this time, also located on this land. On the mountains in the distance, the whole body is flowing with light, shrouded in huge light pillars, and it seems that people are being teleported out one after another. Moro Camel beside Fang Sui said, those are also teleportation mountains, but they do not belong to our Zushan Alliance. They are people from other major forces participating in this death game assessment. After being teleported here, we will compete with them on this ancient star. I wonder what the specific rules are? Fenruai on the other side continued, I heard that there are unexpectedly many major forces participating in the annual assessment this time. Not only are there the Temple of the Gods, the Black Wizard Association, the East Fairy Temple, the Starry Sky Mage Alliance, but also forces such as the Demon Abyss, that rarely participate in the death game assessment have also appeared. There are more than a dozen in total. It is precisely because these major forces have come, that all parties attach great importance to it, and have adjusted the specifications of this annual test. The difficulty has been greatly increased compared to previous years. Fang Sui did not speak, but just nodded, but there was a hint of war in his eyes. Looking up, I don't know if there is any change in the day and night on this star, or it always looks the same. If there is, it should be late at night now. There is no bright starlight in the sky, only a few sparse stars, hanging far in the sky, with weak light. There was also a crescent moon, but it seemed to have been broken. A huge gap appeared in the center of the crescent moon, and a small part of the lower part of the crescent moon was broken into countless pieces, large and small, scattered and clustered in the sky. Overall, the moon showed a kind of incomplete beauty, broken into many pieces, as if a bunch of bright stars were surrounded together, densely covering the dome, emitting a cold gray halo, illuminating the vast earth. Not long after, the people from the rock universe had been teleported over, and everyone gathered in the open space under the teleportation platform on the top of the mountain. Deputy Hall Master Zhang Zheng appeared on the teleportation platform in person, his face full of solemnity. He looked around at the tens of thousands of people below, and said in a deep voice, "This is called the Desolate Star, also known as the Land of Poisonous Curse and Death. This star has experienced a great change, and now it is spreading a poisonous curse that invades all life at all times. You need to fight with people from other major forces here, and at the same time resist the invasion of the poisonous curse on the Desolate Star." Then other people began to introduce the rules and related matters of the death game in detail. It turned out that on this star, since a catastrophe similar to the Great Destruction level occurred a long time ago, not only did all the life that originally lived on the star become a half alive and half dead mutant species, but the entire star, regardless of the mountains, rivers, land, or even the air, began to be filled with a poisonous curse of death, which was extremely invasive. At this time, a middle-aged strong man replaced the one on the transmission platform in front. He introduced the relevant information of the assessment and said, "For this assessment, the first level cultivators will be divided into several teams, and each team will be led by 2 second level cultivators. Your goal is to cross the wilderness within 3 days, and go to the central ruined city on this planet. After entering the city, you can choose to act alone, or continue to team up with others. In the city, you will begin to compete with cultivators from other major forces who are participating in the assessment. Life and death will not be restricted at that time." There was silence below, and everyone listened attentively. Everyone already knew that there was no restriction on life and death, so no one was surprised. The strong man continued, "You all participated in the small practice test half a year ago. The rules of this death game test are similar to the last time. The first is that the poisonous curse power that permeates this desolate planet can attack both first level and second level cultivators at the same time, and no one can escape. Therefore, you also need to find the life scroll after entering the ruined city. Only the scroll can prevent you from being attacked by the poisonous curse power on this planet." This time, there was a slight uproar in the crowd. Everyone looked at each other and saw a trace of horror in the eyes of the people around them. The evil poison power on this planet can actually attack second level cultivators, and it is self-evident how lethal it is to first level cultivators. The voice on the stage continued. The second thing to note is that the number of life scrolls is limited. Once someone obtains it, countless people will come to fight for it. Your competition with cultivators from other forces is still mainly to see who can survive longer on this cursed star. There is also one more thing, that is, whoever defeats more powerful people from other forces, the better your performance in this assessment will be. Lu Dan emphasized again, the winner will be rewarded generously, and the loser will be severely punished. After hearing this, Fang Sui thought to himself, once this rule comes out, the situation will be really dangerous. After entering the city of Poisonous Curse, there will be wars everywhere, and people from all major forces will kill each other brutally. If someone finds a life scroll, he will immediately become the target of public criticism. At this time, Zyreno, who was wearing a set of armor on the stage, looked at everyone and said, the rest of the specific rules are clearly recorded on the individual's identity plate. If you have any questions, you can check it yourself. Well, now let's start dividing into groups. The process of grouping was still not strict, except for the hard rule that the number of people in each group must be 300, which could not be more or less. There were no other hard rules. After the grouping was completed, if you were not satisfied, you could negotiate with others and change to other groups like last time. Half an hour later, the grouping was completed. Fang Sui stood in his group. He was originally content with his circumstances and had no requirements for which group he was assigned to. But what was a bit annoying was that Yun Xiangxin, as a second level cultivator of the rock universe, was actually assigned to Fang Sui's group and became one of the two second level team leaders. I don't know if Yun Xiangxin did it on purpose. When Fang Sui thought about being in the same team with Yun Xiangxin, this problematic girl, and as a team leader, she had the right to control the team members in some aspects, he felt a headache. It was not because he was afraid, but because there was no need to entangle with Yun Xiangxin and cause such boring trouble. Fang Sui immediately thought of changing groups. It happened that Fenruai and Moro Tuo came to ask Fang Sui separately at this time whether everyone wanted to change to a group and fight together. Fang Sui thought for a moment and said, let's separate for now. This kind of assessment is to train personal abilities. It would be a bit boring if we were mixed together first. After entering the City of Ruins, we can see the situation of other forces and decide whether to contact each other through the nameplate array and form a team. Both of them agreed and were about to go back. Fang Sui said, I just want to change teams. Fenruai, let me switch with you. Fenruai was slightly surprised when he turned around and saw Yun Xiangxin looking at him with a sharp gaze. He suddenly said, it's time to change. This assessment is about life and death. It's not the time to fight. If you are in the same group with Yun Xiangxin, there will be a lot of trouble. Changing groups is not difficult. After a while, Fang Sui and Fenruai changed groups, and the classical and graceful Wang King was in the new group that Fang Sui changed to. However, what people didn't expect was that Yun Xiangxin also followed and changed over. She glanced at Fang Sui from a distance, and a smug look flashed across her face. Fang Sui frowned. Since he couldn't hide, he didn't say anything. Wang King saw it clearly and whispered, it seems that Yun Xiangxin is fighting with you. She even chased after you. This is annoying. At this time, Yun Xiangxin was talking in a low voice with another second level leader of the group. The second level leader was a tall and thin young man named Zhao Lao. His eyes were a little small, but they were shining. His face was cold. After talking to Yun Xiangxin, he turned his head and glanced at Fang Sui. Yun Xiangxin also looked at Fang Sui and shouted, hey, Fang Sui, don't think too much. I won't make it difficult for you. After all, there is a clear rule this time that the cultivators of our Alliance of the Heavens must be united against the outside world. I heard that you did well in the small assessment half a year ago. This time we should work together even more. What do you think? Well, there is one more thing I want to tell you in advance. Among the people sent by the East Immortal Palace for this assessment are Shabudu, Lai Yan, as a representative of the Black Warrior Palace, also came this time after joining the Black Wizard Association. They are all very interested in you, so you better be careful. He paused and said exaggeratedly, oh, I forgot that there is also Yu King from the Temple of the Gods. Fang Sui sighed in his heart and thought to himself, this time the practice test of the death game is going to be fun. It's a gathering of enemies. At this moment, someone in the front announced, teams that are ready, start now. Other unclear information can be found on personal identity plates. After that, one team after another walked down the teleportation mountain where they were, and officially set foot on the plain area below the mountain. In the next few days, they will cross the vast wilderness of this desolate planet and head towards the final battle site of many forces, that is, the ruined city. The death game officially begins. Keep working hard. I estimate that I can finish another chapter around 3 AM. Happy reading. Chapter 212 Little Scorpion. Friendship. Additional chapter is coming. Happy reading everyone. On the vast, grey plain, Fang Sui's team was walking alone. After the teams came down from the teleportation mountain, they dispersed and chose different routes, but their destination was the same, all heading towards the ruined city. When everyone walked down the teleportation mountain and really stepped on the grey earth mixed with a strange dark green, they felt how horrifying the omnipresent terrifying curse on this planet was. In the wilderness, the wind was howling, making people's faces ache and their clothes flutter. With every step, everyone would vaguely sense a mysterious breath invading from the ground under their feet. After this breath enters the human body, it will not take effect immediately, but it will subtly erode the vitality of the human body and gradually wither the blood in the human body. In the end, the person who is invaded will become a foreign body with no vitality and half dead. Do you feel it? The power of the poisonous curse on this planet is simply irresistible. The earth, vegetation, and even the air we breathe all have a toxic and cursed power that enters our bodies unconsciously. It seems that there is no other way to prevent it, except to find the scroll of life. Someone in the team analyzed as they moved forward. The entire team stretched out in a winding manner. The team of 300 people stretched for about dozens of feet. Fang Sui and Wang King walked in the middle of the team, with many people in front and behind. The area of several miles after leaving the teleportation mountain was relatively peaceful, but then Fang Sui's expression became alert, realizing that there seemed to be something hiding in the dark coveting the entire team. As the two second level masters leading the team, Zhao Liao and Yun Xiangxin looked relaxed. They were at the front of the team, chatting and laughing happily. Fang Sui secretly felt dissatisfied. These two people were really irresponsible. As the only two second level masters in the team, they gathered in the front to chat and laugh, ignoring the middle and back of the entire team. They didn't even arrange the common sense expedition formation of exploring the way in front and defending in the back. They just moved forward in a mess. They didn't care about the lives of other people in the team at all. Fang Sui's thoughts were not yet finished. Something happened in the back of the team. Suddenly, a scream was heard, and then someone shouted, a poisonous beast appeared. Everyone pay attention. The so-called poisonous beast is a general term for beasts on this barren planet. Once attacked by these poisonous beasts, the vitality in the injured person's body will be accelerated, and soon become one of the withered and half-dead foreign objects on this planet. With the shouting, Fang Sui and others turned around together, just in time to see a poisonous beast carrying a lot of mud suddenly drilling out from the ground. The speed was almost invisible, and attacked a person at the back of the team. When everyone turned around, they saw the poisonous beast pounce on the second person in a flash. The poisonous beast looked like a cheetah, but had sharp claws like a pangolin. Its body was dark brown, and it was skinny, but it gave people a particularly ferocious feeling. Its appearance was extremely fierce, and its eyes emitted a green light. There was no emotion at all, only ruthlessness and bloodthirstiness. The poisonous beast suddenly came out from the ground, catching the person who was attacked at the back of the team off guard. He was bitten in the leg and a large piece of flesh was torn off. Fortunately, when the poisonous beast attacked the second person, Zhao Liao, the second level leader who heard the noise, rushed over and sacrificed a ball of light, easily turning the first level poisonous beast into a puff of smoke, and completely vaporized and disappeared. This leader Zhao Liao, let alone other things, is strong enough to be a second level master. Zhao Liao was standing in the air with his hands behind his back. He glanced at the man bitten by the poisonous beast, and curled his lips slightly, apparently mocking the man for being useless. The man bitten by the poisonous beast was looking at the wound on his leg in horror. The wound was changing rapidly. A layer of green breath was spreading, and there were also fragments of curse patterns with poisonous power, which spread intermittently around his wound and penetrated into his body. The flesh and blood at the wound of this man withered in the blink of an eye, and he became like the poisonous beast that appeared before, a skin and bone dried corpse, which was shocking. After a while, the lower body of this man turned into dark brown, and then this mysterious and evil poisonous cursed power began to spread and invade his upper body. Everyone around was panicked by this scene. They could not treat him, and could only watch. Someone said, "This desolate planet is so dangerous. If you are attacked by a poisonous beast, and suffer a little injury, you will be uncontrollable and the poison will spread to your whole body." While everyone was discussing, the man who was bitten by the poisonous beast had already been horrified. Although he was unwilling, he could only shout to his identity nameplate, I give up, and I'm willing to go back and be demoted to a lower group to be punished." At the same moment, the light on the nameplate flowed, and a miniature array pattern appeared from the nameplate, covering the man in a flash. The next moment, his figure disappeared in front of everyone, and the short distance teleportation array pattern released by the nameplate returned to the teleportation mountain, where everyone came here just now. There were people from the All Heavens Alliance who were responsible for picking him up and helping him recover from his injuries. But there is no doubt that his assessment this time ended here, and his score was of course unqualified. After this sudden incident, the cultivators of the entire team were a little frightened, and everyone showed unprecedented caution. The team set out again, and many cultivators formed teams to explore and guard the rear, taking turns on duty. Although they were still constantly attacked by poisonous beasts of various shapes and appearances along the way, the casualties naturally decreased after everyone was more prepared. After walking more than 100 miles, only 4 people were injured again and were forced to end the assessment. After walking for a while, the vast wilderness ahead was still endless, and there was no obvious danger. There was only a change in the terrain, and a swamp blocked the way forward. The swamp was nearly 100 miles in radius, steaming with a dark breath, and many pale green bubbles formed on the surface, which were generated and broken. With a sound, the bubbles cracked, and there would be wisps of smoke, spreading and rising, transforming into various forms of illusory images. The whole swamp was like a legendary land of death shrouded by evil witchcraft. The swamp was densely covered with marsh gas, which was hazy. Some places were even flashing brilliant neon lights, which made the swamp even more weird. The team stopped in front of the swamp. Surprisingly, there was no unpleasant smell in the swamp, but a sweet fragrance. However, the whole team was extremely alert at this time. Not only did no one dare to try to inhale the sweet fragrance, but everyone held their breath at the first moment. Fang Sui, come here. Yun Xiangxin, who was standing in front of the team, exercised the power of the leader and turned to look at Fang Sui. Fang Sui calmly came to the front of the team. Yun Xiangxin said calmly, Fang Sui, you are one of the strongest people in the First Order. When there is a swamp blocking the road, while team leader Zhao Lao and I need to stay to take care of others, this road exploration task needs you to do it. Is it okay? Excluding the grudge between the two, Yun Xiangxin's words were not particularly difficult. Fang Sui is indeed the one with the strongest reputation and strength in the First Order group, except for a limited number of people such as Wu Ling. Fang Sui said, no problem. Yun Xiangxin smiled and said, okay, go ahead. Fang Sui turned his head and looked at the swamp. In fact, since he came to this barren planet, the divine land in his body has been running all the time. One is to connect the heaven and earth with a key and explore the possible hidden dangers around him. The second is to treat the injuries in his body that could not be fully recovered after being attacked by shadow creatures. It is precisely because Fang Sui is always in a state of connecting the key of heaven and earth, so his sensing ability is extremely sensitive, and he has long been aware of the danger of this swamp. Deep in the swamp, there is a monstrous evil force hidden and not obvious, as if there is something dormant underground deep in the swamp. If Fang Sui acts by himself, he will definitely choose to take a detour without hesitation. There is really no need to explore and waste time. There is something in the depths of the swamp. Most of the first level cultivators in the team cannot sense it at all, but Yun Xiangxin, a second level cultivator, and another leader Zhao Lao, cannot be unaware of it. So at this moment, Yun Xiangxin asked Fang Sui to explore the swamp in depth. On the surface, there was no problem, but in fact, there was no good intention. The other team leader Zhao Lao kept silent and watched coldly. From this point alone, it can be seen that he and Yun Xiangxin have reached an agreement. The intention is obvious. The thought flashed through Fang Sui's mind. He did not tell Yun Xiangxin about the discovery of the hidden monster in the depths of the swamp to argue with Yun Xiangxin. This was very irrational and useless, and would not change anything. Fang Sui glanced at Yun Xiangxin and Zhao Lao with a mocking look in his eyes, and agreed readily. He turned around and walked towards the swamp, but he did not go in directly. Instead, he stood at the edge of the swamp and raised one hand. Everyone saw that Fang Sui's palm was filled with black air, and a small scorpion with a high tail hook appeared out of thin air. Fang Sui squatted on the ground, and the scorpion crawled out of his palm, plunged into the swampland in front of him, and disappeared in an instant. In Fang Sui's perception, the shrunk scorpion has already started to explore in the swamp, and quickly extended into the depths of the swamp. Fang Sui, you sent out such a small scorpion and that's it? Are all of us here waiting for the news from your little scorpion's exploration, before deciding to go or stay? Isn't this a bit of a joke? Yun Xiangxin said in a matter-of-fact manner, with a serious face. Sending a scorpion to explore, it can't be, like you go deep into the swamp yourself, using the array pattern on the nameplate, to record the images along the way. Everyone can see what you have explored, and judge the next direction, based on the information from the exploration. You let the scorpion go deep into the swamp, how does it explore? There is no video record, how can we decide the next move based on it? You are taking the safety of everyone too lightly. Yun Xiangxin's voice was calm at first, but gradually became severe. By the last sentence, it was already a questioning tone, with a righteous tone. She paused for a moment and then said, I order you to go into the swamp and investigate. Another team leader, Zhao Lao, also said, well, that makes sense. Fang Sui, you should go in and investigate. Otherwise, even if your scorpion has a telepathic connection with you and tells you the results of the investigation, we cannot decide the next direction of the entire team based on what you say alone. Fang Sui slowly turned around, narrowing his eyes slightly, and looked at Yun Xiangxin, who was staring at him with a look of excitement, and Zhao Lao, who was always calm and silent. Happy reading. Chapter 213 Blind. The two sang the same tune, and even put on a righteous appearance of thinking about everyone. In the end, they still wanted Fang Sui to take risks, and go to the depths of the swamp to check. These two people are really disgusting. Buster lay on Fang Sui's shoulder, and like his master, he narrowed his cat's eyes, hiding the coldness in his deep eyes, and stared at the two people opposite. Yun Xiangxin and Zhao Lao were sure, both with sneers on their faces, looking back at Fang Sui. Both of them concluded that Fang Sui must swallow this loss. It should be known that the practice test of this death game is a battle with many powerful cultivators. It is no longer a matter for the Alliance of the Heavens. Therefore, there is a clear requirement that they must be united against the outside world. Except in extremely special circumstances, they must not allow their own people to fight first. If Fang Sui resists at this time, it will be a violation of the rules. As the main leader, Zhao Lao will have the power to kill Fang Sui. As the two looked at each other, Yun Xiangxin smiled lightly and said in a relaxed manner, why, Fang Sui, do you want to disobey the leader's order? You should know that the assessment of this death game stipulates that at least, before entering the ruined city, the team is not allowed to act alone, so you must stay in the team and obey the leader's orders. Do you want to resist? When Yun Xiangxin said the last sentence, the ending tone was frivolous and full of provocation. The leader Zhao Lao laughed softly, his eyes flashed, and he tightly covered Fang Sui, with more contempt in his eyes. The next moment, Fang Sui suddenly withdrew his gaze from the two people. Without saying a word, he stretched out his hand and wiped it out of thin air, generating a wisp of black hair in front of him, which melted like water, sparkling, smooth as a mirror, and actually turned into an image out of thin air. This is the mirroring technique that can be done by black witchcraft and magic. Fang Sui actually knows it, which is a little surprising. The mirror image is very clear, which is derived from Fang Sui's perspective of the scorpion that just entered the swamp. The meaning of his doing so was obvious. It was a response to what Yan Xiangxin and the others said, that using the magic scorpion to explore without images was not enough to prove the truth. The mirror images shown by Fang Sui were the images that the little scorpion saw while it was moving rapidly in the swamp. As it moved forward, it constantly discovered various ferocious creatures, poisonous beasts and other indigenous species on the deserted planet, hiding in groups in the swamp ahead. The scorpion shrank in size and quietly went deeper under the swamp. More ferocious creatures appeared in the images one after another. These images alone were enough to prove how dangerous the swamp ahead was. It was not suitable to cross at all, and had to take a detour. The appearance of these images was enough from the perspective of exploring the way. Fang Sui waved his hand again, and the images disappeared. He sent a thought in his mind, and ordered the magic scorpion to return. As for the shocking evil power in the depths of the swamp, what kind of great evil creature was hidden? Fang Sui was not interested in letting the magic scorpion take risks, and had to find out the truth. After doing all this, Fang Sui stopped and looked at Yan Xiangxin and Zhao Lao. He still didn't say anything at this time, but his meaning was very clear. That is, we have finished the exploration. We should take a detour and avoid this swamp. After watching the picture, the rest of the team was ready and began to form a pathfinder formation, ready to bypass the swamp and continue forward. Wait a minute. Yan Xiangxin, dressed in a long skirt, looked like a beautiful scenery in the swamp. She stopped everyone from leaving and spoke again. Although your scorpion's perspective has been shown, I still say that these are all done by you alone. The scorpion is yours, and the mirror spell is also yours, so they are not accurate. I insist on the original meaning. You must go deep into the swamp to explore and use the array pattern on the nameplates to record the image. This will be convincing. Zhao Lao interrupted with a smile. Yes, as the team leaders, the order we gave you from the beginning was to let you go deep into the swamp, not to let you play some tricks and replace yourself with the scorpion. His tone turned severe, and he scolded coldly. The most important thing for a cultivator is to be brave and fearless in order to continue to grow. You don't even dare to go deep into the swamp to explore alone. Or do you want to disobey orders? At this time, everyone around could see clearly that the purpose of Yan Xiangxin and Zhao Lao was not to explore the swamp, but to blame Fang Sui. After Zhao Lao finished his series of accusations, Fang Sui finally spoke up and said calmly, "You asked me to explore the swamp. I have no problem, but later you said that my words were not credible, and that you needed a video. Well, I showed you a mirror image, and everyone can see that the image cannot be fake. You still want me to enter the swamp, which is deliberately making things difficult for me." Fang Sui's eyes gradually glowed, and he was in high spirits. He looked at Yan Xiangxin and Zhao Lao and said slowly, "Since you have retreated and given way, it still doesn't work. I really want to ask, are you too blind? Can't you tell whether the mirror image is real or fake?" As soon as Fang Sui said this, hundreds of people around him suddenly became quiet, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Yan Xiangxin's face changed immediately. She never expected Fang Sui to be so impolite. Zhao Lao's eyes suddenly became violent, and he shouted, "How dare you? You are looking for death." After speaking, he stepped towards Fang Sui, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes, and waved his hand to hit Fang Sui's face. At the same moment, when Zhao Lao made his move, Fang Sui's eyes flashed with light, and he attacked without retreating. To be honest, even if Fang Sui directly asked Yan Xiangxin and the others if they were blind, most people around him still didn't expect Fang Sui to have the courage to attack directly. You must know that Zhao Lao, apart from his status as a team leader, is a second level master. Fang Sui's fight with him is brave and courageous, but if it is not, it is reckless and reckless. Some onlookers widened their eyes and said in disbelief, "They are fighting now." Before the voice fell, a loud bang sounded, shaking the earth and making everyone's ears buzz. The power was extremely shocking. This was the first collision between the two sides without any fancy moves. The result of this attack was also unexpected. You must know that the gap between each level is huge, like a chasm, and an insurmountable barrier. Therefore, Fang Sui's first level fight against Zhao Liao's second level was considered unwise and reckless, and no one was optimistic about it in advance. Some viewers had already anticipated the moment Fang Sui made his move, that Fang Sui's move was like hitting a rock with an egg. However, when the first attack was over, an unexpected scene appeared. First of all, in the moment just now, Fang Sui's response to Zhao Liao's attack was jaw-dropping. Instead of dodging, he used his head as a hammer and directly hit Zhao Liao's arm. At the same time, he punched Zhao Liao's chest and jaw at the same time, and launched a counter-attack with a very strange posture. Fang Sui's reaction and counter-attack obviously surprised Zhao Liao. After a loud bang, Fang Sui was injured, his body swayed slightly, and blood with a black smell flowed from the corner of his mouth. On the other side, Zhao Liao was also hit in the jaw by one of Fang Sui's counter-attacks. He also felt that his jaw was about to split, his flesh was broken, and blood was flowing, and he didn't take any advantage. Fang Sui showed such a fierce momentum in one strike. He was not afraid of getting hurt, and fought for his life and death. He was indeed brave enough. After the first strike, Zhao Liao's eyes were filled with anger. He was about to speak, but before he could really speak, Fang Sui's face was already sneered, and he moved like a ghost and a tiger, rushing towards him. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them fought as fast as lightning. For a moment, all the onlookers were stunned. Yan Xiangxin was the same. She did not expect such a situation that was out of control. There was only one voice in her heart, which sounded over and over again. This man is so reckless. He wants to challenge the second level with the first level. I wonder how he will end up. At this time, the two people in the air were fighting fiercely. Both sides' moves were as fast as thunderbolts and as fast as lightning. After a period of observation, everyone quickly saw that the battle between Fang Sui and Zhao Liao was not only about magic and magical powers, but also about an extremely fierce and ruthless attitude and indifference to life and death. When the two of them were fighting, Fang Sui's approach really shocked the onlookers. He was one level lower than his opponent, but he showed a fearless fighting state. During the battle, Fang Sui would rather exchange injuries for injuries in many of Zhao Liao's attacks. When he himself was attacked, one of his attacks would hit Zhao Liao as well. Outsiders naturally didn't know that Fang Sui's choice was actually a helpless move. He had been hit by a shadow creature a few days ago, and his injuries had not been completely healed so far, and he could flare up at any time. Therefore, when the battle started, Fang Sui had to fight quickly. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Therefore, his killing method was particularly intimidating, simple and crude to the extreme, like a mad tiger. The two exchanged moves at a very fast speed. In a short time, both sides were already injured and bleeding, and the atmosphere was terrible. Zhao Liao was surprised by Fang Sui's strong fighting power and fierce killing method. For a while, he was somewhat taken advantage of by Fang Sui, and retreated step by step. In a flash, the killing battle between the two became more and more intense, and it was already at the point of life and death. The onlookers around were all staring in awe. Someone murmured, Fang Sui is so ferocious and powerful, it's really amazing. But isn't it against the rules for him to attack rashly? This assessment does not allow people inside to fight each other. How will he face the accusations from the upper level after this battle? Wan King was also standing in the crowd. Her face was calm, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at Fang Sui in the battle, and she said, "You are talking about normal circumstances, but there is one exception." Someone was slightly surprised when he heard the words, showing a thoughtful look, and then suddenly realized, "You mean that, if a team member takes the initiative to challenge the second level leader, and applies for the position of leader, Fang Sui's action will be allowed?" Wan King smiled and said, "Yes, only when you apply for the position of leader. It is not against the rules to fight with the leader." I'm sure that Fang Sui must have activated the nameplate before he took action and transmitted the message with his divine mind to apply for the position of challenge for the leader. Therefore, when he fought with Zhao Liao at this time, there was no violation of the rules at all. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she continued, Fang Sui is fearless in fighting an opponent who is one level higher than him. This is the mentality of a true strong man. In comparison, Zhao Liao relies on his second level strength to bully Fang Sui. Haha, in Fang Sui's words, this guy's really blind. Happy reading. Chapter 214, Cross-Level Leadership, asking for monthly tickets at the beginning of the month. When Wang Qing said this, she turned her head and glanced at Yan Xiangxin with a playful look in her eyes. Yan Xiangxin looked unhappy and naturally understood that Wang Qing also meant to allude to her. At this time, a surging murderous Sora came from the place where Zhao Liao and Fang Sui were fighting fiercely, whistling like a strong wind, and the momentum was intimidating. It was the fight between Fang Sui and Zhao Liao, which had reached the most intense moment. In the air, Zhao Liao shouted softly, and a wall of light appeared in his hand, pushing towards Fang Sui like a heavy mountain. This was obviously to rely on the power that was one level higher than Fang Sui to crush him with mana. Although the method was stupid, it was the best strategy to deal with those with lower mana than oneself. A few feet away from Zhao Liao, Fang Sui was wearing armor and standing in the air, his long hair flying with the whistling wind, and the two kinds of powerful forces in his body burst out with a bang. His left hand sacrificed a round of scorching sun, and the other hand hit a dark mountain. These two kinds of magical objects collided and combined in the air, which was another form of dark mountain purgatory. In an instant, the golden light and black air in the void intertwined, evolving a breath as heavy as thick soil and as fierce as the scorching sun, which collided with the magic light wall emitted by Zhao Liao. With a loud bang, the surrounding area seemed to collapse, and the sky collapsed. At the moment of this strong collision, everyone saw that Fang Sui's figure flashed and rushed towards Zhao Liao. At the same moment, when he was hit in the chest by Zhao Liao's punch, a golden thread flew out of Fang Sui's underworld armor like a stream of light. The golden thread was extremely fast, and it flashed in the air and circled around Zhao Liao's neck. In an instant, Zhao Liao's face changed drastically. His neck was strangled, and he immediately felt suffocated. Then, he felt a terrifying feeling like a sharp blade cutting his neck. After the golden thread circled his neck, it began to shrink and tighten, making Zhao Liao panic and fear. The next moment, blood oozed from Zhao Liao's neck, and the golden thread was strangled under his flesh. There were many spectators around, and no one expected such a strange change to happen. They all gasped. The golden thread continued to tighten around Zhao Liao's neck. After a breath, Zhao Liao's face gradually showed an expression of shock that he could not control. He looked at Fang Sui, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth after being hit by him. Although he was seriously injured, he still stood calmly and straight. Zhao Liao dug his hands tightly into the bloodstains on his neck, making a final struggle, hoping to hold the golden thread and stop it from tightening further. He struggled and said, "You dare to kill me? This is against the rules." Fang Sui slowly adjusted his breathing, but he still felt uncomfortable in his chest. It was not only because he was hit by Zhao Liao, but more because the injuries from the attack of the shadow creature spread again in his body. Fang Sui sighed in his heart, and this test of the death game was probably going to be more difficult. Looking at Zhao Liao, who was already in a dying state and full of fear, Fang Sui said, "Violation? How can there be such a thing as violation? Before I started the battle with you, I had already sent a divine message to the teleportation mountain through the nameplate to challenge your position as the leader, so fighting with you is not against the rules." He added, "Once I start, I will root out the enemies. This is my principle. Do I keep you alive so that I can find an opportunity to harm me in the future?" After he finished speaking, he waved his hand lightly. With a hiss, blood spurted out. Zhao Liao's neck was cut off by the golden thread, and his head rolled down in the air. Fang Sui reached out and grabbed it, just in time to catch Zhao Liao's head. With a flash of golden light, the golden thread returned to the armor. Everyone around was shocked. The second level Zhao Liao was killed by Fang Sui just like that. No one had thought of this beforehand. Fang Sui stood in blood, holding Zhao Liao's head with one hand, but his voice was calm, and he asked lightly, "Buster, do you want to eat this head?" Buster sat lazily on Fang Sui's shoulder and replied, I didn't want to eat the head of such a fool, but I thought that it was the first second level killed by you, Lord, so I'd better eat it as a commemoration. After Buster finished speaking, under the stunned gaze of the people in the audience, he opened his mouth wide and sucked hard. A black gas turned into a storm, and Zhao Liao's head was rolled up and quickly shrank to less than the size of a baby's fist, and was taken into Buster's mouth. Crack, crack. Blood splashed in Buster's mouth, and the sound of bones breaking, and the friction of chewing were intertwined. Buster, you are so disgusting. How dirty must your mouth be, to eat like this? Fang Sui frowned. Buster was stunned for a moment, and quickly swallowed the food in his mouth. He opened his mouth wide to prove that his mouth was clean, and said vaguely, I have the ability to wash and absorb swallowed things, so my mouth is clean. I just think it's fun to chew scary food, so I chew it often. Look, that Yun Xiangxin, isn't her face pale with fear? I wonder what her head tastes like. This conversation was too cruel, and Yun Xiangxin was really scared. At this time, in the ancient source star, an infinite distance away from Fang Sui and others, in the Panshi Universe Quantity Tower, in a huge hall, Deputy Hall Master Zhang Zeng and a group of people shot strange lights in their eyes, staring at the array images in front of them. The image was the same as the last test, showing the scene of the first and second level cultivators under the All Heavens Alliance participating in this death game. Including Deputy Hall Master Zhang Zeng, the expressions of the people in the hall were more or less surprised. It's been many years since I've seen someone challenge a second level leader with a first level in a big test and successfully kill the second level leader. This Zhao Liao is also an idiot. A second level leader was defeated by a first level leader. Someone else asked, Deputy Hall Master, should we report this matter? Deputy Hall Master Zhang Zeng sat there with a fat and strong body, like a majestic mountain, and said casually, report, why not? This kid is a good material. He should be trained more. What is there to hide? Let the news of his killing of the second level leader spread out. Let the masters of other major forces keep an eye on this kid. I'm looking forward to Fang Sui's performance after entering the City of Ruins. It is a good thing for him to clash with people from major forces. Someone grumbled, Deputy Hall Master, you are putting Fang Sui on the fire by doing this. Once the news that he killed a second level person at the first level and won the position of team leader comes out, he will immediately attract the attention of all major forces. Just in this death game test, many people will target him to be killed. He is only at the first level. If he can't resist and something happens, it may not be good, especially since he seems to be very close to Miss Gao. Deputy Hall Master Zhang Zeng smiled and said, I'll let him practice more, to give him a chance and let him go faster. Otherwise, he will be too far away from Gao and there are some things he can't even think about. He met Gao, and the two of them are close, so he will be less likely to be noticed in the future. Hurry up, spread the news that he killed a second level person among all the major forces in the whole Desolate Star. After thinking about it, he muttered to himself, putting him on the fire is a good thing. He will be roasted to death and then come back to life. Only after several life and death experiences can he become successful. If he is roasted to death and can't come back to life, that's fine. It means he is not made of that material. If he wants to succeed, he must go through some things. The rest of the people kept silent and quickly followed the instructions to release the news. Not long after, the news that Fang Sui killed the leader of the second level primary level spread throughout the entire desolate planet through everyone's nameplate array. For a while, all kinds of voices were everywhere on the desolate planet. Fang Sui, fighting across levels is rare. The Alliance of All Heavens. Are they releasing this news to declare war on us? One voice after another came from the mouths of the major forces. Among these people, there were strong men from the Temple of the Gods with divine light protecting their bodies. There were also abyssal flame demons with surging flames burning on their bodies, and people from the East Fairy Temple flying on swords. Similarly, UK King, Lai Yan, Shabudu, and other opponents of Fang Sui who were also on this desolate planet at this time, all had different expressions. After receiving this news, UK King's beautiful eyes were like water, with a flowing tone, and she muttered to herself thoughtfully, is Fang Sui growing so fast? He can already kill a first grade second order cultivator. It will be difficult to snatch the hunting mirror. Lai Yan was purely surprised and said to himself with a fierce look in his eyes, Fang Sui is really like Yan Xianji expected a while ago. He has the ability to fight across levels. If he is allowed to grow, there will be no small disaster. After hearing the news, Xiahou Du sneered in a low voice, I don't know which second order idiot was killed by Fang Sui by chance. Well, originally there was a rule for this practice test. Second order cultivators have their own fighting circle, and they cannot kill first order cultivators. But since Fang Sui killed a second order cultivator, he will be counted as a second order cultivator in terms of combat power. In this way, the rule of not being able to attack a first order cultivator is invalid for him, and it is not against the rules for me to kill him. At this time, Fang Sui, together with Buster, turned their gazes to Yan Xiangxin. Yan Xiangxin's face was full of shock. Although she was a second level warrior, her combat power was still slightly inferior to Zhao Lao's. Fang Sui was able to kill Zhao Lao. Yan Xiangxin was a little confused for a moment, at a loss, and a fear of Fang Sui rose in her heart as never before. Fang Sui killed Zhao Lao. How could this happen? How could this happen? Such thoughts fluctuated in Yan Xiangxin's heart. In the surrounding teams, everyone was quiet, looking at Fang Sui with respect or fear, with different emotions. Fang Sui was also pondering in his heart at this time. If he killed Yan Xiangxin, this time he would kill 2 second level warriors. Although it was a relief at the moment, the subsequent situation would be a little complicated and difficult to deal with. But if he didn't kill her, this woman would be stubborn and willful, and she might still be a trouble in the future. Fang Sui's thoughts fluctuated in his mind, and the fierce light in his eyes gradually grew stronger. He decided to kill this woman, and was about to send his thoughts to Buster, Scorpion and other fierce creatures under his seat to take action. However, at this moment, a gate with array patterns was constructed in the void not far in front of him, and an old man with a vigorous face stepped out. It was Zyremo. After he walked out, he looked at Fang Sui, then at Yan Xiangxin beside him, and said, okay, if you kill 2 second level at a time, let alone the consequences, the situation you will face when entering the ruined city later will be too difficult. He sent a voice transmission into Fang Sui's ears and said, besides, this little girl was born in the Yun family, and you can't let her be killed in public. It will be embarrassing for our alliance. You killed Bifu last time, and the Bi family has been relentless. If it weren't for Deputy Hall Master Zhang Zheng speaking for you, you wouldn't be able to be so peaceful. Fang Sui curled his lips and said nothing. Zyremo glanced at everyone and laughed. From now on, the team will be led by Fang Sui. Also, Fang Sui, you are injured. The Deputy Hall Master asked me to send something to treat your injury, so that you can enter the City of Ruins in the best condition, and represent our alliance of all heavens to compete with all the major forces. After Zyremo finished speaking, he spread out his palm, revealing something in his palm. Happy 11th everyone. Chapter 215 Arrival at the Ruins. A slight uproar sounded again in the surroundings, and everyone looked at the thing in Zyremo's hand with some surprise. In the dim sky of the desolate star, Fang Sui was also looking at the thing in Zyremo's hand. It was a water green prismatic crystal with a brilliant light, like jade, flawless and smooth, emitting a crystal-like gem. As soon as it appeared, it reflected a bright green around it, and the rosy clouds were dazzling. The most important thing is that this thing has an uplifting vitality, surging with endless vitality, like the surging vitality of the ocean. Is this a special energy crystal? Judging from the vitality it fluctuates, it is obviously a healing holy object. I wonder what level of healing energy crystal it has reached. Looking at the fluctuation of this energy, it should be an energy crystal above the 4th or 5th level. This is a rare thing among high level cultivators, and is very precious. Discussions rang out in the crowd. Fang Sui shared the same opinion as everyone else. This is indeed a precious healing crystal. Zyremo glanced at everyone and said, there is one thing you have guessed wrong. This is a life energy crystal, but it is not the natural energy crystal you imagined. It has been refined by the Teoti tribe, so it is more precious. There was another uproar in the crowd. The Teoti tribe, that Zyremo mentioned was not the Teoti beast, one of the 9 sons of the dragon, but a race that is extremely good at eating among the billions of intelligent races in the vast universe. Their practice is amazing. They use sacrifices and processing of various foods to increase their internal strength and change their origins. The more food they eat, the faster they can evolve. The entire Teoti tribe is one of the 3 or 5 races that are best at eating in the vast universe. They have developed eating into a culture of practice. Most of the things that have been refined by the Teoti tribe are related to eating, and they are extremely precious. Zyremo had a calm expression and said to Fang Sui with sparkling eyes, Deputy Palace Master Zhang Zheng said that once we enter the ruined city, the battle with other forces will begin. At that time, the major forces will no longer be able to interfere, and of course it will be impossible to send you anything to heal your wounds. So let me send this crystal over now, and you absorb the energy in it immediately. I'll wait here for you to absorb the energy in the crystal before leaving. He added, this crystal was originally a 4th order life energy crystal, which is an excellent thing for healing. The Teoti tribe picked a fruit from the tree of life and refined it into the crystal, and the effect has doubled. You try it. He raised his hand and threw the crystal to Fang Sui and instructed, let's get started. Fang Sui reached out to take the crystal, but felt as if he was holding a surging life energy in his hand. Looking closely at the crystal, there was a shadow of an ancient tree that was towering and green, growing in the center of a vast sea of vitality. I thought it was the image of the fruit of the tree of life that Zyremo had just mentioned, which was refined in this crystal by the Teoti tribe. Fang Sui looked at the crystal and thought to himself, it seems that entering the ruined city is really dangerous. Otherwise, Deputy Hall Master Zhang Zheng would not have asked someone to send this energy crystal to help me recover quickly. Then, Fang Sui stood in the air and opened the energy crystal in his hand. It turned out that after the energy crystal was refined by the Teoti tribe, the divine liquid of the fruit of life was cleverly stored inside, so that the energy properties of the crystal itself remained unchanged, but it also served as a container, using the energy of the crystal to warm the divine liquid of life. At this time, Fang Sui opened the crystal, and a drop of crystal clear liquid with rune fragments flowed out of the crystal and dripped into his mouth. Fang Sui closed his eyes, circulated the power in his body, and absorbed the divine liquid of life that dripped into his mouth. The energy crystal without the divine liquid was still held in his hand. At the moment he closed his eyes, he felt that the drop of divine liquid that entered his mouth turned into a long river of life that kept flowing in his body, repairing the injuries all over his body. As time passed, a breath of life permeated Fang Sui's body, gradually filling up and becoming stronger and stronger. Thunderous sound of flowing came out of his body. The surrounding onlookers all showed admiration in their eyes. Someone whispered, look, Fang Sui's previous injuries in the battle are recovering quickly. It's amazing. Under the gaze of everyone, Fang Sui's body surface injuries did show amazing changes. A layer of crystal film was quickly forming on the many wounds he suffered in the previous battle. Not only did the bleeding stop, but the skin became crystal clear, vitality spread, and the muscles squirmed, and the wounds closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In Fang Sui's own perception, he found that the divine liquid of life swallowed into his stomach was constantly blending into every inch of flesh and blood in his body, making his whole body seem to be injected with energy, and the vigorous vitality blended with the blood, rushing and flowing in his body. Whenever it flowed to the injured part, there would be a vitality to repair the wound. The changes did not stop there. Fang Sui was hit in the chest by Zhao Liao at the last moment of the previous battle. In fact, the injury was very serious. Not only did most of the bones in his chest crack, but even his internal organs were shaken and shifted. However, these injuries were repaired by this vitality at this time and quickly stabilized. Fang Sui's bones seemed to have turned into crystal jade. If someone could see through his body at this time, they would be able to see that the cracks on the bones in his chest were washed by a liquid that seemed to be melted from divine jade, gradually becoming flawless and without stains, and all injuries disappeared. Half an hour later, the fluctuations of vitality in Fang Sui's body began to weaken. He finally slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of divine light and deep brilliance, and it was obvious that he was in an unprecedented peak state at this moment, and all the injuries in his body were cleared. Basta sent out divine thoughts and asked, "The Lord's physical and mental exhaustion has basically recovered. How about the remaining injuries of the shadow creature?" Fang Sui stood up and responded with some distress. "After the shadow creature hit me, there was always a trace of breath remaining in my body. This injury is really strange. During the previous healing process, this trace of shadow breath remaining in my body also absorbed the energy in the life crystal and became stronger instead." After a slight pause, he said, "It seems that there is no other way to treat this injury except to refine it bit by bit and slowly eliminate it." Xia Remo smiled when he saw Fang Sui stand up, touched the identity plate, and a ray of light flowed down, turning into a teleportation array door in the void. Xia Remo stepped into the door and teleported away, but his voice came back. "Fang Sui, since you have recovered, you should lead the team to the ruined city as soon as possible. You have delayed a lot of time compared to other teams. Yan Xiangxin was transferred to another group by me. In this way, there is no second level master in your team, so you must be more careful." Xia Remo's figure disappeared completely after he finished speaking. Fang Sui turned around and looked around. At this time, everyone was still standing next to the swamp, with a tight formation. When he was healing before, the surrounding area was actually not peaceful. There were frequent attacks by poisonous beasts from the Wild Star. Fortunately, Xia Remo was there to protect him, so there were no injuries. In fact, according to Fang Sui's meaning, leading a team forward is far less flexible than going deep independently, and you can advance and retreat as you like. But at this time, the situation is like this. Leading this team to set off, at least before reaching the ruined city, is already an unchangeable thing. Fang Sui thought for a while, and then appointed Wang King as the deputy leader. This is not because he is partial. Wang King is from the same group. She is the top cultivator in the group, second only to Fang Sui and others. There are few people in the team at this time. It is normal to choose Wang King as a deputy leader. After the whole team set out again, Wang King's performance also surprised Fang Sui a little. Wang King seemed to have studied command and dispatch and deployed troops. She was well organized and orderly. Moreover, her command was not based on the records in ancient books. After she mastered the relevant changes of battle formations, she added her own understanding and used it freely. Fang Sui has a clear understanding of his own strengths and weaknesses. He is good at controlling the situation, good at surprise attacks, strong will, and especially good at changing the situation in adversity. However, when marching with more than 100 people and close to the type of military formation, his strengths are not in overall coordination and overall view. From this point of view, Wang King's performance is better than Fang Sui's. After all, it is impossible for everyone to be comprehensive and proficient in everything. In fact, Wang King, who was born in a family of cultivators, had a wide range of knowledge since childhood. The things he was exposed to and his horizons were naturally different from those of ordinary cultivators. Wang King himself was particularly interested in setting up various ancient formations and studying the metaphysical art of mysterious energy mechanism between heaven and earth. At this time, he made some changes to the study of formation patterns and applied it to a small team of hundreds of people. It was naturally easy to do, and he did not feel any effort at all. After the team moved forward again, Wang King adopted a formation with a trident in front and two wings like scissors in the back. Looking down from above, the whole team looked like a strange shaped crab, flexible and changeable, capable of attacking and defending. No matter which part of the team was attacked, they could quickly get support from the surrounding people by moving. This formation was not lacking in the sharpness of the sprint forward, nor in the changes of fantasy. Generally speaking, it could be called a combination of strange and right. When this formation was deployed, the casualties of the whole team were sharply reduced when they were attacked by poisonous beasts, and the effect was immediate. The effect was good. Some people who were originally dissatisfied with Wang King's leadership restrained their thoughts. The whole team was initially united, which was very different from the scattered situation when Zhao Liao and Yan Xiangxin led them. The speed of advancement suddenly increased. Because the whole team was composed of powerful cultivators, when they moved forward, they seemed to be flying close to the ground, but the formation was neat and not chaotic. From a distance, it looked like a giant beast moving forward with its fangs and claws bared, which looked spectacular and awe-inspiring. This team quickly bypassed the dangerous swamp and quickly advanced on the plain again. Although there were constant attacks along the way, they were generally moving fast. After passing 2 city ruins, several mountains, canyons and other terrain changes along the way, they finally came to an endless plateau-like area in 2 days. In the center of the plateau, there was a huge city full of traces of time, but still towering in the distance. It was a ruined city. She was hidden in the faint haze that permeated the surface of the desolate planet, looming. Happy reading. Chapter 216. Prey appears in the city. At this time, there were only about 240 people left in the whole team. In the mist, the surroundings were silent. Fang Sui looked at everyone in the team and said, "Everyone knows that, after I kill Zhao Lao, I will enter the City of Ruins. I will have to compete with various masters to attack, which is probably not easy. In this case, I will be more flexible." He said, "We will split up here. Goodbye, everyone." After that, he turned around neatly and walked towards the City of Ruins. Wang King stood in front of the team and shouted across the air, "Hey, young Master Fang, you are alone. Be careful. When we go back, I'm still waiting to go to Yangxiao Palace with you again." Faintly, Fang Sui's back could be seen disappearing in the mist. He waved to everyone and said easily, "Don't worry, I will be fine. You can pay attention to my news and the information notification sent by the nameplate." Before the voice fell, Fang Sui's figure flashed and disappeared completely in the mist. What does the last sentence of Team Leader Fang mean? Asking us to pay attention to his news in the nameplate array. Someone discussed. Another person rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "You don't even know this. Isn't the meaning of this sentence simple? Along the way, what kind of news will be announced on your nameplate?" The person asking the question was puzzled. Team Leader Fang killed Zhao Lao earlier because he fought against opponents of higher levels. He was reported once. Later, a mythical team from the Temple of the Gods wiped out a team from the Major Alliance. He was also reported once. And Wu Ling from our alliance was the first among all the major forces to enter the City of Ruins. He was also reported once. In the past 2 days, about 7 or 8 pieces of news have been reported, all of which were shocking news. Another person said, "This is incredible." Team Leader Fang asked us to pay attention to his news from the formation nameplate. Isn't that simple? This means that, after he enters the city, he is ready to fight with various strong men. Only this level of confrontation can be reported on the nameplate. The person asking the question suddenly understood. Yeah, it turns out that Team Leader Fang said this to tell us that he is going to do something big after entering the city. It's just that it seems a bit arrogant to say so. Wang King looked back at the 2 people who were talking and interrupted. "This is not a question of arrogance, but a difference in mentality. You take the path you want to achieve. Most people think about hiding and how to hold on for a longer time after entering the city, but Fang Sui is thinking about how to compete with the masters of various forces. These are 2 completely different concepts." After speaking, he sighed softly, his beautiful eyes moved, and he looked at everyone and said, "Let's talk about our own problems first. When we get here, according to the regulations, we can start to act alone. I say, if anyone wants to enter the city by themselves, they can leave now." After hearing this, everyone did not make a decision immediately, and most of them showed consideration. On the way here, Wang King demonstrated his ability to march and set up battle formations, which was indeed effective, but in such a short time, it was naturally impossible for everyone to truly admire him. Most people who practice cultivation are arrogant. It is obviously not enough to make these people willing to be led by Wang King in such a short time. Therefore, after Wang King finished speaking, some people thought about it and still felt that their actions were more concealed and freer, so they chose to leave. In the end, the ratio of those who left to those who stayed was about half and half. In other words, there were still more than 100 people left. Wang King was already very satisfied and immediately prepared and made a series of long considered allocations and dispatches. The team then opened up and began to go deep into the City of Ruins. The City of Ruins was like a giant beast lying dormant on the earth. As he approached, the scene in the city gradually appeared clearly in front of Fang Sui's eyes. What he saw surprised him a little. In the cover of the light mist, the City of Ruins seemed to stand in the sky. It seemed to be lifted up by the mist and floating. Buildings of different heights were scattered and lined up. There was an astonishing evil spirit and the curse of death in the city. The city looked like it had been infected with plague and countless people had died. There was an invisible evil spirit everywhere, which was creepy. The architectural style and layout of the city were a little similar to the modern times before Fang Sui crossed over. There were tall buildings and huge palaces, which were quite densely distributed. Some of the temples have collapsed due to long-term abandonment. On the wide or narrow streets, there are countless large and small stones scattered around. It is a dilapidated place with occasional skeletons. The most amazing thing is that there are many poisonous beasts or humanoid aliens everywhere in the city. They are all creatures that used to live in this ruined city. They were invaded by the great disaster that happened on the wasteland planet and became half dead. They gained long vitality and did not die for thousands of years. They wandered around the wasteland planet, mainly concentrated in the damaged cities. Lord, I sense the breath of the second level poisonous cursed species deep in the city. This almost exceeds the power limit we can deal with at present. It is too dangerous. Even Buster also sensed the horror in the city and warned. Fang Sui hummed lightly. He touched the identity nameplate in his hand and carefully checked the relevant information about the ruined city. There are multiple entrances and exits in the city. I'm now outside the city to the north, so I should choose to enter from the north entrance. Fang Sui whispered, and a dark underworld air filled his body. This underworld air was very strange. After it appeared, it wrapped Fang Sui and hid him in it, and then began to swallow a large amount of fog in the surrounding void. A wonderful scene happened. Not long after, the black underworld air that wrapped Fang Sui began to fade after swallowing the fog. In the end, the thick underworld air became similar to the surrounding mist. It was light and faint, and still covered Fang Sui in the fog formed by the underworld air, which had the effect of visual invisibility. If someone passed by Fang Sui at this time, they would definitely think that he was in a void and could not find his existence at all. Fang Sui then took action, but saw a fog flow drifting, silently passing by the poisonous beasts and humanoid species that could be seen everywhere in the ruined city. When these foreign objects seemed to be unaware, Fang Sui had already gone far away. In a blink of an eye, he had successfully entered the city. However, at this moment, Fang Sui paused for a moment and uttered a sigh. He felt an abnormal fluctuation coming from the altar of the dead. Fang Sui delayed for a moment and immersed his thoughts in the altar to check. Then, a smile flashed across his mouth, and he continued to go deeper into the ruined city. At this time, not far from the north entrance of the city, on the top of a towering building, 2 men and 1 woman were quietly lurking. The hiding methods of these 3 people were very clever, and people couldn't help but feel surprised and amazed after seeing them. There was a ring-shaped silver metal object on the shoulders of the 3 people, embedded in the armor, with light fluctuations flowing. This light appeared and coated them with a layer of stone shell. Therefore, the 3 people became 3 human sculptures standing on the top of the building, with lifelike and vivid shapes. Even a sense of the passage of time was imitated on the sculptures they incarnated, creating an ancient atmosphere after the sedimentation of time. Even if you look closely, you can't find any flaws in their disguise. The sculptures transformed by the 3 people stood on the top of the temple, with different postures, overlooking the only way in and out of the city. The 3 people watched the main street of the city filled with poisonous beasts, and communicated with each other through telepathy. In the past few hours, the 3 of us were responsible for monitoring the north entrance in and out of the city. In addition to letting 3 large teams enter the city, we hunted down dozens of people who entered alone. The efficiency is not bad. However, it is approaching the last few hours of the 3-day entry time limit set by the major forces. Those who have not been able to enter the city at this time probably won't have any masters. Let's prepare to retreat. A tall man who turned into a sculpture said. This man himself was very tall, and the sculpture he turned into was even more majestic, like a god of war, with an imposing aura. The other man was handsome, with the body of an ordinary man, but he was the leader of the three. He continued, the captain is leading people to search for clues to the scroll of life in the city. Let us hold on for another half an hour before we can retreat. The only remaining woman interrupted, we are still short of a few scrolls, and everyone in our team will have one. Haha, this death game is said to be difficult, but it is too easy for our team. After everyone has a scroll of life, the real hunt will begin. This time, all major forces will collide here, and our pantheon will undoubtedly be the first in the end. The woman was wearing light armor, and she was tall and toned, like a female war god. As she spoke, she gently licked her sexy red lips, revealing a bloodthirsty expression, and complained to the tall young man, it's so unlucky that we are always assigned to the same group as you, Okut. If you don't know the petrification magic, the three of us wouldn't have to be sent here to act as sculptures. Standing here motionless, we would have entered the city and fought with the captain long ago. The tall man Okut sneered, come on, Yuji, your divine eye, with the blessing of the god of watch, has played a small role in the surveillance for these few hours. Several guys who are good at disguise passed by below, and you saw through them and killed them. So even if I wasn't there, you would have been assigned here to be responsible for surveillance and monitoring. Who told you to communicate and practice with the god of watch? Whenever our captain assigns a task, aren't you responsible for surveillance and hunting? The young leader said, okay, let's stop arguing about this old problem. Yuji, use the Eye of God to search the streets below again. If you don't find anything, we will go and join the captain and join the search for the scroll of life. Yuji agreed, and then chanted softly. Low prayer spells came out of her mouth continuously. In an instant, she seemed to have gained some kind of divine power. Her eyes underwent amazing changes. Her pupils stood upright and turned into the vertical pupils of snake creatures. When they closed, they were cold and ruthless. There were also lightning patterns that flashed through her eyes, which seemed to break through all illusions. The woman's vertical pupils flickered, and she looked at the street below. What? Did you find anything? The leading man asked. Yes. There was indeed a discovery. A person turned into a thick fog, hiding his figure, thinking that no one could find him, and swaggered through the many poisonous beasts on the street below. Yuji responded. Okut grinned. Another prey is coming. Thanks to the 3 people who helped with this book last month, Mrastar, Zyme 32145, and Guyangu, for their awards, votes, and comments. It is impossible to list the names of other people one by one, but I would like to thank them all. Happy reading. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Undead Monster. The leading young man said, Yuji, send the images you have detected to me, and let Okut kill this person. The time is almost up, and then we will leave this place. Yuji agreed, and the spell in her mouth changed. The next moment, the 2 men used her perspective to see that on the street far below, there was indeed a figure shrouded in a fog, invisible to ordinary people, walking calmly among the many poisonous beasts scattered on the street. The figure was very hazy. After seeing through his disguise fog, his true face could not be seen. Outside his body, there was a layer of protective black air, covering his face and body. The leading man laughed and said, this man's invisibility is quite good, but not cautious enough. He dared to go so swaggering, after entering the ruined city, where there are countless masters. I'm afraid he is a self-righteous guy who has not experienced big scenes and his cultivation should be limited. Okut, you take action. Kill him, so that we can retreat. Okut, the tallest of the 3, nodded, and his face suddenly became murderous. The next moment, the stone statue disguised as Okut suddenly came to life and moved. The scene was strange. His body was pulled back in the opposite direction, like a strong bow opening its string and accumulating power, giving people a sense of unparalleled power. His arm was raised high, and suddenly, a spear with a dazzling light, like lightning appeared in his raised hand. With a bang, the dazzling spear, with a mighty force like piercing the sky and splitting the earth, was thrown out by Okut and shot into the hole towards the figure on the street. The whole long street, even the sky, was illuminated by this spear light, like a lightning bolt splitting the sky, with unparalleled power, and in a flash it came in front of the figure on the long street. This spear showed such a domineering momentum that people from far and near could see it. The leading young man frowned slightly. Okut, why did you make such a fuss and actually activate the divine power light spear projection technique called Sky Wound? After Okut's spear tip fell out of his hand, he chuckled and said, because this is the last blow, we will go to meet up with the captain afterwards. Why do we need to hide, throw Sky Wound, and satisfy our desire? I learned this spear throwing technique from the captain that borrows divine power and is indestructible, but I have never had the opportunity to use it. At the same moment, in the ruined city at this time, many other places have discovered the amazing fluctuations coming from the north corner of the city. Someone looked to the north and said, this is the north entrance of the city guarded by the temple of the gods. Someone is summoning the power of the gods to activate Sky Wound to hunt down the opponent. In another corner of the city, Wuling was also standing on the top of a building. Strangely, the gloomy young man Salish, who was secretly hostile to the other party, actually stood respectfully behind Wuling. Both of them also sensed the fluctuations coming from the north and turned their heads to look. The long wind blew, and Wuling's grey-white clothes fluttered. She still looked very thin, as if she was about to be blown up by the strong wind. Her eyes, looking into the distance, flashed with fragments of images, as if she could see the scene happening in the north end of the city through an endless distance. The fragments of images that appeared in her eyes were the scene of the three people from the temple of the gods hunting down the figure on the long street. Finally, Wuling saw the image of an ancient mirror in her eyes, which flashed by. She closed her eyes and opened them again after a moment, and the strange image in her eyes had disappeared. She said to herself, it turned out that Fang Sui had just entered the city and was ambushed by the people from the temple of the gods. These people didn't know that, while they were calculating Fang Sui, they were also being calculated by Fang Sui. The outcome is unpredictable. The information received earlier showed that Fang Sui defeated Zhao Lao, who was a second level beginner. His growth rate is quite fast. After a moment, she whispered again, the test of this death game is like a big hunting ground. It suits me very well. Solish behind her always had a cold face, gloomy eyes, and remained silent. Then, the two of them jumped down from the top of the temple where they were hiding, one after the other, and quickly disappeared among the many buildings in the city. In the north of the ruined city, the divine light spear thrown by Okut came to the front of the figure covered in a thick fog in the blink of an eye. Swish! The spear light that broke through the air with an irresistible momentum, pierced through the figure in the thick fog without any hindrance, passed through his chest and abdomen, and blew half of his body into nothingness. Haha. Really weak, vulnerable. If I had known this, I would not have used the Sky Wound. Summoning divine power once consumes more than half of my mental power, Okut said on the roof. As Okut spoke, the three people on the top of the building removed their disguises together. The sculpture stone skin covering them cracked and fell off in an instant. The three people showed their true faces and prepared to leave. Hey, I have hunted a new target again. Why doesn't my nameplate show that the number of hunted targets has increased? It's still the original 9 people. Okut glanced at the nameplate information in his hand and asked. It turns out that the number of opponents killed by each personality will be displayed on his nameplate. Huh. The young leader was also a little surprised. He turned his head to look at the long street, where the target figure was pierced through the chest and abdomen by the Sky Wound, wanting to confirm again that the person had been killed. This sight surprised the young leader. But the target figure on the long street below, who was pierced by the spearlight of the Sky Wound, did not fall to the ground and die as the three expected. The figure still stood in the darkness, with only a vague outline of his figure. There was a huge wound on the chest of the target Black Shadow, after being pierced by the Sky Wound, which pierced through the front and back, to form a big hole. At this time, there was black gas churning in the hole, which was closing quickly. Not long after, the hole was completely filled with black gas, and recovered as before. What kind of species is this? It doesn't seem to be a flesh and blood body. It didn't die after being pierced by the skywound and recovered, Okkot said with some surprise when he saw this scene. Stop talking nonsense. Since he's not dead, just kill him, the young leader said calmly. He then gave a low shout and stretched out his hand. There was a loud rumble and a dazzling light. A bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky and struck the target on the long street in the distance again. However, at this time, the black shadow surrounded by fog on the street suddenly ran quickly and rushed towards the top of the building where the three people were. Boom. Snap. Once the black shadow started to move, it immediately showed an astonishing speed, like a strong wind sweeping the earth, whistling past. The thunder attack launched by the leading young man was a step late and did not hit the target. It only struck the position where the black shadow stood before moving and blasted a black hole with light smoke in the ground. And the target black shadow was still whistling like a strong wind, quickly approaching the three people on the high building. Boom, boom, boom. The leading young man made a move again, showing the power of a god. Every time he stretched out his hand and made a fist, a bolt of lightning would fall from the sky and strike the black shadow that was rushing over. However, the shadow moved too fast, like a ghost, with an uncertain trajectory, and kept shaking in a small range. The lightning bolts fired by the leader were always a little short of hitting the shadow. Well, it's quite interesting. It can actually avoid your thunder spell. Sayo. Let me do it and see how he can dodge, the woman called Yuji said confidently. The leader called Sayo said, okay. Yuji smiled softly and pulled her hands back and forth. In her hand, a blood-colored light war bow with exquisite spells appeared, and an arrow appeared on the bow. Yuji shouted, I'm watching, look. A strange eye suddenly appeared in the center of the bow, looking at the target shadow that was approaching at high speed, had already stepped into the air, and was only 20 feet away from the three people. Whoosh! An arrow of light flew out from the blood-colored longbow in Yuji's hand. The approaching shadow clearly tried to evade, but the arrow seemed to have a spirit, locking onto the target tightly and moving with it, and finally accurately shot through the head of the shadow shrouded in black fog, causing it to disintegrate into wisps of black air. The three people in the temple of the gods laughed together, and Okkot said, although this prey is a bit strange, it survived the wound of my sky, but it is impossible for it to continue to survive after being pierced through the head by your arrow of watch, Yuji. Okkot's voice turned into a surprised cry before he finished speaking. The three people saw at the same time that, after being pierced by the arrow of watch, the black shadow paused for a moment, swaying in midair, but did not really fall. The head of the black shadow that was pierced was recondensing after disintegrating into a ball of black air. As the three watched, the black mist that had disintegrated at the location of the black shadow's head intertwined with each other and became complete again, as if it had never been injured. The black shadow was still shrouded in a layer of breath flowing like water. It actually moved again and continued to approach the location of the three people in the temple of the gods. Sayo opened and closed his eyes, showing a trace of thought, and said, it turns out that this thing is some kind of undead species. It is difficult to be completely killed before its death protecting black mist is completely consumed. The other two also reacted and nodded. These three people are top elites who have experienced many battles. Naturally, they cannot be afraid. They just looked at each other, and their expressions became serious. At this time, the figure shrouded in darkness had already approached the top of the building, where the three people were. Suddenly, it stopped and stood silently several feet away from the three people like a ghost, motionless. Okkot was quite irritable and fierce. He shouted, what are you? The black shadow did not answer, but the black air around it began to dissipate slowly. Soon, a terrifying indicate face appeared behind the black gas. There was no skin on the face, only dark brown muscles, withered and decayed, just like the face of a corpse that had been dead for a long time, ferocious and terrifying. At this time, another situation occurred that surprised the three people. After the black gas on the undead creature was cleared, another figure stepped out from behind it. The one who walked out from behind was a young man in a black robe, with a young and resolute face, sparkling eyes, and high spirits. When he looked at the three people, he showed a smile as bright as the sun. Happy reading. Chapter 218, Killing Game. The sky of the desolate planet rarely sees sunlight, and most of the time it is dim and gray. A broken cold moon casts a silent light with the breath of death. In the howling wind, on the top of a building in the north of the ruined city, the three people from the Pantheon saw that there was another person hiding behind the undead monster, and their faces changed slightly for the first time. Occult once again asked, "Who are you?" The young man who walked out from behind the undead monster said calmly, "It's Fang Sui, the Alliance of All Heavens." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly moved, like thunder and lightning, and came to the front of the young man Sao, who was leading the group. With a swish, he kicked with his foot, seemingly attacking but not attacking, seemingly real and illusory, and kicked Sao's forehead with a mysterious trajectory that others could not see clearly. Sao was a man who had experienced many battles. Although he was a little surprised by Fang Sui's sudden attack, he did not avoid it. He shouted softly, "Come on." The tip of his finger flicked, forming a sharp magic handprint to meet him. Boom. As soon as Sao made a hand seal, a magic thunder was immediately ejected by his finger, colliding with Fang Sui's kick. The two powerful forces collided with each other without any turn, annihilating each other, and the surging air wave spread out and rushed like a tide. Then the two fought in the air without a pause. Every time Fang Sui raised his hand and made a move, the phantoms of Mingshan and Jiaoyang would appear one after another. The offensive was sometimes heavy and sometimes fierce, and the changes were unpredictable. However, Sao was no weaker than Fang Sui. He also had magical means. He could generate thunder and lightning when he shouted. The battle with Fang Sui was in full swing. In a short time, it was difficult to tell the winner between the two. At the same moment, when Fang Sui took action, the undead monster that came up with him also floated up like a ghost and killed Occult. This undead monster was undoubtedly the undead mummy under Fang Sui's seat. Earlier, when Fang Sui entered the ruined city, he had sensed that the altar of the dead had moved. When he checked, he found that the golden coffin of the mummy had been opened, and the mummy that had been nurtured for a long time had finally been born. This mummy had undergone many wonderful changes since its birth. First, in the relevant introduction of the Book of Summoning, its title changed from a member of the Dead Army of the Dead to the initial Pharaoh Mummy of the Undead Army of the Dead. This change in the title not only means that the mummy has successfully advanced, but also means that it has become a nearly immortal undead pharaoh, with the initial ability to manipulate the pharaoh's curse. Just now, when approaching the top of this building, the mummy was able to be hit several times without dying. It was because it was manipulating a mysterious spell magic unique to the undead pharaoh, turning itself into a mist of death, virtualizing its body, and being able to withstand multiple attacks without dying. Of course, this is not true immortality. This kind of undead immortality spell also has its upper limit. Once the mummy reaches its limit, it will be beaten into nothingness, equivalent to death, and no longer exist. Let's talk about why Fang Sui hid behind the death fog transformed by the mummy. Since he knew that entering the ruined city would be dangerous, he naturally couldn't be unprepared. Therefore, he used the mummy to transform into the death fog in front and hid behind it. The scene in front of him appeared. After being attacked, Fang Sui attacked against the trend. At this time, Fang Sui and Sao fought fiercely. The two fought fiercely, each with magical powers. It was hard to tell the difference between the rise and fall, and the speed was faster than lightning. On the other side, Occult and the mummy were also fighting fiercely. After the mummy evolved this time, the death fog storm outside the body had more changes that it didn't have before, like a foreign object with life, swelling like a river for a while, and turning into a heavy shield for a while, effectively resisting Occult's amazing offensive. During the battle, the mummy opened its mouth, and endless black air gushed out of its mouth like a bottomless abyss. Soon, the top of the building, where the two sides were fighting, was filled with a layer of light black mist. The mummy was also chanting a curse that belonged to the undead in a low frequency voice that ordinary people could not hear. The power of this curse merged into the black mist that spread around and spread rapidly. Not long after, Occult, who was fighting against the mummy, shouted with a slightly changed expression, "Tsukiji, Sao, be careful of this black mist, which has negative effects such as weakening physical strength and reducing movement speed. It is very mysterious." On the other side, Tsukiji, the only person who was still outside the battle, looked at the situation on the field after hearing what Okut said, and suddenly laughed. She did not join any of the two battle groups, but instead took off, and floated to the top of another nearby building. Yuji's intention was obvious. She was a long-range attacker. She was preparing to distance herself, and put herself outside the attack range of Fang Sui or the Mummy's Curse Mist, so that she could be invincible. Then she would attack from a distance, to deal with Fang Sui or the Mummy. Her idea seemed very wise. Her combat concept was clear. She could show her strengths and avoid danger, making herself the key to the fight, which would determine the success or failure of both sides. Yuji realized this, so she laughed a series of smug laughs when she was in the air. Seeing Yuji floating up and moving away, Fang Sui, who was fighting fiercely with Seo, for some reason, showed a cold smile on his face, which flashed away. Yuji's body was in the air and soon came to the top of another heavy and solid stone building, at least 30 feet away from the place where Fang Sui and others were fighting fiercely. Her smile suddenly stopped, and a cold and bloodthirsty light flashed in her eyes. She pursed her lips with some excitement. Her eyes opened and closed, and she once again used the Eye of Watch and Lock. Her pupils became vertical, and the dawn light flowed in her white hands. The blood-red longbow kept humming, and once again produced an arrow feather with spirituality. Yuji was not in a hurry to shoot the arrow. She kept gathering the power in her body and pouring it into the arrow feather, making the light of the arrow feather more and more dazzling. The whole arrow exuded a wave of destruction, tightly locking onto Fang Sui, who was in a fierce battle dozens of feet away. Yuji's whole heart and soul were placed on this arrow. She was absolutely sure that Fang Sui would definitely die under her attack. Thinking of this, Yuji inexplicably gave birth to a kind of excitement, trembling before harvesting lives. The arrow feather in her hand finally stored the power to the peak, and a ray of killing light fluctuated on the tip of the arrow, breaking people's hearts and courage. Yuji shouted in a deep voice, and was about to release the arrow of watch and kill in her hand. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A large claw suddenly stretched out from the void behind Yuji, as if it had been waiting there for a long time, lying in ambush, and swung down with force. This claw was too abrupt, and completely beyond Yuji's expectations. In addition, all her mind was focused on the arrow feathers in her hand, ready to hunt Fang Sui. When the warning signs in her heart arose, the claw had already swung down, and there was no way to avoid it. After a cracking sound, Yuji's skull was shattered, and she died with her eyes open. Her last thought before death was still full of confusion. She deliberately stayed away from the battlefield, and came to the top of another building. But why was there an ambush here in advance? It appeared at the most critical moment, and killed her with one blow. In fact, as early as when the mummy was approaching the top of this building, and was attacked by Yuji's arrow, Fang Sui discovered that she was a cultivator who was good at long-range attacks. At that time, he changed his mind and immediately made a backup arrangement. This arrangement may not be used at the time, but if it succeeds, it will be better. Even if it fails, there will be no loss. Fang Sui used the recovery process of the mummy, after being shot through, to attract the attention of the three opponents, and secretly released Bast and Jinzan, letting them ambush and wait on the top of a nearby building. After that, the two sides went to war. Fang Sui attacked Seo, and the mummy chose to fight with Okut, leaving Yuji alone without being attacked. In addition, the spread of the curse mist of the mummy later was actually part of this calculation. The purpose was naturally to make Yuji feel that she might be attacked by the curse mist. In addition, she was a long-range attacker, so attacking Fang Sui from a distance, while ensuring her own safety, became the only best choice. When Yuji left in the air, the Jinzayan arranged by Fang Sui and Bast incarnated as seen were guarding one end of the two buildings around the battlefield, and they had been waiting for a while. Of course, Seam and Jinzayan could only ambush on the top of the two surrounding buildings in advance. Yuji actually had other location options, which Fang Sui could not control and judge in advance. He could only choose to place Seam and the gold thread on the top of two relatively strategically significant buildings. If Yuji did not choose the top of the two buildings where Bast and the gold thread were waiting for an ambush, Fang Sui would naturally have other ways to deal with it, but it would not be as ideal as it is now. Yuji came to the door herself, and Seam, who had been waiting there for a long time, slapped her head with a claw and died. The above situation is the reason why Yuji walked into the ambush trap without knowing it. This fully demonstrates Fang Sui's judgment, guidance, and means of using the situation, killing people when they are unprepared and unaware. Although this way of killing is not as straightforward and beautiful as fighting, it is more terrifying and difficult to resolve. Once you fall into the ambush, it is almost a situation of death. At this time, after killing Yuji with one blow, Seam walked out of the void and looked at Yuji's corpse with joy in his eyes. It should be noted that Yuji is an outstanding practitioner in the Temple of the Gods. She can communicate with and comprehend the god of watching and is on the path to the divinity in her body. Therefore, her corpse is a great tonic for Bast, who possesses divinity. He opened his mouth impatiently, and a stream of black air rolled out, wrapping Yuji's corpse beautifully and swallowing it into his stomach. Then Semui disappeared into the void again, approaching Fang Sui, who was still fighting. On the other side, a golden thread flashed in the void, and also silently moved towards Fang Sui from the top of a building in the distance. Happy reading. Chapter 219. Pay attention to his news. Add more. Please vote. In the north of the ruined city, on top of a huge and old building, the fighting was still going on. The wind whistled, and the long hair of the two sides in the fierce battle flew. The dense clashes and collisions were like rain hitting banana leaves, continuous. Although Sao and Okut were in the fierce battle, they still quickly discovered Yuji's death. Both of them were extremely surprised and shouted loudly, extremely angry. Okut roared, "The person who killed my myth team will be killed miserably today." Boom. After another collision with Sao, Fang Sui quickly glanced at Okut in the distance and responded indifferently, "You started the fight first. If you want to kill someone, you must be prepared to be killed." He continued, "So you are the myth team. I saw it in the nameplate array report earlier. It said that you wiped out a team of the Major Alliance. I thought you were a great team. After contacting you, I found out that it was also common. You are talking nonsense. If our captain was here, he would kill you in an instant." Looking for death, Okut and Sao became more and more angry and shouted one after another. Fang Sui thought that there were many people in the myth team. It seemed that they had a strong cohesion. Okut heard me say disdainful words about their team, and without thinking, he started to pressure me with their captain. From this, it can be seen that the captain must be an extraordinary person to be so convincing. At this time, Okut was shocked and angry. He attacked several times with a strong move. After forcing the mummy back, he suddenly turned around and abandoned the mummy and ran towards Fang Sui. Okut was wearing a blue armor. While running, he also triggered a kind of magic that he practiced. A heavy light circulated around his body. Behind him, a shadow appeared dimly, 3 feet high, like a projection of an ancient god, holding a huge hammer in his hand. As soon as this shadow of the god appeared, it followed behind Okut and approached Fang Sui, showing an irresistible power, and the pressure was surging like a mountain in front. The people of this mythical team are indeed extraordinary and powerful. It seems that everyone has a specialty that far exceeds that of ordinary practitioners. Accompanied by this god, Okut roared, as powerful as a god of war. In the blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of several feet and was about to form a united force with Sao to stop Fang Sui. However, at this moment, an unexpected change occurred again. In front of Okut, who was running fast, a thin golden line suddenly appeared out of thin air, stretched straight, and was less than an inch away from Okut's neck. This ambush method is very common and simple. The key lies in the timing. Since Fang Sui saw that Okut had a violent personality, he would naturally not let him go without taking advantage of him. He deliberately said something that was quite unbearable about the myth team, intending to induce Okut to be angry, and originally intended to provide an opportunity for the mummy. Now that Okut changed his target of attack, Fang Sui also temporarily set up a killing ambush. As Okut moved quickly, the golden line stretched in front of his neck. This was to use Okut's forward momentum to cut off his neck. This was the simplest, fastest, and most effective killing method that Fang Sui could deploy using the golden line under the circumstances. Okut found that a golden line suddenly appeared in the void, and it was very close to him. He was also extraordinary. At such a close distance, he could stop at any time. His own power flowed and fixed his body forcibly. However, he used too much power in his body, and a mouthful of blood almost rushed out. Even though he stopped in time, blood was already visible on his neck, and a shallow wound was strangled by the golden line, which scared him and made him sweat coldly. Moreover, the attack of the golden line was not over. It went around Docket's neck. Once it was wrapped around Docket's neck, he would inevitably follow Zalio's footsteps and be strangled to death. At the same moment, behind Docket, the undead mummy also chased after him like a ghost. In his skinny and decayed hands, a cursed blade appeared. It was slender, and the blade was as thin as a cicada's wing. It stabbed Docket's neck. At this moment, it showed that the myth team cultivators were worthy of their reputation. In this situation, Docket regained his composure. He lowered his head at lightning speed, and finally escaped death before the golden thread wrapped around his neck and strangled him. However, although he lowered his head quickly, the golden thread still entangled the top of his head, as if half of his skull had been cut off, and part of his skin and bones were entangled by the golden thread, which looked terrible and terrifying. The blood that flowed in an instant had dyed Docket's body red. Moreover, after he was injured, the phantom of the god that was originally accompanying him slowly dissipated and could no longer be maintained. As soon as Docket screamed, the cursed blade of the mummy behind him stabbed in the air again. Because he was in the process of avoiding the golden thread, his posture changed repeatedly, and the cursed blade did not pierce his neck as he wished, but pierced his shoulder. It was visible to the naked eye that the part where Docket's shoulder was stabbed withered rapidly, and the vitality contained in the flesh and blood seemed to be extracted by the cursed blade, and was withering rapidly. Docket roared and screamed, rushed forward, and broke free from the attack of the cursed blade. He was seriously injured at this time. In a blink of an eye, the next attack of the golden thread and the mummy was about to hit him. Docket did not dare to stay. He rushed forward with screams, running all the way in the air to escape, shouting wildly while running, "Fang Sui, I will kill you. I will kill you. Sao, let's go." Sao, who was fighting fiercely with Fang Sui at this time, also found that it was impossible to do anything. Semo's traces were lingering in the void, and the situation was unfavorable. Sao acted decisively, and took a blow from Fang Sui. He coughed up blood, and was able to withdraw. He roared all the way and joined Docket. The two of them fled away with amazing momentum. Semo appeared from the void, his lion eyes closed, and he was eager to try. "Do you want to chase?" Fang Sui frowned and stood there. He was also a little surprised that Docket could still escape from the desperate situation when he had used all his means. Fang Sui said in a deep voice, "Don't chase them. When they retreat, they will definitely send out a signal. It won't take long for the other members of the myth team to come to meet them. Then it will be our turn to be passive." "Well, Semi, did you get any benefit from killing Yuji?" Semi turned back to Baster, opened his mouth, and spit out a ring-like thing, which was the identity nameplate that Yuji automatically fell off after her death. Fang Sui touched his identity nameplate, but saw a ray of light shot out from it, shining on Yuji's nameplate, and the nameplate was collected by Fang Sui's nameplate and finally merged into one. Yuji's nameplate was red, and it seemed that she had been carrying it for a long time. It was much more functional than Fang Sui's nameplate. At this time, the things in the storage space were inherited by Fang Sui. He carefully examined the things in it, and laughed at a glance. There are really a lot of energy crystals left in this Yuji's identity nameplate. Fang Sui also found a small scroll in Yuji's nameplate, which was full of vitality and green in color. Fang Sui said happily, "It was easy to get this life scroll. It seems that the people of the mythology team have found a lot of life scrolls." At the same moment, when Fang Sui's nameplate absorbed Yuji's nameplate, cultivators from all major forces on the entire deserted planet who were participating in the death game saw a notice message on their nameplates at the same time. One of the main forces of the mythology team of the Temple of the Gods, the Watcher Yuji, was killed by Fang Sui of the Alliance of the Heavens. At the same time, Docket was seriously injured and fled with Sao. This message was scarlet and dazzling, and it was displayed on everyone's nameplate 3 times in a row. At this moment, many places were boiling. "My god, Leader Fang is so fierce. He just entered the city and faced the most famous mythology team of the Temple of the Gods. He killed one person and seriously injured one person. The record is brilliant. This was the team that had just separated from Fang Sui and was led by Wang King and had entered the city not long ago. Seeing Fang Sui defeat the members of the mythology team, everyone in this team felt proud and talked excitedly. Team leader Fang told us to keep an eye on him in the nameplate notice, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Wang King's eyes were also filled with joy, and she thought with a slight curl of her lips, such a big commotion was made so quickly. The myth team, that's the trump card of the pantheon. Similar discussions were heard throughout the ruined city. In the main hall of the Rock Universe Tower, many powerful people from the Alliance of the Heavens gathered. At this time, most people in the hall also had joined their rise. Someone said, I remember the cultivators of the myth team of the Pantheon. Each of them was the best of the Pantheon. There would be no more than 7 people in each generation. They were one of the powerful teams that has been passed down from generation to generation with an immortal legacy. They named it Myth, which means to become a legend. They are very arrogant. Ha. Now one is dead and one is injured. This is a very heavy loss. Well, Fang Sui's grasp and use of the situation in this battle are commendable. It's a pity that Okkot was not killed. Fang Sui achieved such a result, and it is also because the people of the myth team underestimated the enemy at the beginning. If they meet again next time, it will not be so easy. Deputy Hall Master Zhang Zheng also had a little joy in his eyes. Then the others spoke up one by one. Guess what Fang Sui will do next? It's not easy to guess. Fang Sui's actions are changeable. Who knows what he will do next? Another person pondered and said, according to common sense, he has just won a game, so he should find a place to hide temporarily. First, he should rest and recuperate, and second, he can effectively avoid the counterattack that may follow. Someone expressed a different opinion. What you said is a safe method. I think he should continue to go deeper into the city and strive to clash with more masters. This is the mentality of a strong man. Just as the people in the hall were discussing at leisure, Fang Sui in the array pattern they were watching had started to move again at a very fast speed. The direction he chose was to chase after Sao and Okkot, who had just evacuated from the myth team. Following a breath, he followed the direction of the two people's retreat and was cautious in his movements. I didn't chase them before, but now. In the hall of the Liangshan Tower, someone made a puzzled voice. The guys in the hall who have experienced many things in their lives and can be called knowledgeable are actually very few interested in Fang Sui's level, which they consider to be a small fight. But Fang Sui's performance has always been quite admirable, which aroused the interest of the people in the hall. They watched Fang Sui in the picture, like watching a play, and they were concerned about his next move. Oh, I finally got a picture before 3 o'clock. I didn't know if I could write it before, so I didn't notify you to add more. It's a surprise. Haha, I'm going to sleep. Chapter 220 Weird Black Magic. The ruins are located in the north of the city. Fang Sui is still surrounded by mist, and he seems to have disappeared visually. He hides himself and follows the direction where Sao and Okkot left from a distance, moving forward cautiously. Buster sits on Fang Sui's shoulder as steady as a mountain. He looks around with his cat head, and his black eyes constantly reflect fragments of images, as if he can see through the surrounding buildings and see the scenes hidden behind the buildings. It is obvious that Buster has activated an unprecedented magic. In this ruined city full of strong hands and crises, Buster shows unusual alertness and insight into all changes around him. It looked around and asked, didn't the Lord say that he would not chase after Okkot and the other two? Why are you chasing them again? Carefully avoiding the many poisonous beasts that were everywhere in the ruined city, Fang Sui responded with telepathy. If we had chased them then, they would have been very alert and could have responded at any time. If we missed them, we would have been passive. If we chase them now, they won't think that I didn't make any move at that time. Instead, they will chase after me after they have missed the best opportunity, so it is more concealed. He added, more importantly, before, there was no life scroll. Chasing them in this city would have made a lot of noise. It would have been too dangerous if they were targeted by some powerful poisonous beasts. Now that we have the life scroll, we have the capital to resist the evil and poisonous power here, and the danger of chasing them is much smaller. That's why we didn't chase them before, but we can do so now. Buster said. What's the purpose? Fang Sui said casually. The purpose is simple. Since we have made enemies with the myth team, we naturally have to understand their strength, so that we can plan a response, and take the initiative. As soon as he finished speaking, he frowned, and after a moment of silence, he said, when the war started, I had a feeling that someone was hiding in the dark and watching. Now this feeling is still looming, and there must be someone lurking in the dark and watching. Buster said, do you need to use the hunting mirror? Fang Sui thought for a while and said, well, using the hunting mirror to explore the surrounding situation is the simplest and most accurate, and it is the best choice. But in this test of cultivation in the ruined city, every move is seen clearly by others. It is better not to take out the hunting mirror. You can activate the search ability of the mirror in secret to find out who is following us. Buster, have you figured out the full effect of this hunting mirror? Fang Sui jumped up and flew into a building from a broken crack and asked again. Fang Sui entered the third floor of the building in a small hall with dim light and silence around. The hunting mirror has been used by Buster since it was obtained. Usually, this cat shrinks the mirror and hides it in the thick long hair on his chest so that it cannot be seen from the outside. At this time, Buster received Fang Sui's order. While secretly urging the mirror to operate, he responded with telepathy. The hunting mirror is a divine weapon when it is complete. Its function is mysterious and wonderful. It has the powerful power to hunt gods and demons. It has not been in the hands of this divine cat for a long time. What we can be sure of now is that the broken lens we got is only effective for hunting first level and second level cultivators. For those above, the effect will be greatly reduced, and it is difficult to affect the target. Fang Sui looked around and confirmed that there was no danger in this small hall for the time being, so he decided to stay here for a short time. He responded, this mirror can still maintain its hunting effect on first and second level cultivators after being broken, which is already very amazing. UK King, Young Chai-Ng and others want to find other fragments of this mirror. Obviously, they have to combine the fragments of the mirror to increase the power of the mirror. Got it. Buster activated the mirror and had already searched for who was hiding in the dark in the surrounding area. In Fang Sui's mind, a series of scenes found by the hunting mirror suddenly appeared. He checked them one by one and whispered with some surprise, it turns out that there is more than one person wandering around. It seems that they want to follow the breath of Sao and the other two to investigate the matter of the myth team. They have to put it on hold for the time being. It turned out that in the picture sent by Buster through the hunting mirror, Shabudu, Lai Yan, and even UK King appeared one after another. These people obviously learned from the notice displayed on the nameplate that Fang Sui could kill a second level figure like Zhao Lao and became alert to his combat power, so they all rushed to the northern part of the ruined city to search for his traces. These opponents were all wandering around within a radius of dozens of miles. Among them, Lai Yan and UK King had not yet found Fang Sui's specific location. Only Shabudu was different. He not only found Fang Sui's specific location, but was also secretly following Fang Sui. Fang Sui narrowed his eyes slightly, and through the picture displayed by the hunting mirror, he paid attention to Shabudu's movements. Shabudu was hiding quite far behind Fang Sui. He was wearing an ancient dark green robe, with a cold face, and a thin body, but his aura was sharp. There was a murderous intent like a sharp sword piercing something, which emanated from his body, making him look extremely sinister. Shabudu was now casting a mirror spell in his hand, closely watching the picture that appeared in it. Fang Sui had previously felt that someone was spying in the dark, and the reason was from Shabudu. The ability of the hunting mirror to search the surroundings was very secretive and obscure. Shabudu should not have known that he had been discovered while following Fang Sui. The mirror technique in his hand showed the exterior of the building where Fang Sui was hiding at the moment. Shabudu smiled in a low voice and said contemptuously, it's interesting to treat Fang Sui as a mouse, tease him slowly, make him uneasy, and finally kill him. Fang Sui was quite amused by the scene where both parties were monitoring each other through the screen. After observing Shabudu, He turned his mind away and checked another picture sent by the hunting mirror. In that picture, there were several people standing together on a platform at the top of a building. Several of them had bright eyes and extraordinary momentum. What they had in common was that they all wore black robes, which gave people a gloomy feeling, and behind their clothes, they all had a pointed hat, which looked quite weird. Fang Sui said to himself, this is the team of the Black Wizard Association. Lai Yan actually brought a lot of people to track me down. In the team of the Black Wizard Association, there were two leaders, both of whom were second level masters. One was naturally Lai Yan, who had a narrow face, and the other was a young man with a pale face, and as thin as a dry bamboo pole. There was a strange green light in his pupils. It was obvious that he was practicing some kind of evil witchcraft, and his breath was creepy. At this time, the green-eyed young man said to Lai Yan beside him, the target you want to search for is called Fang Sui. Lai Yan said politely, yes, I'm going to use Brother Yin's witchcraft ability to search the sky and the earth to find his trace. This boy's combat power is increasing day by day, and it has reached the point where he must be killed. The young man surnamed Yin laughed coldly and said in a very loud tone, you ask me to help you just to kill a first level person, which is quite ridiculous. Don't worry, a first level cultivator can't escape my pursuit. I will find him in a moment. After the young man finished speaking, he spit out a black gas, in which there was an evil thing like human skin floating up and down. The skin was engraved with complicated symbols in blood, flickering and fading, filled with waves that made people feel gloomy and frightened. The young man surnamed Yun said to Lai Yan, this human skin of mine was peeled off from the foreheads of many living girls and then melted. It is the best carrier of witchcraft. It is warmed by resentment, picking up the yin energy of heaven and earth, and turning into a ghost blood sacrifice and incantation pattern. It is very useful. You look at this human skin witch map, imagine the face of Fang Sui, and silently recite his name. I will activate the witchcraft and find his location. Lai Yan nodded and followed his instructions. He came to the human skin blood map, and extended his thoughts into it. The next moment, the light on the human skin was rolling, and it seemed that a bloody chaotic world was being born inside. The young man surnamed Yun chanted in a low voice, constantly striking green incantations from his hands to boost the power of the human skin. Soon, blood-colored lines flowed on the human skin, and finally evolved into a dark eye with a blood pupil inside, flashing and closing, which was extremely terrifying. The young man surnamed Yun shouted, this eye is called the Black Witch Soul Snatching Eye. It is good at searching people and objects. It contains the mixed spiritual power of tens of millions of resentful spirits, which together form an evil force. Therefore, once someone is stared at by this eye, he will be attacked by the evil force immediately. Once this eye appears, Fang Sui will not only have nowhere to hide, but will also be frightened, and have his soul taken away by this eye and be imprisoned. The young man surnamed Yin then pointed his finger, and the terrifying eye on the human skin immediately turned into a physical object, floated into the air, and disappeared into the void in a flash. After only a breath of time, Fang Sui, who was dozens of miles away, changed his face slightly. He looked up like lightning, and immediately saw ripples like water in the void above him. A dark eye appeared out of thin air, silently appeared, and stared at him coldly. The young man surnamed Yun had previously triggered the evil witchcraft to track his whereabouts. Fang Sui had already seen it from the hunting mirror, but he did not expect that this thing was so evil that it really relied on a mysterious and illusory power to find his location in an instant. The moment this eye appeared, Fang Sui's heart was filled with alarm. The strange eye stared at Fang Sui steadily, and a mysterious force emanated from it, which indeed had the ability to invade Fang Sui's consciousness. In an instant, Fang Sui's spirit was affected by it, and when he was a little dazed, the strange eye immediately sensed it, and the evil light was strong. Two black chains extended from it, and actually penetrated into Fang Sui's forehead. This scene was very strange. Fang Sui seemed to be cast under a spell of immobilization. His face was a little confused and motionless. The next moment, the chain began to retract, as if to pull out Fang Sui's soul and completely imprison him. And Fang Sui's body was also dragged by the two soul ropes involuntarily, approaching the eye. At this time, under the witchcraft eye, a dark passage appeared again, filled with spatial fluctuations. It was a short distance transmission passage that would drag Fang Sui into it and bring him to the young man, surnamed Yin and Lai Yan. Happy reading. Chapter 221, Scared the Cat to Death. The situation suddenly became critical. Fang Sui was dragged along without knowing it and was about to walk under the strange black witch's soul-stealing eye. Dozens of miles away, blood-colored lines flowed on the skin of the young man in front of Yin, and the scene of Fang Sui being imprisoned by the soul-stealing eye was clearly revealed. The young man surnamed Yin had an expression, as if nothing had been expected. I've said it before, you're wasting my time by asking me to deal with a first-order person. This person's first-order strength can definitely not resist the restraint of the soul capture eye. He's really vulnerable. Lai Yan smiled and said, I've heard that Brother Yin's black witchcraft is mysterious and hard to defend against, and he is a recognized witchcraft genius in our Black Witchcraft Association. I'm really impressed when I see him today. With Brother Yin's attack, Fang Sui is really no match for you, and he was captured by Brother Yin's magic from a distance. The young man surnamed Yin glanced again at the image of Fang Sui being bound by human skin and said calmly, what's so commendable about dealing with a first order cultivator? This person may be pretty good among the first order cultivators, but he is a first order cultivator after all. It's natural for me to deal with him easily. Before the young man surnamed Yin finished speaking, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. But on the screen, displayed by the human skin, Fang Sui actually hesitated and slowly stopped. The two soul-catching chains that bound him could no longer drag him forward, and they were shaking violently, as if Fang Sui was about to break free. The young man surnamed Yin's face darkened, and he shouted softly, I caught you. How can it be so easy to break free? As he shouted, a ball of green flame suddenly rose in his hand, and he shook his hand and hit the human skin in front of him. The next moment, the green flame passed through the human skin and was transmitted dozens of miles away. It floated out from the blood-red pupil of the strange soul-catching eye and was sent into Fang Sui's forehead along the two chains. Fang Sui's struggle stopped immediately, and he was bound and imprisoned by the chains again. But then another strange phenomenon occurred. Although Fang Sui stopped struggling, he did not move forward half a step. He stood there quietly, letting the strange light of the soul-catching eye shine in the two mana chains that penetrated his forehead drag and vibrate, and he did not approach the transmission channel below the soul-catching eye. The young man surnamed Yin's eyes flashed, and he said, this Fang Sui is quite capable. He can resist the mental invasion of the soul-snatching eye to a certain extent. Although he was restrained, he did not give up resistance in his subconscious mind. He still wanted to get rid of the soul-snatching eye's control over him. Lai Yan said, Brother Yin, what else can you do to detain Fang Sui? The young man surnamed Yin said calmly, I just need to form a witchcraft blood seal and hit it into his forehead to prevent him from turning over. He glanced at Lai Yan and said, well, I'll go there myself and bring him here. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and pointed, and the human skin immediately spread out and quickly grew larger. A sense of murderous aura filled the air. A point of darkness in the center of the skin spread and stretched, and eventually a transmission channel was derived, which connected with the channel under the other end of the soul-snatching eye. If you walk into it, you can appear at Fang Sui's end. The young man surnamed Yin was about to walk in when a thin man from the Black Wizard Association stepped forward and said flatteringly, Young Master Yin, why don't you let me go? How dare I trouble you to go in person, to lead a person whose soul is bound? The young man surnamed Yin hummed, okay. Then he squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertips and drew in the air with the blood. In the blink of an eye, a strange magic seal that kept changing between red, black, and green was formed. It looked like a symbol. He handed it to a thin man in black and said, you put this drop of blood on Fang Sui's forehead, and he will have no power to resist. The man agreed, turned around and walked into the passage stretched out by human skin, and walked out of the other end of the passage in a blink of an eye, and came to Fang Sui. The man looked at Fang Sui, who was standing there stupidly, with his eyes closed after his soul was controlled, and cursed softly, fool, since your soul has been captured, why don't you just go over obediently? What's the use of trying to struggle? After that, he turned his hand and hit Fang Sui's forehead with the blood seal in his hand. The unexpected change happened at this moment. Fang Sui, who had been standing there quietly, suddenly opened his eyes that had been tightly closed since the chain pierced his forehead. Swish. In an instant, 2 rays of golden light as fierce as the sun came out of Fang Sui's eyes, as if burning the void and emitting wisps of white smoke. The man was really shocked when he saw Fang Sui open his eyes. He was totally unexpected. Then he heard Fang Sui say, "There are too many people over there, so I won't go. I originally wanted to attract someone important, but you came as a small shrimp. You are unlucky." At the same moment when he spoke, he flipped his hand and made a snap. This change was sudden, and Fang Sui's move was as fast as lightning, with an erratic and mysterious trajectory. The man was unlucky and was hit on the forehead by Fang Sui and died instantly. Fang Sui did not stop. He shouted loudly, and a layer of golden sun god fire ignited all over his body at this moment, like a fire god descending to the world. On his forehead, golden light and flames intertwined, and a sun phantom rolled out, rumbling, and went up along the 2 chains that penetrated his forehead. In an instant, this sun phantom with brilliant light spread to the strange soul-stealing eye. Boom. The soul-stealing eye was completely ignited and burned into nothingness in the blink of an eye. This evil magic was cracked without a trace. The changes were not over yet. The sun carried a monstrous firepower, and its might expanded. Then it rolled into the transmission channel, and the human skin at the other end of the channel was also ignited. All these changes were complicated, but in fact they happened at the same moment Fang Sui opened his eyes. The young man surnamed Yin's face changed suddenly, and his hands brought up pieces of phantoms, and he sacrificed wisps of cold green breath one after another, and finally extinguished the golden flame spreading from the human skin. But the human skin was already severely damaged, and a large hole appeared in the middle, almost scrapped. The transmission channel collapsed and disappeared. At the last moment, Lai Yan saw Fang Sui's eyes sparkling on the other side through the transmission channel that was about to disappear. His eyes penetrated the obstacles of space and looked at him coldly. At this moment, Fang Sui's eyes were full of majesty like gods and demons, which made people dare not look directly at him. It was as bright as the sun, shining on the earth. The next moment, the positions of both sides calmed down, and all abnormalities disappeared. On Lai Yan's side, the young man surnamed Yin held the broken human skin in his hand. His face was as hen, and a fierce look flickered on his face. The people from the Black Wizard Association around were all silent. The viciousness and cruelty of this young man surnamed Yin was also well known in the Black Wizard Association, and everyone was afraid. After a moment, the young man surnamed Yin suddenly said sinisterly, "I haven't met a prey that dares to resist me for a while. When I catch Fang Sui, I will refine every inch of oil and water in his body, and refine him into a witch skeleton alive." Hey, the people of the Black Wizard Association around sighed in their hearts at the same time. Fang Sui is finished. I think he will be tortured to death by the young man, surnamed Yin, in the near future. The cold wind blew in the ruined city, the sky was dark, and everything in sight was foggy. Countless cultivators who participated in this death game test were fighting for their own goals. Fang Sui formed the holy fire of the sun, and burned the human skin. It was considered a fight with the young man, surnamed Yin, in the air. After breaking his evil magic, he stood in place with a thoughtful look on his face. Buster, who had been hiding at his shoulder since the appearance of the soul-snatching eye, reappeared at this moment, showing a very human movement. He patted his furry forehead with his cat paws and said, "Just now I thought you were really possessed by that thing. You scared this divine cat to death." Fang Sui laughed and said, "For a moment, I really felt a little dazed, but there was a scorching sun burning in my sea of consciousness. As soon as the 2 chains extended into my forehead, they were immediately burned clean by the scorching sun. After that, I was dragged forward by the soul rope. It was completely acting." Buster rolled his cat-like eyes and said nothing. Fang Sui's eyes flickered in the dimness of the damaged building, and he said in deep thought, "Buster, how can the evil witchcraft soul-stealing eyes of the young man surnamed Yin find me so accurately?" Buster thought for a while and said, "This should be mainly due to the strange human skin he sacrificed, and now it has been burned by you. He should not be able to find us in a short time." Fang Sui said, "Well, but the strange magic of this black wizard is really weird. Be careful when you meet him in the future." He almost said to himself, Lai Yan and Shawu are both second level, and now we have to count the young man surnamed Yin, who is also second level. This situation is not good. After speaking, without waiting for Buster to speak again, he suddenly rose up, turned into a wisp of green smoke, left the building, where he was temporarily staying, and disappeared into the mist of the ruined city in an instant. After a cup of tea, Fang Sui moved like a civet cat, silently floated to the top of another building, and sat down leisurely. The strange thing is that not long after Fang Sui appeared on the top of the building, a person suddenly floated up from the other end of the building. It seemed as if Fang Sui and the person had made an appointment to meet here. In fact, of course, this was not the case. Fang Sui had found the person's position through the image of the hunting mirror, and from the direction of his movement, he judged that the person would pass by this building, so he waited here in advance. The man climbed to the top of the building. He was just passing by. He was surprised to see Fang Sui sitting in front of him. But in a moment, he smiled and said, "Hey, Fang Sui, you came to block me. Are you trying to avenge me for attacking you last time?" The man was wearing a water green dress, with fair skin and charming appearance. He wore a pair of embroidered shoes of the same color as the dress, which made his feet more beautiful and petite. His eyes were full of charm, and his long eyelashes flickered. His eyes were like water, full of charm. His appearance was as good as Ji Yao's. He could be called a peerless beauty. This woman was UK King. Since Fang Sui sat down, he had been looking at the long hanging waning moon in the sky. He did not turn his head at this time and said calmly, "I didn't come here to start a war with you. Well, at least not now." UK King's eyes turned slightly, and a trace of doubt appeared and disappeared. She is also a person of outstanding intelligence. After a little thought, her eyes lit up, and she said with enlightenment, "What do you mean? Tell me." Happy reading. Chapter 222. Who is so unlucky? Fang Sui finally turned to look at UK King, his eyes calm, but his words were straightforward and frank. Now many forces are traveling in groups in the City of Ruins. Acting alone is already a situation of getting half the result with twice the effort. Many things cannot be intervened. How about we cooperate? When Fang Sui said before that he was not coming to start a war, UK King had anticipated his purpose. She was not surprised to hear this. A thoughtful look flashed in her eyes and she started to think seriously. The wind blew, and both of them had flying hair and fluttering clothes. Under the reflection of the waning moon in the sky, there was a thin mist around, and the scene was as peaceful as a hazy ink painting. Fang Sui's patience was always good, and he sat quietly without saying a word. Buster on his shoulder was still alert. His eyes were as cold lightning, and he scanned the surroundings. Although the top of the building here is far away from the ground and there are few traces of poisonous beasts, it is not absolutely safe. Occasionally, poisonous beasts of the flying type can be seen in the sky. They are skinny and hideous, and their breath is fierce and evil. Therefore, Buster's vigilance is not unnecessary. UK King walked towards Fang Sui, carrying a pleasant fragrance, and sat down not far from him gracefully. Before she spoke, she smiled and said, "Fang Sui and I have always been opponents. Can you tell me why you chose me to cooperate?" Fang Sui said, "The reason is very simple. The first condition for choosing a partner is naturally that the strength of both parties is similar. I thought about it. Among the people I know, those who have reached the second level are only opponents and no friends, so I can only choose someone with less hatred to talk about cooperation." UK King sat sideways in front of Fang Sui, her slender and round legs showing a perfect outline, with soft and graceful lines. She smiled and said in a pleasant voice, "I'm willing to cooperate with you, because you have only looked at me once since I appeared." Fang Sui was stunned and said, "Just because I don't look at you, you decided to cooperate with me? What kind of ridiculous reason is this?" UK King actually nodded, her thick eyelashes fluttering. "Well, you don't look at me, which makes me a little unconvinced, and I feel that you are different from other men." Hehe. She continued half truthfully, "Other men look like they want to eat me when they see me, and I'm a little scared." Fang Sui said, "So in the process of our cooperation, I have to avoid looking at you, so as not to make you scared?" UK King giggled and said, "That's different. Forget it. This lady specially allows you to look at me." After a while, she stopped laughing and said, "Hey, since we are cooperating, we need to talk about the benefits and rewards. What price are you willing to pay to make this lady work for you?" The woman's emotions were jumping, and her words were a mixture of truth and falsehood, which made her words quite elusive and difficult to grasp. She really had the style of a witch. Fang Sui said, "This should be our second time working together. The first time was when you went to the Black Warrior Palace on Purple Ring Star and stole Yun Xianji's hunting mirror. The cooperation at that time was not very pleasant. Speaking of which, your credibility is really not that good. The current situation is a win-win situation. I'm not begging you, so why should I give you benefits?" UK King snorted and made a disdainful look. "You are so petty. I have forgotten things that happened so long ago, but you still remember them." He continued, "How about this? How about you give me your hunting mirror?" Fang Sui curled his lips and said, "Can we talk about some conditions to show our sincerity? For example, how to distribute the benefits after the cooperation." UK King said, "But what I said is very sincere. I haven't finished speaking yet. How about you give me the hunting mirror and I will marry you? I will do whatever you want then, and I will listen to you obediently. It's an idiot to believe you." Fang Sui sneered, without showing any emotion. He suddenly turned around and jumped off the building, saying, "Since we have reached a preliminary intention of cooperation, let's not waste time here. Let's go find some opponents to play with first." After Fang Sui finished speaking, his agile body wrapped in the dark armor that exuded a terrifying black aura had already hidden in the mist below. UK King smiled and followed him lightly, and then jumped off the building. The two disappeared one after another in another direction of the ruined city. Lai Yan and the young man surnamed Yin, as well as the team of the Black Wizard Association, a total of 8 people, were also moving forward rapidly. Their way of moving forward was particularly special. They were actually driving a group of witchcraft mists of different colors, either black or green, floating in the air, like traveling on clouds, and looked very stylish. After Brother Yin's human skin was damaged, "Are you sure you can find Fang Sui again?" Lai Yan asked as they walked. "Do you think I can't track down a first-rank figure like Fang Sui without the help of any tools?" The young man named Yin, who was surrounded by the crowd, stood with his hands behind his back and looked proud, said unhappily. Lai Yan, dressed in a black robe, turned his narrow eyes slightly and explained, "Of course that's not what I meant. It's just that, although Fang Sui is only at the first level and his combat power is not as good as ours, after several encounters, he is quite smart and has escaped from my hands many times. So I want to be cautious and ask Brother Yin, how confident are you in finding him again?" The young man surnamed Yin said with a slightly smoother expression, "Don't worry, Fang Sui used some tricks before and broke my spell unexpectedly. Because of this, he and I have a cause and effect relationship. How could the mysteriousness of my black witchcraft be guessed by him? I have developed a sense and know where he is. I will find him soon, and then I will see how I deal with him." Lai Yan nodded, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and said, "It turns out that Brother Yin has been prepared. That's great. I'll just wait and see what Brother Yin does." The two men walked as they talked, controlling the magic mist, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the ruined city, the fog became even thicker, covering everything in the vast sea of fog. It was now the deadline for all teams to enter the ruined city within 3 days. Those who did not arrive in the city had been eliminated, and those who arrived in the city began to fight each other. There were constant reports of people finding the scroll of life, which then caused a scramble. The whole city was in chaos, the fighting was fierce, and the poisonous beasts in the city became agitated. Boom. With a loud noise, a building deep in the city collapsed, and a humanoid poisonous beast walked out from the ground. It was nearly 10 feet tall, dark green all over, and looked like the legendary demon mummy. It roared, exuding the breath of the second level, and ran towards an area in the city where cultivators gathered. Similar situations are constantly happening in various places in the city. The war in the ruined city has really begun. There are hundreds of battles. Some are between cultivators, fighting for the scroll of life, and some are between cultivators and poisonous beasts. Fang Sui and UK King appeared at the same time in a building near the north end of the city. When this building was intact, it should be a place similar to a fighting field. The style is rough, and the ground is paved with ancient boulders. The interior is a little empty, with stone pillars scattered around, like giant trees, as if they can reach the sky. Some pillars have collapsed, and some are full of cracks, standing crookedly. You suggest finding a building to set up a killing game. What's a good way? Fang Sui asked, scanning the building with a sharp look. UK King suddenly looked at Fang Sui and said seriously, I want to know how much trust you have in me, Fang Sui. Well, I can swear in the name of the gods that at least in this ruined city, I will cooperate with you sincerely. Fang Sui said, since we are in a cooperative relationship now, we should trust each other, otherwise we don't have to cooperate. Just tell me what your plan is. UK King's eyes showed a hint of cunning, and she stretched out her flawless white jade hand and said, since you trust me, then you can use the hunting mirror. UK King did not explain the reason for this move, and it was sudden. In her mind, Fang Sui would certainly not hand over the hunting mirror easily. She asked for the treasure mirror just to show that the next way to deal with the opponent is related to the hunting mirror. It also means to test how much Fang Sui trusts her. Who would have thought that? As soon as she finished speaking, Fang Sui did not hesitate. The buster on his shoulder narrowed his cat eyes, and a ball of black light floated up from his chest and fell into UK King's hands. Although this ball of black light cannot be seen through, and it is impossible for others to know what is hidden in it, UK King herself also has a hunting mirror, so as soon as she got the black light, she immediately knew that there was no doubt that the hunting mirror was hidden inside. Fang Sui was so magnanimous and confident that he was not afraid of UK King's tricks. He easily handed over the hunting mirror, which made UK King stunned. After a moment, she met Fang Sui's gleaming and unfathomable eyes, exhaled lightly, and smiled and transmitted, the moment I got this hunting mirror, I really wanted to withdraw immediately and take the treasure away. Fang Sui smiled in an unfathomable way and said nothing. UK King continued, my plan is very simple, which is to combine the two hunting mirrors into one, greatly increase their effectiveness, use the mirrors to set killing traps, lure opponents to come to the door, and hunt them down. UK King said here, and suddenly looked at Fang Sui with enlightenment, and said, you are looking for me to cooperate. Could it be that you have already calculated it, and even expected the situation of the two hunting mirrors to be combined into one? Fang Sui avoided answering, frowned slightly and said, for some reason, I vaguely feel that something unexpected will happen in this city soon, as if there is a mysterious aura approaching this city from the dark, making people feel uneasy. Time is urgent, let's start now. He added, our every move is under the surveillance of major forces. Will there be any problem if you combine the two hunting mirrors? UK King said, of course not. I have studied hunting mirrors. Let's see who will be so unlucky to become the prey after the mirrors are combined. Clang. A wonderful matching sound rang out as UK King's hands came together. A kind of mysterious light suddenly appeared around her, and in a trance, it seemed that there was a phantom of an ancient mirror spinning in the depths of UK King's eyes. In the ruined city, Lai Yan and the young man surnamed Yin, as well as 6 other members of the Black Wizard Association, came to a damaged and collapsed building. The young man surnamed Yin said with certainty, Fang Sui is hiding in this building. Lai Yan showed a bloodthirsty grin on his face, and said, this time, brother Yin and I are here in person, let's see how he can escape. After that, the two waved their hands, and walked into the building first. The waning moon in the sky was blocked by dense fog. In the ruined city, it was as if night had fallen, and darkness enveloped the earth. Thank you very much for your various support. Chapter 223 Seer, seeking this week's recommendation. When the young man surnamed Yun and Lai Yan walked into the building from the dilapidated palace door, Fang Sui and UK King stood side by side in the top floor of the same building. After UK King obtained Fang Sui's hunting mirror, he opened part of his spiritual consciousness to Fang Sui and shared with him the wonderful changes that the two pieces of hunting mirror fragments showed. The connection of spiritual consciousness made both of them feel a throbbing from the depths of their hearts, as if there was another person's thoughts in their own minds, and the two could communicate in a way similar to telepathy. Through the picture, displayed by the hunting mirror, Fang Sui not only saw Lai Yan and the young man surnamed Yin, but also found the trace of Shawu Du again. He was lurking in the distance and did not attack rashly. He was watching Lai Yan and his party entering the building from a distance. At this time, UK King, who was beside Fang Sui, had a slightly gloomy face and said fiercely, "It turned out that the pervert Lai Yan came. I was looking for an opportunity to kill him." Fang Sui asked curiously, "What grudge does Lai Yan have against you?" UK King's jade-like face blushed slightly and said, "After seeing me, Lai Yan has come to pester me many times, saying that as long as I try once, I will know how good he is, and can no longer live without his gossip. It's so annoying. Humph, if I hadn't lowered my cultivation level and started over after getting the hunting mirror, he wouldn't have the chance to talk nonsense in front of me." Fang Sui blinked and said, "Then you are responsible for dealing with Lai Yan, and I'll go and deal with the other minions." UK King said without thinking, "Okay." After saying that, she felt something was wrong. After thinking for a while, she said, "Why should I deal with the second level Lai Yan, and you deal with those first level minions? Shouldn't I deal with Lai Yan, and you deal with Yin Wulian?" Fang Sui smiled and said, "You are a second level cultivator, so you should do more work. I'm a first level cultivator, so of course I should deal with the minions of the first level cultivator. That young man surnamed Yin is called Yin Wulian. Do you know him?" UK King rolled her eyes at Fang Sui and said, "There are not many good people in the Black Wizard Association, and Yin Wulian is a representative of them. He also has a brother named Yin Wuki. Both of them are cruel and violent, and they are particularly fond of the evil magic of sacrificing all kinds of living creatures in black witchcraft. I heard that they had a strange encounter when they were young and inherited the evil ancient witchcraft. They like to eat human flesh and drink human blood. It's disgusting, but their cultivation is really not weak, and it's not easy to deal with them." At this time, after the two pieces of the hunting mirror were combined, in the consciousness of Fang Sui and the others, a kind of mysterious yellow light appeared, showing lines of handwriting, explaining the various methods of setting hunting traps. In terms of classification, the trap setting methods of the hunting mirror can be roughly divided into three major directions: heaven, earth, and man. For example, when Fang Sui had just obtained the hunting mirror and encountered the Night Demon clan under the shadow creature on the purple ring star, he tried to use the hunting mirror to set a trap. He used the man trap from the three types of traps: heaven, earth, and man. This type of trap is to use the hunting mirror to emit a secret force to affect the mental thoughts of the hunting target, causing it to fall into the hunting trap unknowingly. This trap that indirectly affects the thoughts of the hunting target has many restrictions and can only work on prey of the same level as the host of the hunting mirror. If the prey is of a high level, its mental power is strong and it will not be affected. At this moment, after the two hunting mirrors merged, their power increased, and the types of traps that appeared included the earth type of trap. As for the highest level heaven trap, it obviously requires more lenses to merge before it can appear, and it cannot be used at present. At this time, UK King chose a hunting trap called the Mirror Maze on the hunting mirror and set it up in this building. The Mirror Maze is one of the earth traps in the three types of traps: heaven, earth, and man. The function of the Mirror Maze is very wonderful. It opens up countless space mirror doors within a certain range. The user of the hunting mirror can shuttle through these space doors and achieve the effect of appearing and disappearing in a fixed range, almost ignoring the distance and taking advantage of the terrain. This trap is suitable for the current situation, where the number of opponents is greater than one's own. Through the mirror door, the number of opponents can also be disintegrated and dispersed, so that they walk into the mirror door unknowingly and cannot gather together. When UK King chose the Mirror Maze technique, the hunting mirror immediately shone brightly in the consciousness of the two people, and the secret energy flowed. In an instant, a secret power spread in this building, and the mysterious trap ability of the hunting mirror began to take effect. But among the people of the Black Wizard Association who had just walked into the bottom floor of this building, the one who was responsible for exploring the way and walking in front suddenly had a ripple in the void in front of him. This person seemed to have stepped into an invisible door and his figure immediately disappeared from the spot. When he was shocked, he felt a little trance, and his position was no longer the bottom floor of the building before. Before the man could take in the surroundings, He saw a fist in front of him that was rapidly enlarging and attacking. The man also reacted very quickly and took action immediately. However, he encountered an unexpected situation and was in a disadvantageous situation. After just a few moves, he was hit on the forehead by the fist that had always filled his sight. He screamed and fell to the ground and died. The experience of this cultivator from the Black Wizard Association was the result of the mirror maze trap of the hunting mirror. When the man moved forward, a space door was set up, and he was instantly teleported to Fang Sui's eyes. Fang Sui was waiting for him, and finally killed him. UK King was watching from the side, and did not take action. At this time, he said, Fang Sui, the target hunted with a hunting mirror can extract part of its potential, and add it to yourself. This extracted potential is very precious. How should we divide it? Fang Sui said without thinking, I'm not interested. If you like, it doesn't matter if you add it all to yourself, or you can divide it with Buster. This guy doesn't care about meat and fish, and his appetite is good. UK King looked at Fang Sui strangely and hesitated. At this time, everyone in the Black Wizard Association at the bottom of the building saw that one of their own people had disappeared strangely, and their faces all changed. Lai Yan, who had originally been grinning, was also stunned. Only Yin Wuliang's expression remained calm, and he said contemptuously that Fang Sui is quite courageous. He wants to set up a trick here to compete with me. This kind of trick of using space to set a trap, I can easily break it. After speaking, he formed a seal with his hands, and the whole body suddenly glowed with green light, showing an extremely frightening scene. The fierce battle between the two sides is about to start. The ruins of the city are very large. Seo and Occult of the mythology team evacuated after being defeated by Fang Sui. They hurried along the way. It took half a day before they were picked up by another member of the mythology team. The three of them came together and finally came to a huge building. This is already close to the center of the city. The building in front of us is extremely magnificent. The whole body is dark gold, the base is square, and the top is round, implying that the sky is round and the earth is square, and the momentum is extraordinary. Although this building is dilapidated, and its former glory has been sealed in the passing years, it still has a majestic and magnificent aura. Seo and the seriously injured Occult, together with another young man from the myth team, who came to pick them up, walked into the palace in front of them. The palace was even more extraordinary. The ground was dark gold. After the baptism of a long time, it still had a radiant glow and exuded a heavy atmosphere. After entering, there was a magnificent passage that seemed to lead to the depths of the universe. This passage was 300 feet high and nearly 100 feet wide, like an independent mysterious world. The color inside was empty and dark, like the void. Sculptures stood on both sides, all of which were statues of gods and demons in various shapes. This extraordinary passage made Seo and Occult feel as small as ants. When they walked into it, both of them had a little doubt in their hearts. What kind of place was this huge passage in the dark gold palace? It was so imposing, beautiful and awe-inspiring, like a mythical place. As they walked forward in the passage, Seo and the other two saw a young man standing under the sculpture of gods and demons at the end of the long and deep passage. The man had long golden brown hair, slightly curly, but meticulously groomed, draped over his shoulders. He stood with his hands behind his back and facing the two of them. He was tall and majestic, standing under the many sculptures of gods and demons around him. People were attracted to him at first sight after entering this place, showing an aura that was not inferior to that of gods and demons. The footsteps of Seo and the other two naturally slowed down, as if they were afraid of disturbing the man with extraordinary demeanor, who was looking at the mysterious pattern on the wall at the end of the passage with his back to the two of them. After approaching, Occult seemed to want to speak, but the man spoke a moment earlier, as if he had predicted it. A deep and powerful voice rang out in the hall, saying, I already know what happened to you two, so there is no need to say it. Seo and the other two blushed and stood still without saying a word. The man finally turned around, revealing a face that looked ordinary at first glance, but as long as you looked at it for a moment, you would feel a sense of transcendence and charm. His eyes were particularly deep, like the brightest stars in the deepest void, embedded in his face, with a fascinating look. These were a pair of eyes with spiritual power that could illuminate the secrets hidden deep in people's hearts. The man with such a pair of almost magical eyes was Senna, the leader of the mythology team of the Temple of the Gods. The next moment, Senna's deep and rich voice rose again, saying, "I know you want to kill Fang Sui. Put this aside for now. I have more important things for you to do. Regarding the City of Ruins, there is a secret that has been passed down from ancient times and is related to a certain god. Do you know it?" Seo and the other man looked at each other and shook their heads together. She added, "I will explain the relevant matters to you later. Now, follow the directions I told you and push the statues of gods and demons in the hall in order to make them move." Seo and the others were puzzled, but they knew C was unfathomable, so they immediately bowed and accepted the order. In another direction of the city, a fierce battle between Fang Sui, Yan Wuliang, Lai Yan, and a group of people from the Black Warrior Palace was unfolding. Thank you very much for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Opening. Yan Wulian shouted loudly and formed a mysterious witchcraft hand seal with his hands. In an instant, a wisp of green air overflowed from his brows, turning into a phantom of a fierce demon, appearing behind him. The phantom of the fierce demon was 10 feet tall, with a hazy face and vague horns on its head. It rode the green cloud, and was full of fierceness. It suddenly roared, making a deafening sound that shook the world. Boom. As the giant demon roared, the endless green air surging under his feet spread like a tide. In the rumbling sound, the hunting mirror, the door of the spatial mirror maze set up in this building, was impacted by this green air, and was shattered in an instant. Yan Wulian actually had the ability to destroy the mirror door. At this moment, many places in the void in this building showed traces of cracks, as if the void had turned into glass and then cracked, which was a spectacle. After a breath, the giant demon image that rushed out of Yan Wulian's brow dissipated and turned into a wisp of green air, hiding in his forehead again, as if it had never appeared. Yan Wulian laughed wildly, arrogantly, and said, "Fang Sui, if you have any tricks, you can try them out." This voice was heard from afar, echoing throughout the building. For a moment, Yan Wulian did have a bit of invincible power. Yan Wulian showed the phantom of a giant demon, shattering all the spatial mirror traps. This power was really intimidating. Lai Yan beside him was also full of shock and sighed. Brother Yin's magic is really unexpected. With such power, let alone Fang Sui, even the cultivators from all parties, gathered in the ruined city now, I think few people can be the opponent of Brother Yin's attack. The other 5 people from the Black Wizard Association around him also praised in unison. Fang Sui and young Master Yin are too arrogant to go against him. Yan Wulian waved his hand. If you can't even deal with the tricks of a first level cultivator, then you are practicing in vain. After speaking, he stepped forward, and the others hurriedly followed. Time went back to a little earlier. A little further away from this building, there was another spire-like building on top. Xiaowu stood proudly, his dark green robe fluttering in the wind. He formed a sword gesture with both hands, and a sword light coiled out, as agile as a real dragon, flying up and down. The sword light suddenly split into 2 beams, one of which flew into the building where Fang Sui and others were as fast as a meteor without anyone noticing, while the other sword light spread in front of Xiaowu and turned into a crystal image like an ice surface. As the other sword light entered the building, the scene inside the building appeared on the crystal image in front of Xiaowu. He was able to peek at the scenes happening inside the building. At this time, Xiaowu frowned slightly. This Yan Wulian actually has the ability to summon the ancient demon. What a powerful force. Even if Fang Sui has some tricks, he is not at the same level as Yan Wulian. The difference is too great, and he will eventually be defeated by Yan Wulian. So, I can't kill Fang Sui directly, but he is going to die after all, so I don't think I have failed him. Xiaowu whispered a few words, then chuckled. Such a small figure is not worth my energy. Since he is destined to die, I don't need to waste time here. After saying that, Xiaowu erased the image in front of him, flashed and floated up, heading towards the central area of the city. At this time, on the top floor of the building, Fang Sui's tone was somewhat surprised. The giant demon phantom that rushed out from Yan Wuliang's eyebrows is really powerful. It can temporarily break the trap of the hunting mirror. UK King stretched out her hand to gather her long black hair. The movement was natural, but there was an indescribable charm. She said, "But that is not Yan Wuliang's own power. I suspect that the phantom of the evil demon is probably the real blood left by a powerful ancient demon, which was sealed in Yan Wuliang's sea of consciousness and can be activated at a critical moment. I just didn't expect that he would easily use such a powerful method that can be called a trump card in order to destroy the mirror trap." Fang Sui's eyes lit up with wisdom, and he said slowly, "Yan Wuliang's face is pale, his eyes are green, and there is a cold and gloomy aura around him, but he lacks the yang blood. According to these signs, the phantom of the evil demon sealed in his sea of consciousness should need to be nourished by blood essence. Every time it is used, it will consume a lot of his own blood and energy, and it cannot be used multiple times." He added, "He despises me and wants to show an unstoppable momentum to defeat me like a rotten wood. Therefore, he used a powerful technique like the ancient demon phantom right at the beginning. The purpose is to deter me. He uses magic so recklessly and consumes a lot of energy. He will regret it soon." UK King said with a smile, "Well, the power of the hunting mirror is not something he could have anticipated in advance. Although the mirror trap was destroyed by his activation of the evil demon phantom, the secret power of the mirror will soon be able to repair the damaged mirror." While the two were talking, Yan Wuliang and others below had already climbed to the second floor of the building. With the power of Yan Wuliang's previous summoning of the ancient demon, this group of people walked quite easily and fearlessly. However, just as they continued to move forward, a void ripple quietly grew in front of one of the people from the Black Wizard Association. In the instant that he could not think, he was swallowed by the mirror in the void, or in other words, he was transported away. This person was naturally still sent to Fang Sui by the mirror trap, and the ending can be imagined. The group of people from the Black Wizard Association were very surprised and stunned together. Yan Wuliang's face was gloomy, and without much hesitation, he activated the ancient demon phantom again. The situation after that was exactly the same as before. The ancient demon emitted a monstrous demonic energy and once again destroyed the mirror trap coefficient. This time, they had put aside their previous relaxed attitude and came to the third floor of the building with solemn faces. At this time, the power of the hunting mirror was flowing, and the mirror trap was restored again. Another person was caught in the middle of the mirror doors that appeared one after the other and was swallowed up and disappeared in a blink of an eye. At this point, Yan Wuliang, Lai Yan and others naturally knew that this mirror trap could not be completely destroyed. Even if it was destroyed for a while, it would recover in a short time. In this way, the process of Yan Wuliang summoning the ancient demon twice before became a joke and a waste of effort. His face was gloomy and ugly to the extreme, and there was a green light flashing in his eyes, like a fierce demon. The group stood on the third floor, and did not dare to move rashly. Lai Yan's narrow eyes were sharp, and he scanned the surroundings and said, "Brother Yin, I don't know what secret object Fang Sui used to activate this mirror trap, which is so strange and difficult to defend, but this trap must have a limited range. We might as well withdraw from here, and destroy this building from the outside. Then Fang Sui will have no place to hide. Once he reveals his traces, we can catch him with our strength." Yan Wuliang refused without thinking. "If I'm forced to retreat by a first level person and cannot do anything to him, it would be a joke. You can withdraw, and I will continue to move forward to see what his mirror trap can do to me." Lai Yan didn't care about this false reputation. After thinking about it, he immediately decided with the other 3 people who were left at this time that it would be safer to attack from the outside. So the 4 of them walked out together. This time they were 100 times more careful. Every step they took, they must first extend the tool forward to test whether there was any abnormality in the void, and then move forward. If there was an abnormal reaction in the space, they could also have more reaction time. In this way, although the 4 people walked in a rather strange way, they seemed to have found a way to overcome the mirror trap. They walked to the edge of one side of the building without any danger. The 4 people worked together to bombard the wall of the building. But in a moment, the wall collapsed, and a hole was opened by them. The 4 people jumped out of the building smoothly. After thinking about it, they all felt that this mirror trap was actually ordinary. Lai Yan shouted loudly, Fang Sui, your trap is just so-so. I'm coming to you again now. Let's see how you can avoid it this time. The top floor of the building. UK King chuckled and said, now it's time to show the power of this mirror trap. It's our turn to take the initiative to attack. Fang Sui nodded, and the slender and sharp ethereal divine spear in his hand turned from virtual to real. With a snort, a wonderful scene appeared. Fang Sui stood there, raised his hand and thrust forward with his spear. The front end of the spear tip suddenly gave rise to ripples in the void, forming a mirrored door. The dark spear seemed to penetrate the void and pierced into it silently. The front half disappeared, but the back half of the spear tip was still firmly held in Fang Sui's hand. The next moment, the front end of the spear tip appeared at a long distance and pierced a cultivator from the Black Wizard Association who was standing beside Lai Yan, and chuckled as Lai Yan said. The spear tip came as suddenly as lightning, and the murderous intent was as sharp as a star from the sky. Even in normal times, the power of this attack would be difficult to resist, let alone in this strange situation. It stretched out from the void without any signs. With a click, the man's forehead was pierced. The next moment, the void seemed to be raining with dark light transformed by spears. 10,000 spears filled the void, screams rang out, and the remaining 2 Black Wizard Association practitioners were killed by the spears one after another. Lai Yan was originally speaking with sarcasm on his face, but before he finished speaking, he saw a sudden change and stopped talking immediately. Suddenly, the void in front of Lai Yan was rippling with space fluctuations again, and a graceful figure walked out of the void. It was UK King who crossed the mirror door of the void. After she appeared, she did not stop for a moment, and launched an attack on Lai Yan like a storm. At the same moment, a mirror door was also generated in front of Yan Wulian who stayed inside the building. He smiled contemptuously, and stepped into it without any hesitation. To his surprise, when he walked out of the mirror door, he did not encounter any attack, but only saw Fang Sui standing a few feet away, looking at him with sparkling eyes. At the same moment, in a magnificent golden building in the center of the ruined city, following C's orders, Seo and Okut, together with another member of the myth team, continuously emitted divine light around their bodies, pushing the statues of gods and demons one by one. As these giant sculptures were pushed, a loud sound was deafening, and wisps of array light began to emanate from the ground, interweaving and wandering. The entire building was filled with a kind of fluctuation that could not be specifically described, but seemed to match a certain mysterious aura between heaven and earth. At this moment, the sky above the ruined city had also undergone a great change. A crack was quietly opening in the void, like a space portal opening. Thank you for your various support. Chapter 225, Opening of Space and Time. At this time, the last mountain-like statue of gods and demons in the hall had been pushed to the center of the hall by Seo, Okut, and another member of the myth team named Mok, according to Seer's request. Amid the loud bang, the ground inside the entire building burst into bursts of strange light as the last sculpture stopped, and spell patterns and characters flowed on the ground, and an unimaginable and majestic energy spread. At this moment, the entire ruined city changed because of the changes in this building, and the earth was also shaking slightly. The space gap above the ruined city expanded rapidly, as if something existed in the depths of the stretched void gap and was about to appear. At this time, Seo, Okut, and Mok came to Seer inside the building. Seer looked up, and his deep eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the obstruction of the top wall of the building and see through the changes happening in the sky above the ruined city. Then he retracted his gaze and looked at Seo and the other two. Don't you understand why I want you to push the statue in this hall? Mok and the other two nodded together. C smiled, which was rare for him, and said, this temple was an ancient teleportation temple connected to the reverse void before the great disaster occurred in the City of Ruins, or in other words, before the great disaster occurred on this desolate planet. The statues in the temple that you pushed earlier are a kind of array hub that is arranged according to the time and space orientation and the energy of the stars in the sky. If you move these statues, you can activate the power of this ancient temple and then borrow the power of the stars to open the door of the ancient time and space road above the City of Ruins. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of Okut and the other two at the same time. It turns out that moving the statues can mobilize the power of the stars. Then what is the purpose of opening the door of the ancient time and space road above the city of ruins? I only heard C continue to say, regarding the deserted planet, where the city of ruins is located, there has been a legend, since a long time ago. It is said, that there is a temple left by a certain god, hidden in a secret place on the deserted planet, and the secrets of the gods are kept in it. He said again, later, someone finally found this temple, but when the temple was opened, there was no treasure of the gods as people expected. Instead, an indescribable evil breath rushed out, like an evil curse power, invading and covering the entire deserted planet, and all life was annihilated by this power. This is also the fundamental reason for the catastrophe of the entire deserted planet, resulting in the current deserted planet being full of half-living and half-dead foreign objects, and no living creatures. Seo and the other two changed their faces slightly. What C said was obviously a secret about the deserted planet and the city of ruins, which shocked people. The evil power that can destroy a life source planet in an instant is really frightening. Senna stood with his hands behind his back, his face calm, and he said calmly, later, this evil temple left behind by gods and demons almost destroyed the entire desolate planet. It was jointly sealed by powerful masters who came from other life source stars and exiled for millions of years in the void of time and space. He glanced at a few people and continued, this time, the major forces jointly held a death game test. The purpose of the first level cultivators coming here is to test who can survive longer in this city, but a small number of second level cultivators, including me, have another hidden task, which is to find the evil temple sealed in time and space. Mark and the other two seemed to understand something when they heard this. Their faces changed drastically. They looked at each other, and before they could say anything, Senna had already said, you guessed right. The reason I asked the three of you to move the teleportation array in this temple was to open the door to the ancient time and space road above the ruined city, and deep in the passage behind the time and space door is where the evil temple is sealed. The three of them had surprise flashing in their eyes and they exclaimed together. Seo said, since the sealed evil temple is so dangerous, why did the captain unseal it and release it? Sia said calmly, don't worry, I did this with the permission of the major forces. The evil temple has been sealed for endless years, and there is no destructive power in it anymore. The tall Rocket asked, why do the major forces regard the birth of the evil temple as a mission and let the captain and you second level cultivators release it? Such evil things are better exiled to the depths of time and space forever. Sia said, I have also thought about this question. I have a rough guess about the specific considerations of the strong men of the major forces, but I won't say it. Besides, this is not something we should consider. The time and space gap above the ruined city has been opened, and we should just wait and see. Overall, I won the competition with a small number of second level cultivators. I successfully found this ancient temple and opened the time and space channel above the ruined city. After speaking, he walked out, and the other three followed behind. Not long after, a group of 4 people came to the outside of this building. The 4 of them looked up at the sky at the same time. The space crack above the ruined city had opened up to a huge area of 100 meters, revealing a dark space passage. The passage was dark and deep. Indistinctly, there seemed to be an old golden palace building at the bottom of the passage. It should be the evil temple that C had said before, which had been sealed in the void for endless years and now reappeared. This temple was inspired by a mysterious force and slowly floated from the depths of the void, gradually approaching the space crack above the ruined city. The specific form of the temple was too far away to be seen clearly, but it could be seen that it was entangled and bound by layers of chains of time and space rules. There were also countless void thunders around it, emitting dazzling light, as dense as a rainstorm, hitting the temple non-stop, and the scene was breathtaking. Most of the cultivators in the ruined city had already discovered the scene that was appearing in the sky at this time, and everyone was stunned. Inside and outside the city, the sky, which was already dark, as if night had fallen, became even darker because of the crack in the dark and deep void channel above. The cracked time and space channel in the sky continued to expand, like the mouth of a giant beast, suspended in the air, and wanted to swallow up the entire ruined city. The evil temple deep in the channel was like an ancient ship, sailing from the ancient times, carrying an indescribable aura, getting closer and closer to the entrance. while most of the cultivators in the ruined city were paying attention to the amazing changes in the sky. The fight between Fang Sui and Yin Wulian was also unfolding in a building in the city. After Yin Wulian walked out of the Mirador, he saw Fang Sui holding the dark spear and standing a few feet away. He immediately sneered and said, "What a fool, do you still want to fight me?" Fang Sui's eyes were blazing, his long hair was scattered, and he was wearing a god and demon armor. Unlike before, his entire body was burning with a layer of light golden flames. The deep darkness and the bright golden fire merged into one outside his body, emitting a golden and black dual color brilliance, with an unparalleled aura. Hearing what Yin Wulian said, Fang Sui's face remained normal, and he said lightly, "Yin Wulian, your arrogance and stupidity are the reason for your death today." Yin Wulian seemed to have heard the most ridiculous thing, and repeated lightly, "I'm stupid," and then said, "You will soon know who is stupid." Roar. A loud roar sounded, and Yin Wulian still sacrificed the ancient demon phantom in his sea of consciousness. He obviously intended to kill Fang Sui with one blow, so he used extremely powerful magic. This was the third time that the ancient demon phantom appeared in a short period of time. It was obviously not as clear as the previous two times. The entire ancient demon's body was illusory and hazy. At the same moment, when the ancient demon was born, Buster on Fang Sui's shoulder muttered, "It's really an idiot." Fang Sui had already stepped out at the moment when the ancient demon was born. A mirador appeared in front of him. Fang Sui walked into it and disappeared in an instant. The magic summoning technique that Yin Wulian used was easily avoided by Fang Sui. Yin Wulian was very disdainful of Fang Sui's behavior of retreating with the help of the Mirador the moment before, and reluctantly took back the ancient demon's virtual image. Although he was arrogant, he was not really stupid and incompetent. He understood that Fang Sui was taking the opportunity to consume his strength. While he was contemptuous, he was also a little alert. He glanced around and did not relax his defense. In the next moment, a spear tip pierced through the air above his eyebrows like lightning. Yin Wulian sneered and raised his hand to form a witchcraft handprint. A ring flew out of his hand and turned into a white bone skull. The lower jaw opened and closed, biting the spear tip that stabbed out of thin air. Such a strange defense method shows the mystery of black witchcraft. The spear tip shook and shook the white bone skull apart. At this moment, Yin Wulian forced out a drop of his own blood and combined the blood with the white bone skull. The white bone skull rose and changed, and it was actually complete, turning into a white bone body, more than 10 feet tall, with witchcraft patterns flowing all over the body, filled with a shocking evil breath. At this time, Fang Sui walked out of the void again with the dark spear in his hand. Yin Wulian said, "Let you see the ferocity of my witch demon." After speaking, he waved his hand and displayed the evil magic again. A little finger fell off from his hand and broke, but no drop of blood flowed out. After the little finger fell off, it also turned into a witch demon in the shape of a skeleton, and it and the previous one pounced on Fang Sui from the left and right. "Hey, Baster, there are witch demons coming for you." Fang Sui ignored the two witch demons that pounced on him and just approached Yin Wulian with his spear. The golden light was dazzling around him, and the long unseen Horus Eagle and Sekm both rushed out to meet the two witch demons. Fang Sui himself shouted violently, and his body seemed to be surrounded by thousands of cold stars. In an instant, he stabbed countless times with the dark spear, and countless star-like spear tips, shining with dim light, combined together to produce a strange dark moon with dim light flickering, which circled the front of the dark spear, swelling and rising, appearing, and disappearing, pressing towards Yin Wulian. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Fang Sui's spear not only reached the mythical realm of skill close to Taoism, but also contained his unparalleled spiritual power, with a sense of piercing the universe, and concealed supreme killing intent. This spear seemed to be slow and fast, slow like pushing a heavy mountain, fast and light, integrating the opposing rules of fast and slow, light and heavy into one spear, with a mysterious force, piercing in front of Yin Wulian in the blink of an eye. Thank you for your various support. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.